Now it's streaming, so now it should be on the Outliers channel.
Yeah, sure.
As well.
I'll even check it real fast. I found this great.
Let's get some conversation going, because like now it's just people watching a stream of people trying to set up a stream.
Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about like my morning, which was just being exhausting. I got up at 7 and drove down to this mechanic and got to get the air conditioning fixed because it was still it stopped working again, and they spent like 2.5 hours working on that, and I paid them the money that I made yesterday for selling clothes, and it was blowing ice cold, and I was all happy, and then I drove 10 minutes home, and then it started blowing hot again, and I was just like, God damn it. So I have to go back again at 7 in the morning.
Oh,
that's been my whole day. That's been yesterday. All I did was sell clothes, and that was exhausting too. But yeah, I'm trying to make sure we got everything. Yeah, it looks like it's streaming your channel good. All right, cool. Everything is good on that. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe, hopefully, maybe Chuck will pop up here if you got time, Chuck. If you've got something to say, something to talk about. We got 5 viewers now. I don't know who they are, but
I'm gonna put it on social media too.
I put it on Discord, but I didn't.
Right now, just get a conversation going, and let's just do our Outliers thing.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think of something. I'm so tired today. Yeah. So let's talk about.
Well, pull up the news because I haven't looked at it at all today. I've been out. I just got home. So see what's going on in the news.
I'll tell you something interesting. I was in mechanics today, and I was in like the lobby with the mine. It was a Meineke, and it was all the everybody there was black. Okay, which was cool. They're all really cool guys, and like I was just sitting there in the lobby, and they all started talking about Trump and politics, and every single one of them was like, "Fuck yeah, I'm voting for Trump. Fuck Biden. Biden don't do shit for nobody." Like these are like three working class black people. Like guys that you would think that the guys that the Democrats are always talking about, like that's their base and everything. These are 3 working class black guys, and they're also the same thing. They're all like, we only got 2 options, and I ain't voting for Biden, but I'm voting for somebody, and so it's going to be Trump. And like they weren't talking about third party. They weren't talking about they weren't talking about voting for what's his name, for Cornel West or anything. I even asked about that. I was like, what do you guys think about Cornel West? What do you think about some of the other Democratic candidates? They were all like, fuck no, like those guys don't have a chance in hell. Like at least with
nobody's voting for fringe candidates. It's going to be Trump or Biden, because if anything, they're going to vote for one to keep the other from winning. So no one's going to waste a vote on fringe candidates, because that's not going to stop their enemy candidate.
Yeah, and the enemy candidate is Biden. I mean, I'm serious.
Well, it depends on what side. Like each party has an enemy candidate. They're both.
That's true. That's true. But just the day before, just the day or
two. For the black people that you talked to, their enemy was Biden.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it wasn't even like a question. It wasn't like, oh, it was like, well, maybe if Biden does. No, it was like fuck Biden. Fuck Biden and fuck his cabinet, fuck Kamala Harris. They were all like, I mean, they were mad. They were like, they got all into it, man. They were getting into it, and I was like, I gave them all like I gave them all the channel. I was like, dudes, come by and talk about this shit. Like, come by our stream. Come talk about. Because like this is interesting to me, because like the traditional narrative is like that, the black people are going to vote for Biden no matter what kind of thing, and I was like guys, come on, and just the day before that, I was in a store, I was actually in a liquor store, And I was in there looking to see, just because I was waiting on some clothes, and it was like right next to the clothes store was a liquor store, a Total Wine. And so it's a Total Wine stores around here. They're really nice, so they're just like really air conditioned and comfortable. And I was just walking around talking to and I stopped and talked to the girl. There's a white girl that was doing like the like samples of stuff, and like there was like there was this guy. I mean, dude was like 6'6". He looked like a football player. He's built like, and he had dreadlocks down to his fucking hips, dude. Dude was cool as shit. And there was an Irish guy there. Okay, so I had a white girl, an Irish guy, and a black guy, and they were all saying the same exact thing. Every single one of them was saying the same thing. So like, I mean, granted, that's anecdotal. That's not like,
and it is Texas. I mean, that is Texas.
That is Texas. That is Texas. But none of these people from Texas. The Irish guy literally had just moved here from Ireland. He just moved here from Ireland. The black guy doesn't even live in Texas. He was just like, he just has like he had business to do here. He's actually from Michigan. And the white girl, she was from around
here.
Well,
man, you had more of a panel in the mechanic shop than we get on here. You should. Let's continue this conversation.
I did. I gave them all the link. I told them, please come by the stream. Come on the stream. It's an open stream. All you got to do is just click the link and just come on and let's talk about it. Just get in the comments if you don't feel comfortable.
That's what we need to do. We need to start going out, like do man on the street and recruiting people from the outside into our podcast. That's what I'm going to start doing.
Yeah, no, I am. I've got my old
like little business cards.
Dude, I found the black guy too. He had the coolest fucking business card I've ever seen. He had it wasn't his business card. It was something he got from somebody. Dude, I gotta find where they make these things. These are fucking amazing. It's a poker chip, okay? And on the one side it had his business on it. On the other side it had a QR code. Isn't that badass?
Yeah, no. When I made the business cards for my business, they tried to talk me to putting a QR code. That's what they're doing now, and that's the trend. I mean, it's very easy to do. In fact, Canva, where I designed the business card, can create the QR codes for you right on the design.
I know, but it was a poker chip. It was so cool. And it wasn't like a cheap one. It was like a heavy poker chip. It was like the one you'd get in a casino. It was badass, dude. I'd never seen anything like it. I was like, do you know where you got this thing? He was like, I wish. He's like, I've been trying to find them everywhere. So like, yeah, I had like a 3-hour conversation in that store while I was waiting on those clothes, and it was just a great conversation. And if I had my camera with me or something like that, yeah, I totally just would have streamed that. But I didn't have I didn't like the camera. We weren't streaming at the time, so I didn't have anything to stream it to. But I have an old Canon camera that does video and shit like that, and should hook up to my phone to like do streaming. I'm gonna see if I can get a rig for it and go out and literally do man on the street stuff and just talk to people because like people out in the world, like the people out there that are outside this panelverse, like the panelverse people
bring the outside world in, merge the two realities. That's my mission. That's my mission too. That's my mission. And I don't go out very often. And so it was different for me to be out and I didn't even, it's not like I didn't start these conversations. These are conversations that started while I was just in the vicinity. And I just kind of turned to these people and I was like, dude, you guys are base. That's fucking badass. And I started talking to him and stuff. We had this long conversation. We had a conversation about scotch and whiskey too and stuff like that. Just talking about just chit chatting and whatever. But it was so cool. And I hope they come by the stream. I mean, I can't make them, but I gave every single one of them. Started coming by the stream.
I gave every single one of them the Discord link and the link to the.
Look, don't give the Discord anymore because we try to do a little bit of gatekeeping on that. So we want to see how they hang out on the stream first, et cetera, et cetera.
That's true.
Discord you have to earn your way into.
Okay, fair enough. I won't do that again.
It only takes letting in one wrong person, and you can really ruin a Discord.
But these guys were also reasonable and cool. I just wanted to talk to them more. But anyway,
everybody is to start out. But you see the drama that's already happening.
Right. But it's just a it's just amazing to me. I mean, like I said, I've been out in the world, like around in a social set, in like a semi-social setting twice in like the last. I don't consider the clothing shops. They're all fucking they're all kids and stuff. They don't know that these were all people our age and stuff like that. They were all people like with some experience in their life, and like they were all saying like they weren't being like unreasonable. They weren't hardcore Trump supporters. None of them were like yeah I love Trump or anything like that. They were like Biden hasn't done shit for people.
Are
and
you
at least,
if Biden wins, are you gonna feel like maybe the election was rigged?
No, I don't really believe in rigged elections.
I trust our elections. Like I've never not trusted the.
I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible to rig election. I'm not saying, but I think in this country, with the size of the size of the size of the voting apparatus and everything, with every state doing it differently and everything like that, I think rigging an election in this country is like it's a lot different than like if you're in like what's some of the South American companies and South American countries, stuff like Venezuela or something like that, where like you can definitely believe, like it's definitely easy to believe that those elections get rigged, like especially if it's like a dictatorship or something like that, like you can definitely believe it. But like in this country, the way we have each state having its own, I just don't see the elections getting rigged that much. If Biden wins, it'll be from what's the word,
Oh, Chris, pin the link.
Did I not pin the link?
No, you put it in there, but you didn't pin it to the top.
I'm sorry. I thought I could pin it from StreamYard.
No,
I have to pin it from YouTube.
Only,
okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I'm still learning, man. I'm still learning. Yeah, that's the reason why ultimately I gave up on Streamlabs, because Streamlabs has got like tons of options, but you can like give a link out and stuff like that, but it wants you to give out an individual link for every person, and it's just very it's very controlled.
Like you pin a link.
You can pin a link, but it's like it's not what it's made to do. Like so, like it's not. But the cool thing about Streamlabs is that they have all, like we don't have to have 500 subscribers to get monetized. It will monetize you right away. It will start monetizing you with it'll start suggesting like if you want to support the stream, click this link and you can donate here and shit like that. It's really really comprehensive on what you can do with it. But I'm trying to pin the link right now. Hold on. It's
we could do a Patreon or something in the meantime. I noticed our count started to go down. We're losing
I know. It's probably because of like because iFi not being here.
I mean,
and like
it could be anything. Like YouTube could be purging defunct accounts or whatever. Like
it could be that.
I'm not going to read into it, but I'm just noticing the numbers are going in the other direction.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. I mean, I was very disappointed. I thought we'd get a slight subscriber boost from Buck Angel, but and he never got back to me whether or not he wanted to post like his part of the thing either. So he's probably very busy though. He is a very busy guy. I don't blame him. But I'm trying to find, where is the friggin' chat? God damn it. The chat's not loading for some reason on my YouTube's page because this computer sucks. So just give it a second. It'll be there. I'll pin it in just a second.
Yeah, your numbers are good, Frank, because you have a topic that comes with a built-in interest base to it. So anybody into that game is going to watch your channel for that game.
That's true.
And like we are the content, so we have to sell ourselves to the people. We have to create the demand from scratch.
There we go. And I now that I paid for that subscription, I can put a banner up now. I couldn't put a banner up before, so let me see. I think banners are there's banners. The banner tab. I'll put a banner up that says. What does your banner usually say? It just says like join the.
Oh, I don't remember. I made it when we first started streaming, and I never changed it. Something like click the link pinned in the comments to join the conversation or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, click the link in chat to show. Okay, it even has a one already made for it. There we go. I pinned the comment. I put the banner up, so there we go.
I'm not presentable right now. I just got home, so that's why I'm off camera.
Oh,
I don't even
I hear
have my computer open, my laptop open.
I intended to change clothes and stuff. I just didn't have time. Like I'm still like wearing like I'm wearing like this like. This is
so
weirdly enough.
You were out this morning. You did all that stuff this morning and came back.
Yeah, I got up at 7 in the morning to go take it to this mechanic's place, and I did like drive here like about out of hell to get back before like I'm trying to get here by 1:30 so I could get set up. And I mean, it really wasn't that far, but I just had to wait so long, because they have to, in order for them to check the AC, they have to like hook it up to this vacuum thing that sucks all of the current Freon out, and they have to pump new Freon in with dye in it to find like where the leaks are, and it's just a long thing. But anyway, but we're all good now.
Drop it off.
No, because like there was leaks. Because I already fixed it and filled the Freon up just like 2 days ago, and it was working fine. But then it started blowing warm air because it had a leak in it. And what turned out to be causing the leak was like this little tiny washer that was like this big, and it had a break in it, and that's where all the Freon was leaking out from there. But now I guess there's another one. So So whatever. So now I got to go back in the morning, and they said they'd fix it for free this time. I spent my clothes, the money I made on clothes yesterday to fix today, and like they said, well, that's our fault. Like we'll fix it today. We'll fix it in the morning. So hey Hank, sorry I didn't see you down there. I am still the creator.
Chris, there's a setting where you can get an audio alert when somebody shows up. I had to change it to that because I wasn't noticing the people either. And now I listen to a little sound, and it's like a doorbell, and then that tells me they're there.
Okay, let me see.
Chris literally found me within the same second I got into the studio.
Oh, really? I didn't know how long you were there.
Okay.
I was just afraid you'd been a while. I really want this green room feature, but it says you have to upgrade to a growth or business plan to access.
There's not really like a big benefit from green room, really. What would you?
I just think it would be cool if if we had if you have a full panel or something to have the ability for people to talk to each other backstage. When they're backstage, I just think that would be cool. It's not necessary.
Private chat's fine for that.
Private chat's fine. You're right.
I like
the idea of a green room. I like the idea of it.
Now that Hank's here, I'm gonna get off for a little bit, but I'll come back in half an hour.
Yeah, Chad, just come and check in when you can, man. I know you're working, so
okay. Take care.
Take care, man. Yeah, how you doing? How you doing, my brother Hank? How you doing? I haven't seen you in a long time. I see you still got that. You've got that great dude. I need to buy a fedora from you because like finding a good like Fed fedora, like something like a federal agent would wear, I cannot find one in this town for anything. I can't find like an old school like Fed hat fedora. I keep looking for one and I can't find it. Like all I can find is like ones for women or cowboy hats, and that's all I can find. I don't want a cowboy hat. I don't want like a women's fedora. I just want I want like a straight up like an old school federal agent fedora, like something like a Man in Black would wear, for the FedCast thing. And like I can't find it anywhere. I've been, of course, granted, I'm only looking at thrift shops. I'm not going to Neiman Marcus or some shit. But like I should probably look on Amazon. I bet Amazon has them.
Yeah. So here's the thing. This is literally the only fedora I can buy in town. You can buy it once a year at Walmart, February and March.
I saw that. I saw one of those. But I was like, it's green and plaid, and it just isn't like I wanted to be more like like tan, or tan or black, I want to be like Dragnet,
Yeah,
that was the idea.
This one lights up and it's power up. I have two of them. One of them is wired, and another one is not. And you rewire this one. But
even the hat, Amazon. Even the hat you have on right now. Even the hat you got on right now. That Amazon. One would work.
Amazon.
Yeah, I'll check it on Amazon.
Yeah.
I've got to do it. I got to do an Amazon order anyway because I got to order a case for my wife's phone because like she just got a new phone and it's already she's already like gotten a small like hairline crack in the back of it. So I got to get her a case.
So I actually just use a clamshell case like this one, and this I don't think there's any damage to my phone yet. There's no really damage to my phone, but
no, those work great. Those work great. I mean, she doesn't need anything special. I mean, she wants to pick it out. She wants to pick out her own case, but any case would do. It just like because I'm gonna get. I always order the especially since it's an older phone now. We got the Pixel 8 Pro or whatever, and it's since it's an older phone now. You can get those what they call it's. I think the company's called Whitestone. They do these these glass replacement like protectors on the glass thing that work amazing, and like there's no touch issues with it. You'll never like it doesn't have any like you'll never get like mistouches or anything with it. They work perfectly. It's the only ones I've ever found that work that well, and they're kind of complicated. They come with like this whole like device where like you sit the phone in like this little like thing, and then you have to drop the liquid through like this thing, and it drops it through like this very specific thing onto the thing, and then you drop the glass from you like pull these things out that drops the glass on it, and the liquid just like all spreads out, and then you have to use a UV light to cure it. It's really complicated, but it works perfectly with screen protection. Like I have dropped like a freaking screwdriver on top of my phone with that thing on there, and all it did was crack the top glass. It didn't touch the phone at all. So like it's really awesome. But like like that's the only company I've ever found that actually makes them that good.
So it gives a layer of plastic to make it like a car windshield.
No, correct? It's real glass. It's real glass. It's real timber glass. It's real timber glass. Yeah. But the problem with most real timber glass protectors is that they don't make full contact. They don't make like full solid contact with the glass, so you end up with mistouches and stuff like that. This has like that. They have like this UV glue that once you cure it with the UV on it, it completely bonds the glass. Just like I mean, they're hard as hell to get off though. Like once you get them off, the only thing you can do is you can take a heat gun and just run the heat gun like really lightly over it until like the glue kind of like starts to come up. Otherwise, if you try to take it off, it'll crack all the way down. It'll just like shatter because it's glass. So anyway, but yeah. Hey, Nerajack, see you out in the chat there. Yeah, Indiana Jones before Fedora, not really quite. I mean, I guess Indiana Jones is kind of similar to like I'm looking for more like one like you'd see in like that picture I had up. I don't know. I'm trying to pull it up right now, but just like just like this old school like cliche. I want a cliche dragnet fedora. I want something that looks like like the Just the Facts ma'am, like the show on the badge kind of thing. That's the fedora I want, or a Man in Black kind of fedora. That's what I'm looking for. I want something that's like extremely like cliche. I don't want it to look like anything too like awesome or whatever. We should have a game night, guys. Like I just recently started playing, but the problem is that there's no good way to stream from my Xbox onto YouTube. I can stream from the PS5 on YouTube just fine. It has it built into it. Like you can just like go straight on your YouTube channel from PS5. But I just got I got a code off of GameFlip for the Stalker, the old school Stalker trilogy. And like I used to love that game whenever I was like a PC player, and like it's kind of janky and it's kind of old, but like I started playing it the other night, and man, I got like hooked into it. I played it for like 3 hours, way longer than I planned to. I planned to play for like 20 minutes just to see if I still liked it. It's hard as fuck though. You get killed like all the time. It's like Dark Souls hard. It's just like you'll get shot by people you don't see, you don't even know that they're there. You have no idea like where, like it doesn't give you any indication when there's people behind you and shit like that. You just get killed constantly. Something about the world of it, and not to mention the fact that the environment itself will kill you really easily because there's these anomalies. It's based on like Roadside Picnic, the old Russian novel that the movie Stalker was based on. And so what you are is you're basically a stalker who is someone who goes into the zone, which is this irradiated area around Chernobyl. And you go in there to find like these weird artifacts that have popped up, and there's all these mutated animals and shit like that in there. There's been a lot of games that have been influenced by it over the years, but nothing really captures the feeling of it. One of the things that's like kind of compelling about it is the fact that your aim, like whenever you shoot a gun or something like that in it, it's really fucking inaccurate. Like you have like I'd say about you have like a 30% chance of hitting your target. And something about that makes it really addictive for me for some reason. I don't know why. I don't even like hard games. Like I played Elden Ring, but like I quit playing the first 3 Dark Souls games. I gave up on them. I got to a point where I was just like, it is really like Metro, Frank. But it's what Metro was inspired by Stalker. Metro was 100% like they saw Stalker and they copied it. There's also a game called Chernobyl Light that very much tries to be Stalker, and there's supposed to be a sequel coming out. That's supposed to come out like 3 years ago, but then the war in Ukraine started, and so they never finished it, I guess. But yeah, it's very like Metro. Metro is fun. I played through all the Metro games, but I need to pin the link in Jeff's channel too. Can I do that? I guess I can. I do have mod privileges over there, so I
you can do that. So pretty much you just paste the link, refresh, then you can pin it, and I think refresh one more time, and it should be there for you and everyone else. Yeah, the machine lies show me how to do it.
Yeah, no, I see it now because I am a mod on his channel, so I should be able to pin the link fine. I just hadn't thought about that one. I mean, everybody just come to my channel. You don't got to go to Jeff's channel, you know. I need the views. I know. I haven't. I've been considering
a hat already. I found a hat you should buy already on Amazon.
Okay, well, send me the link, and I will definitely send me a link from private chat. I'll definitely.
It's in the private chat. Just click the tab for private chat.
As soon as I get this thing with Jeff's channel done, this stupid Mac goes so freaking slow. It works. It just takes like every click takes 5 seconds before it actually loads.
Which is why I don't use Macs.
Well, this isn't, and now granted, I don't use Macs for many reasons. I don't like them for many reasons. The reason I'm using this Mac is because it's got a big ass screen on it. It's a 27-inch Mac, and I've had it for a long time. It's got 32 gigs of RAM in it, and it's got a 3 gigahertz like a Pentium i7 processor in it. It should be fine. It was going dead slow before I upgraded I did kind of like some like, you know, hacker shit to like upgrade the what do you call it? To upgrade the operating system, because like there were so many programs that just wouldn't even load anymore. And so I went through like the hacker steps to upgrade the operating system to the current one, and it hasn't changed anything. The programs run now, but it's still slow as fuck. And there's really no reason. I really do think that Mac slows their shit down. I really do.
Yeah, they do. Because Mac people are simple, so like it's slow, and theoretically it should be close to as powerful as my desktop, but due to thermodynamics, I know my desktop is at least 5 times faster.
Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt. I built back in the day. I built 3 monster PCs. I built one for my daughter, and I built one specifically for like the main hub for streaming, and I built one as like the one that could like where I could do gaming from, and then I could stream it to the streaming thing, you know. And I had it all set up like that. And I had it set up for VR and shit like that. And like those things ran like, but I had to sell one of them. I still have one of them, but I had to sell the GPU out of it. So it's not really. But when the money comes, then I'll get a new GPU for it. It'll be fine. I'm probably just gonna build a brand new one. I'm gonna build one because now they got what now we're at DDR5 or something like that.
Yeah, I'm considering building a new one, but I can't. There's no need yet, so I won't bother because all the stuff I want to run runs just fine. So I have another computer design. So if something breaks, I'll know exactly what to order.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree with you. It's for me. It's pretty much just like if I'm gonna build a new computer, I might as well build something that's like at least gonna like stay relevant, because DDR4 is like starting to become more and more like expensive because it's more rare now and bullshit like that. I hate that crap whenever like the new technology comes out, so it's more expensive, and then it makes the old technology more expensive. Like the only thing that's like worth less is like DDR2 now. You know, it's just ridiculous. It's fucking bullshit.
My computer's still on DDR3, and it's just I think both my desktop and laptop, it's fine. The next one I'm gonna buy is probably one of those HP server because Workstation Towers, it's on DDR4, but the RAM's not. The RAM really doesn't go up in price really, so I'm not worried till it gets super duper old. In my case, it doesn't matter.
Thankfully, storage has come way down. Like I'm happy with the storage prices that we've got right now. But like I'd like to get one of those new AMD chips. Like they seem really nice. I've never been a big fan of. Okay, I posted the link in Jeff's chat, but it will not let me pin it.
Yeah, you have to refresh. Then it will give you the pin option.
Okay, to refresh it. Okay.
Yep.
So. Hey, Robert, how's it going? Hey, Ragnar, we got a bunch of people showing up today. That's cool. I'm glad to see you guys showing up. Like we are mainly broadcasting. This is restreamed on. If you're on Jeff's channel, you're on the restream. He's restreaming from my channel because he couldn't be here today. He's gonna be here on and off, like whenever he's on breaks and stuff. But he's doing work today, so he's just kind of like here on breaks and stuff like that. So if you're having any issues with like me not seeing comments or anything, I should be able to see all the comments. But in case I don't, just know that it's because it's on my stream. And you can go there. It's just it's youtube.com/@satiriconoclast, just like it says spelled right there. So you can go there and join the main channel if you want to.
Or you
not
can search
necessary.
for a plug of arrows, and you'll find.
You can search for a plug of arrows. It still comes up with a plug of arrows, but I did change the channel name to Satiriconoclast because I use that on my screen more often. But yeah, I think there plug of arrows is still connected to it somehow. But yeah.
So, but go to your page. The name's still a Plague of Arrows.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, why is the YouTube address Satiriconoclast? That's weird.
Because it's two different. It's two different spots. So two different places. So yeah. So because the headline would be a Plague of Arrows, but the address is Satiriconoclast.
Man, I used to be so much more. I used to be so much more tech smart than this. Like I have really gone a long way down in terms of okay, so Jeff posted the streamer link already, so I wasted all that time. So now he got it posted up the top. I look like the man from the Leon the Assassin movie. All right, I'm down with that. Like John Renault's the man. Unless you mean Gary Oldman, which either way, that's like everyone. Love that guy. Love the guy. Like that's got to be one of the best lines in any stupidest and best lines in any movie I've ever seen. Like, you know, he's like, "Get me everyone." What do you mean, sir? Everyone.
Yeah, and I'm technically. It's just tech is annoying and boring, and it's just software just sucks. So
yeah.
And if I need to, if there's an incentive, I can get anything done, but just. It just is not strong enough. I won't do it.
Yeah, I keep because like the appeal supposedly of Macs. Supposedly the appeal of Macs is that like everything for Mac is made for the hardware and the software are all customized for each other, so it's all supposed to go together really like cleanly and everything like that. And it works really great when you first get it until you have to upgrade anything. If you have to upgrade the OS, you have to upgrade anything. You really technically need to upgrade the whole hardware and everything because that's the way they have it designed. Because it's all made to like work bare metal, like work with the actual like hardware that's in it, and it doesn't upgrade well. PCs on the other hand, made like that, like are made to kind of adapt to anything, and so like you have that, and then you have Linux, which is just kind of runs is such a smaller footprint on it that it will mostly run on anything. You can run Linux on a freaking netbook still, and it'll still get decent thing, but you can't use many programs. So like if they can ever figure out how to bridge the gap between like the software issues with like Wine and stuff like that on Linux, man, I would be hardcore. I mean, I already use Linux on 2 computers, but I would be the most hardcore Linux person in the world if they could just figure out how to make Wine or something like that work properly. I mean, I tried a little bit with like the what like Mac has like the Parallels like like the thing where you can use PC programs supposedly through the Mac thing. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for shit. I don't care what anybody says. Like there are all these Mac hardcore enthusiasts out there that are all like, oh no, Mac's better no matter what. Like, that's bullshit, man. I can't stand using an iPhone. I can't stand having a phone with one button on it. I can't stand having like I it's not like I need to have a lot of buttons, but I just don't want one button, because like it just I don't know, it's something in my brain. It annoys me. Like I see Mac as like, Mac works because they limit it so much, and I get that. That's appeal for a lot of people, but Android / PC has innumerable possibilities. Like, your possibilities with Mac and PC are so innumerable that yes, you might come into tons of problems, but that's because you're dealing with an open field. You're not dealing with fences everywhere. You can go anywhere you want. You can do anything you want. And I have run Hackintoshes before that actually ran way better than any Mac I've ever run. I had a Hackintosh for a little while. I was running it as a second operating system on one of my PCs, just to see how it ran, because I had the right specs for it. And like the Hackintosh, I can't remember which OS it was. It's a few OSs back. Whatever Mac OS I was running on it ran so much better than this iMac ever ran. It was ridiculous. Even whenever they customize their software for their hardware, they still can't do it as well as a PC can if you configure it right. So but I just had no reason. The only reason I had to run it was for Logic, because Logic is a badass program. If Logic was on PC, I'd never have a reason to ever touch a Mac again, to be honest. But
what's Logic?
It's a DAW, a digital audio workstation, and it has one feature on it. It only has one feature on it that I've never been able to replicate on any other DAW. My preferred DAW is Reaper for making anything, but Logic has a automatic drummer option on it where you can choose the style and the kind of drums, and it will adapt to whatever you're playing. So you're playing guitar, and if you get more intense, it'll raise the intensity, and it will drum with you just like a real person will. And it works so good that it made me want to use Logic. I haven't used it in ages, but I used it back in the day whenever I was making music a lot. But the automatic drummer thing on it, I don't know why. I don't know if it's AI, if it's like an AI thing, or what it is, what it uses. But man, it works so good. It used to anyway. I bet it doesn't work that good anymore. Final Cut Pro has been eclipsed by Premiere for ages now. You have Final Cut Pro ain't shit these days. I think there's still some people that kind of use it the same way that the NASA still uses Windows 98 or some shit like that, but it's not like a good running thing. I'm open.
When you have a workflow, you don't really want to change it unless you have a good reason to. So
yeah, I mean, and the good thing about Reaper ran on both, so I could kind of record my drum track and my guitar track with Logic, and I could import that over to Reaper, and therefore it works. But Reaper is so good, and it's the cheapest of every DAW out there. You will pay for
any proprietary DAW, cheapest of any proprietary DAW. I mean, you could use free.
You don't have to.
You can use what's it called? A tracker. Pretty much all the trackers are free, even the proprietary ones. So
you don't have to pay for it though. All you have to do is just deal with a lag screen. If you don't mind dealing with a 20-second lag screen before it starts, you don't have to pay for it. I paid for Reaper.
Of course, I mind it.
But I paid for it because I respected the fuck out of the people that made it, because they only charged $80 for a 5-year license. That's just compared to what the first DAW I started with, that is a badass hat. I am definitely adding that to my cart. So thank you for showing me that. That is exactly what I'm looking for, and it's a good price too. The very first DAW I started with, I learned on Cubase, and dear God, Cubase is not bad. I'm not talking shit about Cubase. Is a good DAW, but if you want to pay for Cubase, you're looking at $1,000, and I think most everything else, it's moved to a subscription model now. So you can't even just buy it anymore. You have to subscribe to it, and it's just like Adobe and everything else. I refuse. I wouldn't mind paying full if I had the money anyway. I wouldn't mind paying full price for Adobe because of how useful it can be. If it weren't for the fact they moved that subscription model, and now I'm like, fuck it, I will hack that shit every time. I can hack it. They still have hacks for it that work just fine. You have to update them pretty often, but like,
I don't respect them enough to even hack their shit. I'll just use some other software suite. So I don't respect them enough to.
There are things that I can do with Adobe I can't do with anything else, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. So you have to retrain.
Yeah, it's not just retraining. There are features that you cannot get in, like, because I love.
Yeah, because Adobe invented editing somehow, even though they didn't.
Yeah, they didn't, but they perfected it.
So, there's no such thing as perfection. Someone else knows how to do the same thing.
Somebody, I mean, I love GIMP. GIMP on Linux.
I hate GIMP. GIMP is shit. I don't use GIMP anymore. I use Kitra. Kitra is 5 or 6, probably 10 times better than GIMP interface design wise. So I hate.
Really,
GIMP.
I haven't heard of it.
Use GIMP. GIMP can burn in the fire.
Okay, I haven't heard of GIMP, so I'll have to. Kitra. I'll have to check that out.
Yes,
I'll check Kitra out.
Yeah. There's actually pros that use Kitra.
I don't use GIMP. I just think it's great for a free program. That's
I know. I don't think it's even good for a free program now. I think it's very bad. I think it's a really poorly designed program. It functions, but the interface is garbage. But that's what I need. And if I'm adding images, I need a good interface. So GIMP is trash software.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel about Audacity. Or some people that are like big Audacity stands. They're like, Audacity's the best. It's free, all shit like that. I'm like, dude, Audacity sucks.
Yeah, Audacity's mid. It's mediocre.
When I can just get Reaper, and hell, if you don't like the 20-second live screen, you can just uninstall and reinstall it, and the live screen will go away. So like, you don't even need to worry about that. But Reaper has the best workflow of any, especially if you work with samples. If you work with samples, you will not find a better workflow than Reaper, because Reaper has this little box that you can set up at the bottom that you can load any. You have your media library here, and you can pull any media you want into that box, and it has all of the time stretching, all of the clipping things. You can find the exact clip you want, and you can just drag and drop it into your thing, and you could like copy it, you could loop it, you can do whatever you want with it. It is so intuitive and so easy to use. I probably made 500 plus tracks on Reaper that I lost in my great hard drive mistake that I made years back. So I did the stupidest thing.
I gotcha.
I did this. Oh, there's Jammer Jack. I didn't see you there, dude. It didn't give me a notification like I has to do. I did the stupidest thing I've ever done with a computer. I have built so many computers. I've always had nothing but luck with computers and nothing but good. And I
didn't do backups.
No, it wasn't even that. I wasn't even trying to do anything that complicated. All I was doing was changing out one little thing. And whenever I went to grab, I had to unplug the power source. The power, it was like it's a modular power unit, you know. Mm-hmm. And my brain fog was in full effect, and I wasn't paying attention, and I grabbed the wrong power cable for the wrong power supply and plugged it in, and the thing started smoking. And it ruined. It fried the hard drive. It fried the motherboard. It fried the power supply. It fried every single aspect of the computer in 2 seconds. And I've never forgiven myself for that. I don't trust myself with computers anymore because of that. Like, I'll do basic. I'll change out a hard drive. I'll change out RAM. But I'm very nervous about trying to build my own computer again. But since I've got back my medications, though, I'm probably gonna be okay with it. But God, I tried to fix my car 2 days ago. I followed the YouTube tutorials. I put in a new condenser because the condenser had a hole in it, and that's where the leak was coming from. And I did really good. I did a great job in terms of, for me, I was really proud of myself and what I did. But I didn't pay attention to this tiny little washer on the what's called the outflow valve on the condenser. I didn't pay attention to it, and it had a little tiny crack in it, and that little tiny crack is all it took.
Yeah, there's benefits to monolithic power supply units. So because you can't. It's much harder to break stuff via plugging
no.
the wrong thing. So
no, it definitely is. I thought I was a big baller. I got this. I was using a what's the name of that company? It's like not Seagate. It's like C something. It was a premium end power supply. The one that has like the gray cables and like the tan cables and stuff in it. It's like it's like the C something. I can't remember what it is, but it's like one of the premium the premium power supply makers.
yeah.
And I got that because I was trying to build a top of the line computer. I wanted something that was going to last for a long time. And then I didn't pay attention to the fact that instead of grabbing one of the tan colored cables that came with it, I grabbed a black one, not even paying attention, plugged it in because it had the same pins and everything. I was just like, plug it in and turned on the computer, and it blew the computer up. And I was I've never forgiven myself for that. What's going on, Jack?
What's up? I don't know how my audio is. Probably shitty. So, hello, Jack. Hello.
It's been. Hey, dude, I've been doing the same. I've been Neurojack here lately. I've been the one on the road, like in my car, like in places and stuff like that, like having to be muted constantly. Yeah, it's been me lately. So like, don't even worry about it.
Yeah, just let me know if it's too bad, and I'll fix it or something.
Doesn't bother me any.
What's up, Chris?
I know we had tech time for a minute, but now Chuck said, "Yay, the star is here."
What you?
Awesome.
Oh yeah, we're talking about tech. Wow, that's kind of if we sound like Silicon Valley tech guys. I don't know if that's high praise anymore or if it's
Yeah, I don't know why I think he's excited listening to Silicon Valley tech guys. It sounds like you're listening to like noobs that don't know how to make a computer, breaking their computer. Because I'm talking about breaking my computer, like an embarrassing noob. So anyway,
yeah.
Jeff is back. The views are gonna go up. Yeah, hell yeah. Like Jeff is the star of the show, man.
Well, even in droves, the subscribers are actually going down. So.
It's because it's probably because I on the show more. I don't know.
I don't know what you want. No, I'm not worried about it. It all looks like part of a normal growth pattern to me. So.
Yeah,
I agree. It does. Every growth pattern has spurts and then like valleys and it valleys off for a little while, and then it grows or it dips or whatever, you know. I mean, we have kind of like taken some of the trolls out of the show,
or some of them have taken themselves out.
No doubt. But at the same time,
which I also would take. I will take credit for that too if they want to give it to me.
Yeah, and I've been going around visiting other panels, and a lot of the so-called trolls are on notice, and they don't want any of this. So.
Yeah, it's just really weird. I've been kind of like I've been listening in on a few panels. I haven't spent a lot of time on a lot of them, but I have not been hearing conversations I wanted to listen to. Or are you black? Okay,
I am black. I'm culturally black for sure because I was raised by black people, but I also have 0.001 something% sub-Saharan African in my 23andMe. Too. So
well, I'm not that racist, so it's not
the chicken shack,
it doesn't offend me.
I think of Hank as white. Does that matter?
Hank's. I do too. Actually, he's more white than I am. I had to rank us in order of whiteness.
Yeah, I vote for Trump. So
they take away that's true. They take away your black card whenever you vote for Trump. I forgot about that. You have to trade in your black card to make the vote.
I got it back. And it took a few extras.
Are you voting for Trump? You've decided?
No, he's a bad manager. He's not. I'm not voting for him.
Are you voting for Biden?
Either of them. It's going to really
probably actually.
VP is the next test for me. Yeah, I'll see who the VPs are, and then we'll narrow it down.
Yeah, that's me too. Yeah. Me too. Right now, Biden is bad and Kamala is bad. So like, I see no advantage to vote for them. If Trump chooses a halfway, doesn't he have to? The bar is not even very high. Just a VP that's somewhat competent in some way, That will give him the edge, Jimmy. That's the only thing. That's the only thing.
Yeah, here's the thing. Trump locked me down in my house for 2 years and made my work much harder. And Biden didn't, and the economy's good. So
no,
Trump
Biden
locked you down for
it.
2 years. He was out of there at the end of 2020.
Yeah, but Biden continued it. He didn't stop it. And Biden took credit for the vaccine that Trump started. I mean, they're both as complicit as anybody. The only difference is that we have 4 years of Biden doing like jack shit and talking like and just like and stumbling around like he doesn't know where he is, and we have 4 years of Trump being an ass to everybody on Twitter. So like I don't know.
But he also has 4 criminal trials to go through.
They dropped.
So we don't know what's going to come out of there either. That's going to.
I checked the news. Check the news. They dropped the Georgia dropped the charges in one of his trials.
Oh, wow. So now he only has to do 3.
Yeah, I'm not saying that means anything great.
Oh, dismisses some charges against Trump, but
it's just some charges. Okay, I read a headline.
Case.
I read a headline 2 seconds ago. I didn't know that it was there was more to it. I was talking on the stream, so I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, I got a. I saw one thing that said like that they dropped some charges on Trump in Georgia. So I mean, but that does show a trend.
And that's what for 1 year, and people.
I mean, my point was he still has 4 trials to go through, which we will get information from to help tilt it.
Unless he wins first. Unless he wins first,
to the VP pick, it's these trials that I'm going to keep my eye on.
Yeah.
Unless he wins before the trials go before the court, and then they have to hold off until he's out of office, is what I was told.
No.
Is that not true?
There's no precedent for that, so we don't know what they have to do.
Okay.
Yeah,
I believe you. I'll believe
no
anybody
precedent for electing a crook to. Like a confirmed crook.
Yeah, there's no precedent for electing a confirmed crook yet. So.
Well, I mean, it's technically legal from my understanding because you can run from jail.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're supposed to sit in office from jail, but I do know that you can run from jail. So
yeah, we don't know. There's no precedent someone governing from jail, so we literally don't know yet.
I mean, we all know that if Trump goes to jail, he's not going to be in like some little like cell or something. He's going to be in like a country club prison. He's gonna be living in the nicest jail that exists. Like they're not going to put him in. He's going to have Secret Service around him. He's going to be like. He's
so old. It doesn't even matter to me where they put him. Like,
it doesn't matter to me either.
Yeah,
if they put him anywhere, I'm so over Trump. I can't believe people are still like.
Me too.
Like the Trump magic hasn't worn off, even.
Well, and that's the thing. That's the thing I got from all the people I talked to out in the world is that it's not the Trump magic is still there. No one is like, "Yay, Trump!" Everyone's like, "Fuck Biden." Trump is the only other option.
They're
That's
just
what I'm
that
voting
disappointed in Biden that they're.
Yeah, they dislike Biden so much that Trump is just like, well, might as well be Biden.
Trump was the most hated man on the entire planet for 4 years. How bad do you have to be more hated than that?
Well, he was the most hated man in media. He was the most hated man in media. We remember that. We don't.
I don't think a lot of people hate Biden personally. I think they hate him in that particular office.
Like, maybe that's so. Maybe that's so. The people I talked to, I mean, granted, 6 people. I talked to 6 people total. So it's like this is not
today at the mechanic panel.
I talked to 3 people today and 3 people the day before. And in every case, like not one of them was like, oh, Biden's okay. He might do okay. They're all fuck Biden.
6 people at a mechanic shop in Texas.
Granted, and a liquor store in Texas. Like it's not like these are not. This is not. But these are regular people, and out of 6 of them, 4 of them were black. And they weren't like light skinned black or like they weren't like white black. They were black. Okay, these were your typical Southern black people. No, these were. I don't no offense, Hank, but these were blacker than you. These guys were blacker than you. These were guys that
has color privilege.
these were guys that talked and sounded like Southern black people sound like. And the white guy, the only white guy was Irish, and he literally just had moved here from Ireland. And the girl was 20 something, and she had voted for Biden in the previous election. She'd been Democrat her whole life, and she was voting for Trump. It's a small sample section. It's a small sample section, but that's the most I've been out in public. And I'm just saying, like, for me to run into only those. I didn't run into a single person that was like, "Oh no, Trump is the worst," or anything like that. Out of the people I talked to, I think that's weird. I just think that's weird. That of all the people I've spoken to in person that have had any of these conversations, the only people I've had those conversations with were all like that. I just think that's weird.
If I did here in Washington State, I would have 6 people all talking about Biden, and I would not think that's weird at all, because I'd be surprised to even find a Trump supporter up here. So considering where you are, it's not weird to me that at a liquor store in Texas, the first 6 people you talk to are Trump supporters. That's not.
Yeah,
but they were all former Democrats. None of them were Trump supporters before this. That's the thing. They all voted for Biden. They were
former Democrats.
They all voted for Biden in the last election.
A microphone and a we
yes,
really need
I
to
will.
I am going the street stuff.
Next time I go out, I swear to God, I am going to take
a deeper conversation with them that we have on these panels some days.
I really wish I'd recorded it, but I felt it was a regular conversation. I felt weird like pulling out my camera and be like, "Do you mind if I record this?" I felt weird about doing that, so I didn't do that in the city because it was a real conversation with real people. It wasn't a performative thing, so I didn't want to do that. But like in the future, I'm going to go out and do man on the street stuff. I'm going to go out and talk to people because I am really super interested. The thing is that once you do man on the street stuff, once you have a camera, people change. They don't talk to you.
Well, it doesn't matter because my goal is to just get them on the stream. Like I just want to get them ordinary people on the stream, etc.
That's what I want to. That's what I want to. I'm honestly a little disappointed that none of them have shown up yet because I was really hoping that they would show up. They would show up and come and talk about it because they all acted really excited about it. Especially the guy from the liquor store that had the long dreadlocks. He was like, "Dude, that sounds like I would fit in great with you guys' group." He was like, "I'm jazzed about this. I can't wait."
That a black guy from the liquor store, Rastafari.
I told him that I was a Christian adjacent Gnostic person. I told him my co-host was an anti-theistic Satanist who was gay and leaned conservative.
So
and
did he know what all that was? Do you think he? Oh man,
he knew. This dude was smart.
Like I would fit in.
This dude was smart as shit, dude. No, this dude was very smart. He was intelligent as fuck. He was like smiling. He was like, "Fuck, he's like, I would fit in great there because he was talking about he lost friends like same way you lost friends with like the George Floyd riots and shit like that and COVID and stuff like that.
They're mostly Canadians, but by the way,
he lost tons of friends with COVID and the George Floyd riots because he talking to people on the phone. He was talking about I was talking to like one of my best friends, a guy I'd known since I was in junior high, and I was talking to him he was like, I just don't know about this COVID vaccine thing, and the guy told him basically cussed him out, told him he was a racist and all this shit like that out of nowhere, and then the guy literally dropped dead like 3 weeks later, and he was talking to his wife on the phone. He said, "I made the biggest mistake of my life." I was like, "You think maybe the vaccine had anything to do with it?" The woman hung up on him and blocked him from everything. She won't speak to him again. But I'm just saying he was this one guy. Now the rest of the guys at Mechanic Shop.
Did you just meet him today? It sounds like you know his whole life.
Yes, Chris does this all the time to people.
Did you really?
I had a 3-hour conversation with this guy. I had a 3-hour conversation.
I didn't know it was 3 hours. Okay.
Yeah, we were standing there by the whiskey sample table in the Total Wine, just chit chatting for like 3 hours until my wife started calling me. And she's like, "Where are you? You said you were going to sell some clothes. Why is it taking so long?" And I was like, "Oh shit, I gotta go."
Well, there's a normal thing with Chris. I feel no need to try to recruit people to the internet because I could just find them. I was on Night Edition show just this morning. freaking. I feel it was a freaking.
Yeah, no, I mean nothing wrong. There's shows out there. But my goal, Hank, is to bring people from the real world that would never consider going on a stream in general. I want those people to come on the stream. That's my big goal.
Ordinary life, like not just the panelverse, but like ordinary people, and then
because I want to talk
with ordinary life and see what
interesting
happens,
people. I want to talk to them.
Intersect the two.
You haven't even met the people already here. But you want to say, oh, we need more people here. This is absurd.
Well, I mean, okay, I haven't met all the people here, but I'd say 60% of the people I have met have been trolls.
Hank, you weren't here when he was describing the people that he talked to today at the liquor store. But I'm like, that sounds like they should be on a panel. Like, those are ordinary people, but it sounds like the people that should be on a panel and the conversations that happen on the panel. So those are the type of people that I want to open up the panelverse to.
Yeah, because my goal, Hank, and like my life goal. This is my life goal, is to merge this panel space with IRL. That's the goal of the business I want to start.
Community. It's
embedded in IRL, so you can check it off the list. But still, I mean, we had to use the camera interface with us anyway. So you check it off the list. You're already done.
No, not on the scale that I want to do it.
Yeah, not the scale I want to do. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I want to start a business. My whole goal is I want to start a business called Open Source Studio. That's going to be a place that's made for people to regular people to be able to go in and stream and also talk and collaborate in real life at the same time. I want to merge those two things in a way that hasn't been done before, because I believe there's a chance to create real community and real change whenever people can not just talk on stream, but they can collaborate in real life and they can see each other. I think that seeing people in real life makes a big difference.
Okay. I mean, stop me there. My church services are live streamed, so pretty much.
Sure, yeah. That's like that.
We could literally.
I thought you left. I thought you left the Unitarian Church. Somebody told me you left the Unitarian.
That?
You did. Remember, you said that you left because they
I left at one time because of it. I go back every week though.
Okay, all right.
You came on the stream.
I misunderstood. I misunderstood. I misunderstood.
Well, I left the one service. I didn't say I quit the church. I left the one service.
Okay, man. I misunderstood.
Every week, you're not a very good listener, which is why you can't find.
Or you're not a good communicator. Don't automatically accuse everybody of not being a good listener. Because it surely was presented that you left the church.
This is Chris.
Because I heard it secondhand, and then I asked you in person to your face, and we did a whole conversation about it.
You heard it secondhand from Chris.
No, and then I heard it from you. No, I heard it from someone on one of the other streams too. So the point is, it's all on stream. Anybody can go watch. So before you come up here and say how bad listeners we are, there's a whole stream that captured it.
Okay, so you can go to the last week's church service and see me there. So if you think
I believe you.
We get it. You're still in the church. We get that part.
I believe you. All I asked was that I thought you had left the church. I didn't say that.
I just answered your question. Why are we still on this?
That's fine. I was just explaining that I wasn't trying to be. I wasn't trying to be derogatory.
This conversation was still in. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, man. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be like that. I'm really not. I respect you, Hank. I ain't like that. Kick is doing that now. It's number 2 after Twitch IRL. It's taking over full free speech. It's not an echo chamber like Rumble. It has all types of people. Okay. I mean, I've looked into Kick. I have not. Kick still seems pretty like gamer focused, but I'll look into it. I know that that's one of the cool things about Streamlabs. Streamlabs has automatic restream to Kick, so that's one of the things that it has on there. Streamlabs, yeah. The other streaming thing. The one I'm playing with. I mean, I have a 14-day trial. I'm just gonna give it a shot and see if I can make a decent stream out of it. I'm gonna try to just do a night stream and just see if I can make it work. I don't know. It's pretty much just OBS, but it's based for more immediate it tries to to combine StreamYard with OBS. And I don't know that it's doing a good job of it, but I'm just saying that that's what it's trying to do. So I'm going to give it a shot for 14 days, and then I'm going to cancel my subscription if I don't figure it out. But.
Yeah, my personal opinion on our IRL streamers is that they're corny. They turn their real life into a show, and it's a really poor, I guess, low production value show that I'm not into. I could just live my own life instead of live vicariously through someone else. So that's just my opinion.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's a fair opinion. And especially when it comes to most IRL streamers, I agree. I'm not really trying to do. I don't really consider it as an IRL streamer. I'm talking about trying to combine IRL with streaming. It's a different thing than just doing it in IRL streamer. IRL streamers are like guys that just
Is
go
that
out.
Like when we sit around a table in person and talk, like the whatever podcast people?
No, I think he means like guys that go out do constant man on the street. Are you talking about man on the street type stuff? Like they go out.
Yeah,
like James Krug, whoever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually talking the opposite. I'm talking about finding ordinary people and getting them to come on a stream.
What kind of people are already on these panels?
Like lots of people, like the people he talked to today at the liquor store. There were 6 people he talked to.
So the people that already come on the streams are not ordinary people? I don't comprehend.
A lot of them are.
I didn't say anything about the people that are already on the stream. I'm saying, in addition to that, there are people not on the streams that I'm trying to get on the streams.
And a lot of the people that are on the streams
are community, and I want to grow it from real life people in addition to internet people.
It's just a lot of the people that are on the streams are very online people. They're very online. They're on the streams all the time. They live in like the streamverse type thing. I want to talk to people that don't do streams every day, that just want to come on every now and then and just have a conversation about like whatever's going on. It's not about like trying to destroy the panelverse as it is. I like the panelverse. I just want to expand it. I want to expand it out to I want it to be something that's more inclusive for regular people, so people can feel comfortable to come on and just to have a chat without feeling like intimidated by all like the trolls and stuff like that. It's really just.
I don't know.
There's trolls like that in real life. I don't know where you live. There's trolls like this in real life.
There are.
I had to use the same skill set to control them.
I don't run into many trolls out in real life. I don't, but I mean, I know they exist. I do know they exist.
I use the same skill set in both too, and that's to leave them alone. Go avoid that. That's all it takes. I don't go on their streams. I don't go on people's streams that have them on. I avoid them in real life. I don't hang out with them.
Let's be more honest with what you guys want. You want more people that you pre-selected, and you want to source them from your neighborhood. That's more honest.
No, it's not even. It's not.
How is that different from what we said? What part is different?
The different part is I'm clarifying a little bit more. You want to source more people for your streams from your neighborhood because you don't like the people that's already up.
No, I don't know where you're getting that. It has anything to do about the people that are currently on the panel. You keep
it's not. It's, I don't want.
You think a lot of them are trolls, and would say, I don't want normal people.
I don't want to replace you, Hank, with another guy from real life. That's not my point. I want to add one of those people from real life to this conversation and hear what they have to say. That's a different thing than trying to replace. I'm not trying to replace people.
Yeah, but why do you want to hear what they have to say instead of talk to me that's already here right now?
I do want to talk to you.
We want new people, new blood, fresh blood.
Yeah.
I want new ideas and new opinions.
Even though I haven't been here for a while, and I'm already annoying you.
No, you're not annoying me
at all.
You are
reading all kinds of
shit. Dude, you're not annoying me at all. I'm happy you're here. I'm literally happy that you're here. I was happy that you showed up because I haven't seen you in a while. And I actually just the other day, I was just wondering, I don't know if it was to Jeff or to somebody on Discord. I was like, I haven't seen Hank in a while. I hope he's all right. I mean, like I genuinely I actually give a shit about you. I do. I actually want to know, like, what you're up to and stuff like that. That's not the case at all. I'm not saying like I don't want to talk to you. I was just saying like I had a really interesting conversation with the people out in real life, and I was like, I would love to have this conversation on a stream and hear from these people that aren't people that I expect to meet. I don't expect to go out into a mechanic shop and run into a conversation where everyone's talking about like how much they hate Biden and stuff like that from like 3 black mechanics that are just like working class people. And I think that was just a really interesting thing to hear. It's not about like thinking that the people that are on the panelverse all suck and they're all shitty people or something like that. It's about thinking that there's more to the world than just what we have on the panels. That's all. I just think there's more out there than we have currently than we have access to, because our little group, the panelverse itself, is a little insular. Like we're a little insular. We all tend to be on the same panels. We jump around the same panels a lot and stuff like that. And like I'm just looking for different just new voices. That's all. I mean, like, and they could come if new voices come from the internet too. That's fine too. I'm not opposed to that either. Today, whenever I knew I was going to be hosting the stream, I reached out to a whole bunch of people that I hadn't talked to in a while, and I was just like, if you have time, please come by. And like, I think they're all busy. I reached out to like Anton and John and stuff like that. I was just like, hey, if you have time, come by the panel today. Like I'd love to hear from you. I want to hear from people I haven't heard from in a while. It has nothing to do with excluding people. I want to hear from more people.
Denizen, what people are still panel people? Are you talking about the real life people?
Sure. I mean, you can call them that, I guess. I mean, that's fine.
Well, then in that case, panel people is becoming a larger term for some kind of subculture besides just panels. If there's counterparts to them in real life, and they all share something in common, then it's larger than just panel.
And Denizen and Ragnar, since you guys are the only two active in the chat, please come on the show, even if you don't have to have your cameras on. Just come on and chat for a minute. I'd like to hear from you. Like to hear what give a more explain more what you're talking about.
Is difficult Denizen?
Yeah, it's Denizen. Yeah, same Denizen.
I didn't make the connection. I don't know why.
As far as I know, it's the same. It's the only two people I know that use Denizen. There he is.
Oh, really? Is this how? Oh, okay. This is helpful, Ragnar. So you type open panel, and then so it's either because I started adding hashtags to our videos. So
it just depends.
Hashtags or so, like I have open panel in the description too. So something
also
is
you
feeding
use
it
the live
the
tab too, and that's what I found.
Open
Nightish this morning. Nightish was on. I found him just using the live tab.
Who was?
Okay, cool.
Nightish.
Nightish?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay.
That's how I developed my entire audience. Was just going to clicking live and going to open panels and debating.
I think it depends on what time you do it. I think most of the time I've searched open panel, it's been way too late at night.
No. You just
UFO chaotics.
No, there's plenty of people on at all times of the day.
Well, whenever I've searched open panels like late at night, I found like 2, and it's usually like the Illuminati type like meth streamers. So
then pay them a visit at least. I mean, I literally went on a Illuminati show yesterday to teach him a lesson because he was on the trying to call out everyone, and once someone picked up the phone, he got scared. So.
And a lot of viewers are looking for somebody to, take someone, maybe not Illuminati in particular, but someone who is controversial and, maybe somewhat rigid in their views. They like to see someone kind of pick apart the weak points in their arguments and their logic.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. I think that's good.
Yeah, me too. I like it when people pick apart the logic of my arguments. I like people like to challenge the things I have to say, because if I can't come up with a good rebuttal to that means that my argument, my belief is weak, and it either needs to be strengthened or I need to change my belief. If my belief can't stand up to basic scrutiny, then it's not worth having. I really believe that.
Have you ever been suspended?
Not that I'm aware of, but
I'm surprised. I'm
I may
honestly
have
shocked.
been. I'm not. I'm sure if I went on an iFi's panel, I'm sure I'd get suspended right away. But I don't know of anybody else that would like suspend me right away.
All along, but it helps. Oh, so doing I tried that a few times, and this is the neurodivergent ADHD panel. It never stays. No matter how much I try to pick a topic in advance, it never ends up being that topic. So it's really hard to figure out what the topics are going to turn out to be the day of. But yeah, I'll try to do something creative with the titles each episode to make them different.
Yeah, that is, and see, that's another thing that Streamlabs has. It's really interesting. They have a custom thumbnail creator for your YouTube stream, so you can create really easily create new thumbnails for each one. You can create you can put I just made one really quickly. That's that one that was showing before the stream started. I made it in like 2 seconds the other night. But it has like a really robust little graphic editor for making thumbnails specifically for YouTube, and I think that's really interesting. I'm really I really like a lot of the things about Streamlabs. I just don't, but as I think somebody said up there that it wasn't. It's like an overlay for OBS. Like you might be right about that. It may not be made for panels, but it does have a panel option. It does have an option to add people to panels, but you have to add them. You have to make a box for. It doesn't unlike Streamlabs. It doesn't automatically add them to a corner of the screen or something like that. You have to create their space and everything like that. So it's kind of technically. It's very technically confusing. Like you have to really know what you're doing.
Yeah. So when I hear you guys' complaints, it feels like we went to a Chinese buffet and you're complaining about not having halibut or snails or something.
Wait, are you still on the Panelverse thing? going.
Yes, because I don't want to talk about Chris's app.
I
don't want to talk about Chris's app that I haven't even used.
I'm gonna go get a refill. I'll be back.
Yeah, because I don't want to talk about Chris's app, which I don't know the name of. I haven't used, and I don't care. There's no reason for me to care about using it. I'm okay with StreamYard for now.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not.
You would most likely need to use StreamYard anyway. A lot of people do. Like if you're using Streamlabs, what I see people do, and I've done it before, is you just leave StreamYard offline, and then everybody can connect to your StreamYard, and then you capture the StreamYard window in your Streamlabs and then broadcast that. The only problem with that is that your panel members cannot interact with the chat in a live way unless you come up with some alternative solution to that.
Okay. Well, that's really good to know. I'm really glad. I only have a trial for it. I'm not paying for it yet, so I'm probably going to cancel it. But I was really intrigued by a lot of they have a lot of good they have an automatic clip maker. They will take your stream that you did and use the AI thing to find good clips from it and make shorts stuff out of it. I think that's that in itself is a feature that costs a lot of money from a lot of other websites. I tried using one named Munch, and Munch gives you so many credits or whatever for that, but to buy more credits, it's literally $100 to buy the same amount of credits you get for free for signing up. And it's just it's ridiculous. Every single one of these things that does the clip generator thing, they have such ridiculous limits on what you can do with it. So in order for you to use it on for a panel like ours, which goes 2 or 3 hours every day, we would pay thousands of dollars a month to use it.
Do what?
To actually. Oh, seriously, yeah. I mean, just because it'll go through your stream and it'll transcribe it and it uses AI to kind of identify specific clips that make good clips out of it, and it does a really good job. It actually finds good clips, but then in order to keep using it, you have to pay out the ass to use it. It's ridiculous. It's just not. It's just
something you could do by hand
you can by going through each one of your streams very carefully and finding the right clips and clipping them out. But that takes a long time whenever your streams are 3 or 4 hours long.
Yeah, I've done that a couple of times. What I do is I put it as my fastest speed settings, to cut down the time. But YouTube only does it 2 times. I probably, if I did it outside of YouTube, I'll probably put up to 4x, and just put out capture the timestamps and then clip it later.
I try to do that, but my ADHD is not good with that. So
StreamYard supposedly rolled out a feature where you could mark spots to clip, but I can't find how to use it. Zoom has that.
I saw it earlier, but it's still, it doesn't search them for you. It was just, it's just a convenience thing. It's just because like I'm really bad at like sitting and watching the streams and finding the clips. I have a really hard time like keep focusing on it. So like it was really like I used this Munch that I still have the title the thing open. I used it on the Buck Angel thing, and it came up with 12 different like clips, like clips from the stream, and like they're all like about a minute long, and they're all really good for like uploading, and it's really great. I mean, it really works well. But if I want to like keep using this program, if I want to like upgrade and pay for it, it's like, I think the first plan starts at $60, and that includes what was it? They use credits and not minutes, but basically that gives us about like about 10 hours of upload. So I have to upload like 10 hours of our streams would be uploaded, and that's all you get for like a month. So I guess if you know the hour if you know the hour specifically that you want to clip from, that's good. But if you want to try to clip from the whole stream, if you want to try to find clips from the whole stream, then like you're talking about paying way too much money. And the thing is, they market these things towards Twitch streamers that do 12-hour streams and stuff like that. So I don't even know who they're trying to market it to, because I guess some Twitch streamers make money, but shit, that's like a lot of money to spend.
They're not marketing. What they do is they just play the video game and they'll edit the thing down later. So they just generate the content and they'll edit it down to a YouTube video later. Like Carl Sagan 42, who else does that? Juz Cook, who else? DGR does that. So there's a bunch. That's how they do it. So there's play the game and they'll edit it later.
And Ragnar, you're absolutely right. Clipping a segment can be done in your straight away. That you're absolutely right. I'm just terrible at it. That's what it comes down to. It's not that it's impossible to do. It's that I'm bad at it. So
yeah, and the problem with the panels is not being interactive with the chat. Well, they can just use a public chat, but it does make sense to have a private chat that works too, though.
I use Restream and Discord for that.
Yeah, so
Restream looked interesting, but Restream has a lot more limitations than StreamYard, and it's more expensive. So
I use the Restream chat is free.
Oh, Restream chat is free. Okay, I didn't know that.
So
I was looking because I've been researching, trying to find a good Streamlab alternative, because I like Streamlab, but it has a lot of it has a lot of limitations until you get to start paying really expensive plans for it. So I was trying to find a good alternative that had a good feature set, but wasn't insane in terms of the limitations, and right now I guess the market is just in a place where everyone is perfectly fine with limiting your amount of the things, amount you can record, the amount you can do, all that stuff. They're really fine with just doing that until somebody comes out and does and has a real paradigm shifting kind of thing where they come out with an unlimited time. It's kind of like when cell phone. Remember how the cell phone service?
What about Zoom or OBS? Which one? OBS.
OBS is great. It's just really difficult to use.
There's a learning curve.
For panels, it's very difficult to use.
Okay.
Once you got it all set up, it's easier to use, but there's a learning curve. So getting there is much more difficult.
Do you know how to set it up? If you'd like to work, if you would be willing to work with me on it, I'd love to learn. I've been trying to teach myself how to do it. I have been really, my brain fog makes learning certain things for me sometimes. I start getting really focused in them, and then I get lost, and I forget where I am. Dude, I got so lost in Streamlabs yesterday.
How do you get around that? What do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah, really.
Do you have a strategy around it, or do you just not learn the thing?
I mean, I just keep trying. I keep hitting my head against the wall until I break through it usually. But that can take months sometimes, you know. So
yeah, that's same for me. So
I'm also impatient. So I'm also trying to get up to speed faster so I can try to like, you know, do better things with the streams. I'm trying to improve the streams. Like I really want to make. I want to make our stream and just the streams that we work on in general. Just like I'm also trying to find a way to do like the game show streams. And the game show
Ooh.
Okay, there's.
Oh,
Oh, you're in.
Wait, are you in an actual? No way.
He's in an actual Catholic church. Like that.
yeah,
I mean, that's an Orthodox.
That's what I'm
church,
talking about.
right?
Merging the stream in real life. I love these like on the ground tours we get all over the world. You playing the organ?
Well, he's not playing the
Micah,
organ.
you denounce Satan and all his works.
no.
This is gorgeous. Satan would love this music. Go see if the organ lady would be on the stream. See if she wants to share her talent. Oh fuck, left. See, that excited me so much. I'm Chris. I'm with you. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I got you. I get kind of voyeurish, so you want someone to go out and do stuff.
This is only the beginning, I think, of.
I mean, I really do believe.
Mixing
I
the
believe.
two
I believe
genres.
that panels. I believe that panels and open panels and these kind of streams. I believe this is the future of. I believe that entertainment is going to shift more towards this than more towards like a lot of other things in the future. I think YouTube is way. There's been a lot of people talking about like YouTube's on the decline. It's not really, but that's because that's certain kinds of YouTube channels have been on the decline. But YouTube channels that are more like open to people and are less closed, and also like do things like I think like some of the game show ideas and stuff like that are more open to people, like, you know, joining and stuff like that. My prediction, and I could be wrong. I am 100% open to being completely wrong about this, but my prediction is that that's the future of entertainment right now. I think that's where entertainment's headed. I could be wrong, and like, and I might.
What?
You know,
My question is, why should anyone care what the future is? Why not? Why should I care what the future is? What difference does it make?
because whenever something is the future and you set up for it and you're ready for it, whenever that starts catching on, you're at the top. You're the one that's ahead of the game. I want to be ahead of the game. I actually want to accomplish. I'm getting older. I wanted to accomplish something with my life, and just waiting for things to come around. That's like I'm either going to get prepared for it to happen on its own, or I'm going to try to make it happen. Like I've said before, my plan for the world right now is not to be like, you know, super political or this or that. My plan is to use technology in the best way I can and to get good, as the gamers say. I want to get good at this shit and do it better than other people do it. That's my plan.
Oh,
and
so
I'm
you
not
want to be top of the dominance hierarchy.
Well, it's not about dominating. It's about trying to do something that I love doing. I love doing this stuff, so I love doing it, and I want to be able to. And I think that like my children are going to be raised in that world, and I think that that's the world that if that's the world that they're going to be raised in, I want them to be prepared for that. You know.
Okay, now I don't understand what you want. You said you're talking about being when we get there early and be at the top, and now you come switch back and say, no, I just love doing it. It's your conflict. I'm not understanding you, Chris.
Okay, I'm sorry.
To me one more time.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's anything else we can do about that. I think that's just one of your little quirks that you have sometimes.
No, he's contradicting himself. Maybe I need more context.
No, he's not. I get it. He gets it. Most of the audience get. It's nothing to get like bogged down over.
I just want more context, because he talked about getting there early and being at the top. Then he switched back to, no, I'm just doing better level.
Okay, well, getting there early and getting I can explain this then. Getting there early and getting to the top is being prepared for the future. Just like let's say like, you know, this is like the days of the horse-driven carriage, right? And you're trying, and you see the future of motor vehicles coming, and so you start investing in and start trying to help develop motor vehicle technology. That puts you at the top of that, because that's that's the world that's coming. It's just like it, or being the person that was really into radio but sees television coming. You want to get in on that and early on, just the same way people get in early on tech stuff. Like people get in early on, people that invested early in, I don't know, let's say Facebook or Twitter or something like that. That isn't really that valuable now, but at the time it was a big deal if you were on the cutting edge of that. I feel like that now there is an investment thing. There isn't like a stock to invest in, but I think that by creating these shows and creating these outlets for these people, I think that we're giving a platform to the future to future streamers and the way that the thing is heading. I think that I really do believe that streamers like the huge streamers like your Mr. Beasts, your Destinies, your Vaush, or whatever, just depending on the category of YouTube there. I think that those kind of streamers are going to fade away kind of slow. There'll always be a few big of them. I think there'll always be a few big ones, but I think that's going to be less. That's not the real Joe Rogan now.
Is that
there have to be a shift in culture for that, though?
So,
I
Chris,
think because humans are kind of the opposite right now. They're really big into huge hierarchies where almost everybody
but
listens to the same thing, buys the same music, watches the same TV program.
All of those streamers have been losing subscribers and have been losing like clout and stuff over the years. And I think we're going to see a large cadre of mid-sized streamers. Not necessarily like we'll have small and up-and-comers. We'll have people that will get bigger than others. But for the most part, the market's going to be mid-sized streamers that have dedicated audiences, and that's what the market is mostly going to be made of. That's my theory. That's not based on math or anything. It's just my theory. So,
okay, Chris, is that the end of your thought, or do you want to continue some more?
You asked me to give you more context.
Yes, I asked more context, and
very prickly this morning.
No, let me summarize then. That's focused on dominance hierarchies. You want to come in and be top of the dominance hierarchy.
So fine. I want to be the top of the dominance hierarchy. Does that make you happy?
Rogan says this is the shit.
No, yes, it does, because you're being clear and honest instead of giving me a whole bunch of mud. So yes.
Okay. Well,
that's not what he was doing, and he communicated.
It's not the way I was thinking. It's not the way I think of it. But if you see it that way, then
people. So to have you mischaracterize it like that, I'm gonna challenge that if you're gonna do it in public.
Have you ever had a blueberry scone?
Challenge me. We are in public.
Have you ever had a blueberry scone, Hank?
Say again, Denizen.
Have you ever had a blueberry scone? Absolutely.
I really like those things.
They're pretty delicious, but they're a little dry. I prefer a muffin.
Not the scones I had. They were not dry. I mean, I can get some. There's some really good ones from, I think.
Who has the ones?
And I can get some ones almost as good from Giant Eagle. So I'm okay.
See, that's what I need is like a freshly baked scone that's not dry. I've never had one before.
I haven't had one before either. If not one that's freshly baked, but
we have plenty of Hank.
The scones are good enough for me. The ones I can get are good enough.
Where'd you get a not dry scone from?
Giant Eagle. That's a local grocery store chain.
I've never heard of Giant Eagle. Was that you said it's a local grocery store?
Yeah, it's mostly chain. It's a chain of grocery stores that's in Pittsburgh, in Ohio.
Yeah, well, yeah, I won't see one until I go to Pittsburgh. But that sounds cool. We have really nice.
What's going on in Pittsburgh?
I have really good. I got a really good scone that was a raspberry scone from a place called Central Market here that was also very soft. So I know what you're talking about.
More Hank, less Chris. Hank.
Okay, fine. Hey, I'll shut up. I'll let Hank talk.
You're eclipsing my co-host.
That's okay. I don't mind being eclipsed. I a lot of times I sit here and I don't say a lot. I'll sit here and be silent for long periods of time. I'm not it's not a big deal to me.
Are you a musician, Hank?
Not really. I need to practice more because that was going to balance me out. But I'm not real. I wouldn't call myself a musician. I'm not good enough to be one.
You play the Casio?
A little bit.
Oh.
Jeff, whoever the Joe Rogan one was on your stream, like click on his find him and click on his name and find out what his real channel is. Find out who that really is.
It's an empty channel. I did. It's an empty channel.
Oh, okay. It's an empty channel. Okay. I was just curious. I was curious who was cosplaying it as Joe Rogan.
That's pretty good for like a troll name. I like that, Joe Rogan.
Well, hey, you know, we did it. We had Buck Angel on who was a guest on Joe Rogan not even like 2 years ago. So we're only 1 degree separation.
I don't even
from
watch
Joe Rogan.
Joe. Like I don't
either.
I haven't either.
Like have much to say to him if I was sitting next to him on the bus, or if I would even. I'm sure I'd recognize him.
I would love to talk to him. He's a really interesting guy. I used to watch.
I know
him
from Fear Factor.
I know him from his podcast, but I haven't been listening to them for a while. So
I actually
I haven't listened since he went to Spotify, but I used to watch it on YouTube whenever it was on YouTube.
Yeah, I haven't listened since he went to Spotify as well.
I was going to ask if
Joe
Rogan was just Frank, and then ta-da, just Frank popped in.
What the hell? I keep trying to add Neurojack, and it keeps like not adding him. There it goes.
Oh, more Look, I just love like getting glimpses of other people's lives.
This is San Francisco Jack. Well, I'm disappointed. I keep hearing that San Francisco is just covered in shit all over the streets, and I don't see any. So, like, I've been lied to by the media once again.
Just give me. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll drop some, and then I'll show you. Okay.
Okay, works for me.
Nice. Well, the merging of the two took a turn.
Yeah, and you need Brooklyn.
Is that by the wharf?
No, this is like the middle of the
where
city.
Is it?
I don't know how to describe it. It's like the middle of the city, more or less. Middle of the front side of the city. I guess it's kind of a weird place. But you guys need broken windows too. Let me break into this window, then you'll have the evidence you need.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you have a good heavy shoe or something, or maybe you have to look for a brick?
Is that piss? I saw look, big old pea stream. Puddle of piss.
Water,
look at that. That's disgusting. Look at what they're doing to our cities.
Yeah, I'm waiting for George Soros or Warren Buffett to drop off the bricks, and then I'm ready. Okay. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Frank, come on and do your story. You owe us a Santa story. He's streaming, and apparently I'm freaking his viewers out. So there you go.
Story will bring it back.
What did I do to freak your viewers out? By the way, I'm curious. Did I say something
it's
like
your
really
brown
like
onesie?
My brown onesie. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
It's not
Chris,
a onesie. I'm wearing jeans. By the way, I can prove it. I'm wearing
Chris,
jeans.
Do Jack solo so we could see it full screen.
There. Do Jack solo?
Yeah, do him on solo layout, and then we can see it larger.
I have not learned how to do that yet. Let me give me a second.
Little
to figure
3
that
dots
out.
next to his name on his little.
I got it. Got it right now.
Yeah,
there you go. Nice job, Chris.
This is the
contrast.
This is the third time I've ever actually done a hosting. So.
It's the second time that I know of.
I did one late night stream whenever I was complaining about True Detective season 4, but it was mostly just me.
So that now we're up to 3 because I know I was here the last time you hosted when Jeff was busy.
Yeah, you were here then too. Yeah.
So
it doesn't look as bad as people describe it, but it's just one small little block so far. But it's sunny. It's green, grassy.
It matters where you go.
They don't have good internet there. Isn't that one of the tech hubs?
That's true.
Is that a lady on
one
a stroller? What could be more classic than that?
And there's no baby in it.
She probably don't.
She's just walking a stroller.
Now she's froze. It's like art. Man, your bus stop look the same as ours. Ours are red and metal and plastic too. Oh yeah, I remember the hills now. I miss the hills. Yeah, this park looks kind of familiar. I think this is close to where the Asians live, but that's like all over San Francisco anyway, so that's not helpful either. I like that shadow.
The two towers.
Do they mow ever? Where's the pyramid? See, if I wasn't reading social media all day and looking at pictures of San Francisco and I just like showed up and visited, I wouldn't notice anything was going on. At least not from this park.
Well, it would depend on where you go. I mean, it's very hit or miss. If I go in any direction, I'll definitely see some sketchy stuff. But
oh, hey, John. Oh shoot, I'm gonna have to go soon.
Okay, and now I'm starting to understand your issue. If you just being the social media filter instead of going out, then I can see why you want to get a sampling of the universe, not through the lens of social media. So I could now the issue makes more sense because I actually do not read social media other than actual news. So it makes sense. Your issue actually makes sense to me now.
Wow.
It's like the same 20% of people, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah,
I get a better sampling because I actually go out for work and I don't use the social media filter and
yeah, and I don't see I barely leave the house. So like me leaving the house these last few days has been really rare for me, and it was really unusual to me that I happened to stumble into those conversations. That's why it was really interesting to me. So
yeah. So you kind of voyeuristic because you kind of cooped up at home while I go out.
It's all conversation.
Yeah.
Like, so if there's an interesting conversation, you're gonna want to share it, whether it's happening on the internet or whether it's happening in real life. You're gonna say, "Oh, this is too good not to include other people in."
Full screen me for a second. I want to show you guys.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. It unfull screen you when I added John. Sorry, 1 second. My computer goes very slow whenever I click the button.
That looks like out in the. Oh, is that near Coet Tower? Coet Park, whatever.
Not too far away.
Yeah, I think I know where you are. I knew someone that lived in one of those townhomes when I first visited San Francisco. This is one of the first places we went.
That's pretty nice, actually.
Yeah, it really is. And this is real life, so this is not a social media video or a clip or it. Like, this is us seeing what he's seeing.
Are you from San Francisco, Jack?
No, I lived there in the late 90s for like a couple of months. But it really doesn't look that. If anything, it looks cleaner than I remember it. It does not look that different than when I was there, like, what, 30, 40? I don't want to calculate. Years ago. So all the stuff I'm hearing about San Francisco is painting one picture, but then when I see the live footage, it's like, no.
Is Jack from there too, or is he visiting?
He's somewhere around there. Like, I think he's in that area.
Yeah, he lives somewhere in California in that area. I don't know where he lives, but.
Do you think?
Hey, Uncle Patty.
The media unfairly portrays your city, Jack?
It's not my city, but I worked here for a long time. I don't really come here that often anymore, but I think it's worse in a lot of ways than what they portray, but I think it's also better in a lot of ways, so it's kind of 50-50, you know what I mean? I think you could argue both ways, honestly.
Yeah, personally, I'd rather touch grass than to drag everyone else onto the internet. That's just my preference.
I would too, but like it's becoming more and more inhospitable out there if you live in a metropolitan area.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to go back
Yeah.
to earlier. Okay.
The biggest problem here is just really just the general. It's really the what do you call it? Disassociation. I think that's really the biggest problem here. It's like if everybody wasn't on their phones, it would be a great place, honestly. Because even with all the bullshit, people would be like more invested in their surroundings, and they would like fight to get shit handled. But because everybody's on their phone and like busy as fuck trying to pay their bills, well, they're just like keeping their head down. And I think that that's the problem with the red states too, is like people think that being in a red state is better. It's like, well, go ask people who live in Dallas or Houston or even up in Montana and stuff. Like everything's creeping in, so you're not going to be able to fight it forever. You know what I mean?
No, I just interrupt them, talk to them anyways.
I was
I do
discouraged.
have to go, y'all. But Chris and I will be back on my channel tomorrow at the usual time. So I'll see everyone then. Have a great stream. I might check back later. Fine. Yeah.
I was discouraged by the kind of shift toward metropolitan living and the growth of the cities in the United States, but I went and looked, and while it is worse, there's still plenty of places where, for not too much money, even with as horrible as the wages are in this country, you can start yourself a little mediocre career for a couple of decades and be able to get a place out in the middle of nowhere still where people won't bother you, and you can be in touch with the land that you live on and not be surrounded by so much concrete and noise.
Yeah. But I could deal with the concrete and noise, but I would rather just have like a small core group of people similar to me, so I can make it easier to manage everything.
Is my internet breaking up, or is that the other person?
That's the other person.
Yeah, Neurojack dropped off. Yeah, I know. I totally, I understand what you're talking about. My parents live in the country, and like, I mean, I respect that too. But I kind of like the city. I don't know. I kind of like the concrete and noise. I don't know. I even though I didn't grow up in it, I grew up in small cities, small towns across the. My dad was a pastor or a minister in many different places, and they were all like tiny little towns. And so you'd think that's what I'd prefer, but like maybe it's just because like I grew up in that, so like therefore I have like the natural inclination to rebel against it or something. I don't know, but I just like I like living in the city myself. I'm about to have to move back to the country, and I'm not looking forward to it at all. So
yeah, and I don't really have much of a preference right now. But I'd rather try to have more people like me, so I can, because doing everything yourself is just too much overhead.
yeah. Well, yeah. What's up with you, Uncle Fatty? Are you everybody says it's homeless sector on YouTube. It's called Flow State's Place. Okay. Well, what happened to Denizen? Denizen dropped off too. Okay. What do I do? How did I get this? How did I get this set up? I didn't mean to get this. Okay, there we go. How's it going, John?
Eating lunch. I'm sorry. I need a moment.
Okay. Buddy, Uncle Vi says he had a buddy of mine had a food truck called Get Sconed. Sounds like a good food truck. I have been considering starting a food truck for much time now. I don't know if I can. I don't know if my vertigo I'll be able to handle doing it, but like I just want to do a food truck that's just got. I just want to do donut grilled cheese, and like maybe make some other things like when I feel like it, like making pie and stuff like that. But like donut grilled cheese is like one of those things that like especially if you park out the right place after like when the bars get out and stuff like that. Man, people will flock to that shit, and it's so good. I mean, it's just ridiculous. You take any old day old donut, you cut it in half and you put the you take the you put the cheese and like the bacon or whatever on like the sweet side, and like you grill the other sides of it, and man, those things come out so fucking good. They're beyond delicious. But a lot of places, there's people that used to do it around here, but like a lot of them have like shut down during COVID, so there's not a lot of like market for it. I mean, there's not a lot of people do like fulfilling that market right now. I'm still considering doing it, but like but food trucks themselves are kind of expensive, so they're not as expensive as starting your own restaurant, but yeah. I think you'd find one for about 50 grand. About 50 grand, you get a good food truck going. Seems like a nice little thing to do.
Can you like rent a truck and rent a food truck thing and test it out or something? Like for a month?
I don't know. That's a good idea. I've never looked into renting a food truck before. I've never looked at, I've only shopped for them on like Facebook Marketplace has them all the time. People are always selling food trucks in there, and I've shopped them for on there. And I've shopped in a couple other places, but I've never actually looked into like renting one. I had to check that out. See if there's like a rental option.
Because I know you can rent box trucks and straight trucks. So
it's a good idea. That's a very good idea.
Too, so I might not a food truck.
That's a good idea Hank. I really think that's a definitely something I'm going to look into now. As you mentioned that, I don't know why I never thought about renting one before. It just didn't seem like, I guess in my head it just wasn't something you could rent. But like it worked. That would be a good idea.
We can rent box trucks and straight trucks and pickup trucks. Why wouldn't you be able to rent food trucks? Technically, you can rent tractors too, but you still need to actually use it. You have to be certified as a Class A. So.
Yeah. We even have a place here in Dallas called the Truck Yard. That's down in like my favorite area. Like currently, like yesterday I was down there, and like we went down there like 2 days before that too. Like what used to be like the most hopping like kind of area in here was called Deep Ellum, but recently like we've had a real resurgence at this area called Lower Greenville. And Lower Greenville is so freaking nice, man. Like there's just like all these like amazing shops and all these like cool bars, and like there's people everywhere. There's tons of foot traffic, and they have this little place called the Truck Yard that's kind of like just tucked back behind like on like just kind of off the main street there. And at night, like they just have like food. They just have like 8 to 10 food trucks that just pull up there and just sell stuff. So you can they have like a big like they have like lights strung over the top with a umbrella type thing, so you can sit underneath something, and they have air conditioning. They have like air conditioning units out there to keep it cool, and it's so fucking nice. It's just like you can just go out there and you can just choose whatever kind of food you want from the food truck, and just hang out there and eat. And they have a stage for bands and stuff too. It's really cool. And so I thought about get like a food truck and going out there and seeing how it did, because like there used to be a place right across from like our favorite venue, like our favorite concert place to go to. It was called Trees, and it was called Glazed Donuts. And they every night after the bars got out, they sold donut grilled cheese, and the line was around the block every night. And like they charged like $10 $10 for them. People paid it like happily because they're just that fucking good. And we used to have a place. There was a place called Tom and Chi too that also did the same thing, but they didn't really focus on it much. Their biggest focus was on tomato soup, and their donut grilled cheese weren't as good. But yeah, like it's a real easy like thing to do, because all you need is like you need donuts, you need cheese, you need bacon, and so you need a small griddle and you need like a panini maker, and that's all you need. That's all you really need to make them, and like they come out so fucking great. I've done them in an air fryer before, and they came out amazing too. So you can even do it in an air fryer. You don't need like a bunch of fancy equipment in them. It's a great little like a thing to do that people just I just don't think people like even realize is like a thing. I think most people haven't heard of donut grilled cheese, but it's fucking awesome.
So I think I'm gonna go touch grass. I'm thinking of run Mingo Park today. So talk to you later.
That sounds great, man. You have a great day. Thanks for coming by, Hank. I really appreciate it.
Yep.
Peace.
What's up, my man, my Neurojack?
Hey, what's up? Well, me and Hank were going to try to take over the stream, but my service has been pretty bad.
You're going to try to take over the stream? Okay.
No, Hank wanted to flesh out some stuff.
Hank sent me a message. I was like, sure, come on, talk about it. Like, and he never brought it up. So, I mean, I forgot what it was now. He sent me a message on my server about like you want to talk about.
Well, if he can go
something.
Well,
you're muted. Voice is not coming through, amigo.
Yeah, when I was hoping he would I didn't know exactly what angle of what we were talking about he wanted to bring up. So next time we're on the panel, we can talk about it, Hank. I mean, yeah, Hank.
I'm gonna try to start doing more nights, like I did like that one night and stuff like that, and just like, you know, I didn't try just, you know, it'll pretty much the same thing as last time. I just want to, like, you know, start it out talking about some pop culture stuff, and then just like we can move into whatever. But yeah, just as something different from Outliers, when we're just like, you know, it's just like open topics. I'm gonna try to start something a little more focused at the first, and then like and expand it later on. But I just, like, lately, yeah, I've been so busy this last week. I have just been like swamped. Like I've barely even been around for the streams. I've been trying to get rid of all these excess clothes and stuff I had in Poshmark and stuff. Like, I've been going to these resale shops, and I've been trying to get the car fixed, and the car is working great except for the air conditioning. And I spent 3 hours at a mechanic this morning, and they got it all working. And then by the time I got home, the air had all the Freon leaked out again somehow. So I got to take it back there in the morning again to get the Freon thing fixed again. So like, it's just like, it's just been one of those weeks where like, just like everything has just been, everything. I mean, things have been going better, but they've also been going, everything's been more difficult than it should be. You know what I mean? Like, things that should be easy should have been very difficult to do. So
do you think that, that's a big topic, because I often wonder, is that just getting older, or is that the technology, or is that just the fact that everybody is not really focused anymore? Like, I think it's probably a combination of all that.
It's been my life, my whole life. I never in my life have I ever set out to do something that ended up being as easy as it was supposed to do. Everything I've ever attempted to do has run into like every single little tiny like complication I can run into. I run into it. I mean, if I went to a dealership and bought a brand new car, I would drive out and have, like, you know, engine failure or something like that. You know, I'm not saying that hasn't happened, but I'm just saying, like, it doesn't matter. Like, if I do like the traditional right way of doing things, you know, it'll turn out like that way. If I try to do things like, you know, the more janky, more like, poorer way of doing stuff, it'll be the same thing. It doesn't matter. So like, I try to do stuff on the cheap as much as I can, because it usually ends up the same way.
You need to start worshiping Lady Luck.
Worshiping Lady Luck. You know, I had my with her, but she was not into me, so I don't know.
Yeah, she's a real bitch.
Well, she's not going to help you now.
I tried to worship her, you know. I tried to give her proper, like, you know, her proper praise and due, but, like, you know, she just didn't seem to take too well to my sacrifices. I sacrificed 3 children to her, everything. It didn't matter.
I just packed all her shit in a suitcase and put her out.
Chris, that's a very unfortunate choice of words. You shouldn't be saying you sacrificed 3 children with what's going on, man.
I've never sacrificed a single thing in my whole life, like in terms of blood.
It was a joke.
I thought that was over the top enough for it was be clear that it was hyperbole, but I'm sorry.
Well, people both take it way too serious in some ways, and also not serious enough in other ways. So it's the conspiracy theorists are the new woke now, because they're like simultaneously gaslighting people about real stuff that goes on and using it to go against people that aren't involved in it. So, speaking of which, have you ever heard of the Satanic Temple, Chris?
Sure, yeah.
Can you bring up the Wikipedia article and let's look at the programs that they have started? I want to look at their projects.
Oh, you mean that project they started with like the kids thing? You talk about that thing?
Well, it's not only they started a few different things. I was looking into it yesterday, and I wanted to do a stream not on that topic, but
well, if my computer will let me pull it up, I will totally share the screen. Let's take a look here. Let's see here. Satanic Hellraiser, it says. They have a great deal on mugs right now, so you know.
Maybe
now, I don't know if we're
Crowder's...
talking about these. I don't know which one we're talking about. We got thesatanictemple.com that has the deal on mugs, and then we have another one that's also called Satanic Temple. So I don't know which one we're looking at. Probably the second one. Probably one that's not doing the mug thing. I think this is the official one. Yeah, this is thesatanictemple.org, I guess, or something. No, it's .com too. So there's the satanictemple.com and the satanictemple.com. They're the same thing, but they have completely different like Google listings. It's very strange. All right. Anyway, let's take a look here. Of course, one of the founders' name is Lucian, right?
Oh, you're talking about Lucian Graves. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was California. Maybe he he has put an after-school program in under the colors of the Church of Satan. I guess I don't know. He figures what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You allow religious, organizations in school. Here's why some people might want, not want it, and he did it under
Satan
the
is way better than God too. Like as far as a character goes, he's way cooler.
Well, they had like
it depends on which version of God you're talking about, though.
The one from the Bible where the characters come from.
Yes, but I'm saying, but you're talking about like Old Testament God, yeah, by far. New Testament God was pretty all right. New Testament God was all willing to sacrifice his son to save mankind and all that stuff like that. He didn't like threaten people and shit like that. So Old Testament God, of course, Old Testament God isn't the same God. He's the he's Yahweh.
He murdered his own son, and he made a bunch of zombies come out of the graves in Jerusalem. So
he didn't murder his own son. It was necessary to undo the Antichrist.
That sounds like some fucking. That's like when your husband tells you he beats you so that you learn better.
I mean, Christ chose to do it, though.
I told you how to make the tuna casserole. Smack.
That's a funny.
You made me do this.
I'm pretty sure that's not what happened. Well, I don't know what you're reading.
Yeah, I'm pretty much that's not what happened too. But
you're pretty sure that God didn't murder his own son in the Bible?
I'm sure Christ sacrificed.
Show me which line in the Bible that doesn't make any sense.
Well, for God so loved the world, he gave his only son.
Okay, so you're saying the word "gave" means murder now? Is that what you're saying?
Well, wasn't he murdered? Did that not also happen in Romans?
Did God come down and do that himself?
Doesn't he have control over all of it and know everything that's going to happen?
No, he decidedly chooses not to intervene that because he tries to give because the whole idea is that he does give man free will, and he wants man to come to their enlightenment of their own accord the same way that God himself would have.
But he has the power to stop the murder.
He sure. But by stopping all the murder, by stopping doing all that,
so he's kind of complicit in it. He's like an accessory before, during, and after the fact.
You could say he's complicit in it, or you could also say that he's doing what he set out to do in order to create a race of people, a race of creatures that have the ability to
murder their own children.
Oh my god! I'm not gonna. Dennis and I like you. I'm not gonna get into an angry conversation with you.
How do you feel about Roe v. Wade? I'm trying.
I don't know. It disappeared. It disappeared from the screen for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm trying to add it back to the stage. Hold on.
Dennis, then how do you feel about Roe v. Wade?
I don't really feel any type of way about it. What do you mean?
Well, so you're really concerned about that story in the Bible, but not about that stuff, right?
I'm not really concerned about anything in the Bible.
Okay, but what about all the stuff around Roe v. Wade? How about that?
What about it?
Oh,
Elaborate.
I mean, you know, a lot of people giving their sons and daughters, is it not?
I'd say killing.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking you.
You're asking me if people kill their own children?
I'm asking if you're concerned about that.
I mean, it is concerning. I'm not too concerned about it myself. I don't have kids. I'm not a woman. It doesn't really affect me.
Well, why don't you make fun of those people then for doing that? Why don't you make fun of that then?
It's probably not as easy to get a punchline, but I do make fun of them.
Sure it is. There's people who tell those jokes all the time.
Well, I'm not a comedian. I'm not very good
Why
at making
not?
jokes.
I mean, it's a... Why not? Okay, go play.
You tell him, little one.
It's an easy target, right?
I only caught half of that.
It's an easy target. Why not just make fun of that?
What? Abortion?
Chris,
I mean,
Chris,
it's the same principle.
Go back up just a moment where it said Satanic Temple mission.
I agree.
Okay, now.
Nobody's saying that people are aborting hundreds of thousands of children in order to teach humanity moral lessons, though. That's funny.
Oh, sure they are.
That's a much easier target.
Sorry, Chris.
No, they are. No, they absolutely are saying it's for the benefit of humanity. It's literally sacrificing one life for another. So, yeah, it's exactly the same.
Literally sacrificing one life for another. Who did Jesus save?
Okay, so you're saying that those deaths are justified, but that one wasn't, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I never even used the word justified. Now I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you said that so you're implying you said who did Jesus save, but that implies that these other ones are saving people's lives, right?
No,
I mean,
well,
that's
you
kind
said
of the whole part, right?
I think it's just killing fetuses. I don't think it saves anybody. That was your claim. I was just going with your flow and following you down that path.
Well, I'm just saying, how come you don't make jokes about that since it's the same thing?
But I do make jokes about it.
About the A word?
About abortion? Sure. It's not as easy a target as God killing his own son in order to help you.
Less tasteful to do that one than the Jesus one?
Say again?
Do you think it's less tasteful to do that one than the Jesus one?
Depends on how you look at it. Like I'm
asking about how you look at it.
Well, I look at it in multiple ways, just like I do everything. I don't choose to have one like myopic perspective on any particular subject.
Oh, sure you do. You just said about the whole like Jesus about he just God murdered his own son. I mean, that's a very it's a very one-sided kind of way to look at it, isn't it?
It's not the only way I look at it.
Flippant, needlessly flippant. Quite honestly, rudely so.
So he didn't murder his own son?
The intent there, obviously.
Yeah, I think
it's not about being offended. It's more just like it's noticing that it's in like one category you'll be flippant, and another one you get very careful all of a sudden. So I'm just it's like the same topic, but it's.
I can see that you're noticing a lot of things that I'm not doing and that are not happening.
Okay. Sure.
Neuro, why did you want to bring us over to this church page?
Well, I just wanted to see what programs they were doing other than the after-school thing, because I think that's just one of them. I think they're doing a lot of different stuff.
if they were seriously serious about what they wanted to do, they wouldn't use this kind of imagery or connection.
Oh yeah, well, see, that's the thing is it's kind of goes back to the whole comedy thing. That's why I'm kind of giving Denizen a hard time, because comedy is a weapon and people don't want to admit it. So that's why I'm talking about comedy.
Indeed.
I don't get it.
Indeed.
Well,
Can
you're
you
making
explain it
light
better?
of you're making light of most popular religion on earth, allegedly. So it's like you make light of like that, but then you don't make light of like people
But I
who
do.
sacrifice
So
people.
am I,
Your
Chuck and
premise,
Timothy,
your
so am
premise
I.
is flawed.
Okay, well, go ahead and do it then. Go ahead and make fun of it then. Let's hear the joke.
Let's talk about abortion some more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Make a joke about it. Let's hear the joke about that. About how people sacrifice their children. Let's hear about that.
I don't think they're sacrificing their children.
Oh, why would you not characterize it that way, but you characterize it as murder in the Bible?
Well, I characterize it as murder. Abortion's murder too. You said sacrifice. You seem to be very confused about this topic.
Okay. So what's the distinction for you between those two words?
Because the sacrifice implies that it's costing you something, and I don't think people get abortions out of sacrifice. I think they do it out of selfishness.
Well, it's they're sacrificing one thing for another.
Yeah, but I wouldn't use the word sacrifice.
Why not?
Because they're not giving up anything.
Well, they're giving up a life for their convenience, or
You're not giving up a life; they're ending it.
At the very least.
They're not giving up a life; they're ending one.
Right.
I don't see abortion as sacrificial at all.
Well, in a ritualistic standpoint, I guess you could think of that.
It could be, sure. If you deliberately tried to make it ritualistic. I don't think it is. Do you?
Certainly for some people it is, yeah.
You think abortion is ritualistic? And when you say some people, you mean like a person, like a crazy person, or maybe like 12 crazy people? Or you mean like hundreds of millions of people?
I think it depends on your perspective.
My perspective would be that I've never seen anyone say that they have any kind of ritualism around abortion.
Do you think there was a ritualistic aspect to World War I and World War II?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so why would it be different for that, but not for...
Well, because what did you just ask me? Do I think there's ritualism around World War I and World War II? And I said yes. If you ask me, do I think there's ritualism around abortion, which you did, I said no. So I think that would be the difference.
So you think there's not for abortion? Why do you think that there's not?
Well, I haven't seen any. Have you?
Well, I've seen the justifications for it.
Sure. So have I. Have you seen any rituals?
I've seen the way people talk about it.
Sure, me too. Have you seen any rituals, though?
It depends on your definition of ritual.
Well, I always like to just use the dictionary because I'm not a very articulate person. It's
okay, well, let's bring up the dictionary and see what fits the dictionary. Yeah.
But okay, I've been trying. I didn't realize I was muted for the last several minutes. I was trying to say that, but wouldn't you not agree that a sacrifice, regardless of whether or not it's wrong or not? Okay, let's just. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that all sacrifices and murders are wrong. But a sacrifice is something that is done for a purpose. It has a purpose in doing so. Whereas a murder is literally a purposeless thing. It has no even potentially good outcome. Even a sacrifice itself may not, because it's based in mythological belief or something like that. It may have no real purpose to it, but nonetheless, it supposedly is being done for a reason. Whereas an abortion is done for no reason except for, as you said, selfishness. So how is abortion not worse than Christ's sacrifice?
Well, no. There is a purpose behind it. It's not. I mean, even selfishness is a purpose for some people, right? Like,
but not a grander purpose. Like supposedly the
sure
purpose,
it is.
the purpose for Christ's sacrifice is to save all of humankind from sin. So
I'll tell you an example. Go look up on this website that you're on right now, and go look up their justifications for why they say that it's a good thing, and let's see if it counts as a ritual or a sacrifice.
Well, I'm sure they won't say it's a sacrifice, but like, where would I even look for that? I have no idea where to look.
Well, don't be so sure. Let's look up the justifications that they use, and let's see if it meets the criteria. I would bet.
I know. I'm just asking. Like, I have no idea where to look on here for what their beliefs in abortion are.
Being partially rhetorical.
Maybe fact. Maybe the fact. Maybe we'll see something of the fact there. I don't know.
Because I'm. Innocent wants to, and then he says, "Well, the same thing for this." And it's like, well, by what definition are you? And what you say you don't want to look at in a one way.
What did I say again?
You're saying that you don't want to look at it in one way, one size fits all. But then you're on these two subjects. You're making like these bold claims that, well, there's no other way.
What bold claims did I make?
This way, so.
I never said there was not another way to look at anything in this entire conversation. But so far, I think my bold claims is that God let his son be killed. That's what set you guys off. He murdered him.
First you said
he's at least complicit in his murder because he had the power to stop it and he didn't.
But he did bring him back to life, supposedly. So that is kind of a...
Is my internet breaking up again?
I don't know. I think I'm not sure.
My sound coming through okay?
I can hear you fine, but I feel like my sound keeps muting myself for some reason. So
yeah, and I'm getting like static from you, and Jack is like disappearing into the void and coming back. So I was thinking it was me, and not both of you guys. You know,
I'm having trouble finding anything like that lists their views on abortion. Just their
who's they?
The Satanic Temple.
Oh, interesting.
I'm finding lots of things that like it talks about their news articles where they've been fighting for abortion rights and stuff like that, but I don't see anything that states like their official position on abortion.
Go to their top thing, and then you'll see on the top it'll have like, you know, their different categories, and it should say something like our beliefs or something. And probably somewhere.
Yeah, I went to that, and there was nothing there about abortion. It talks a lot about a bunch of other stuff.
Well, abortion's pretty mainstream now. You know, like we don't really need to. The Satanic Church, I don't think, would be authoritative on that topic in the United States anyway.
They're instrumental in every state getting the rights, you know, etched in stone.
I don't think that contradicts what I said, though.
Yeah, I mean, fair, Jack. I don't think he was pledging allegiance to the Satanic Temple. So,
no, I don't even know what it is. I'm definitely more of a Satanist than I am a Christian, for sure, philosophically.
What makes you more of a Satanist than a Christian?
They're humanists. Human is God in their religion instead of the other way around.
Well, Satanism is literally based on selfishness, but you're calling Christians.
I did not call Christians selfish.
He didn't.
But I would say that like all human beings are selfish, and the Satanists just kind of embrace it.
Oh, okay. So it's bad for some people, but not for your people. Okay, got it. Thank you.
I have no idea what you're even talking about. I don't even remember using bad. I don't know who my people are in this context or the other people. I don't even know what you're saying.
Okay, you said that you said that people are doing these things out of selfishness. You said that God, murdered
all humans. I did not say God did anything selfish. I said human beings are selfish. And I said that abortion,
murdering someone doesn't.
And then I said most people that get an abortion are doing so out of selfishness. Those are the two statements I made about selfishness.
Hold on.
Okay, so if most Satanists are pro-abortion, then most Satanists that are pro-abortion, and most people that believe in Satanists are pro-abortion, then how is that worse than like a single sacrifice to save all of mankind versus wanton killing of children for no reason?
Is that for me to answer?
Yes.
So I was actually going to bring that up about 20 minutes ago.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
So, like, it depends on which way you look at it, was how I started that sentence, and then got cut off.
Okay.
First of all, I won't accept that Jesus was killed to, save anybody. That's horseshit as far as I'm concerned. So we have to throw out the latter half of your argument. But I was going to bring up, like,
can you justify that?
If you think about God, killing his own son, who's already 30-something years old, that's far more horrific than one person killing one unborn fetus. But if you look at all the millions of people who have ever been aborted and compared it to the single killing, then it would be more horrific from the opposite perspective. And so I was going to describe having both of those perspectives at the same time, which I'm certainly capable of. To answer your question as to why.
Why is an adult that voluntarily
I'll answer that
themselves? Okay.
Yeah, I'll answer that. Because killing a person with 33 years of experience and life and a fully developed person with a fully developed cortex does inflict more suffering, more pain, and take more away from the world than killing a fetus.
I don't think there's any biological proof of that at all. Fetuses do actually experience pain, and they experience.
I didn't say they didn't experience pain.
Chris, I don't think you're listening to Denizen properly.
Maybe not.
That even a 1 day old, born 9 months plus a day outside the womb, if by tragic circumstances that child dies in a car crash, compare that to someone who's 20, 30, 40, 50 years old. A 20, 30, 40, 50-year-old person has a fully developed adult mind, right? They might
even have a day-old child of themselves.
Why is that? Why is that a good
father?
They've also had a chance to live 40 or 50 years. They've also had a chance to live 40 or 50 years, and I think that's, in a lot of ways, that is less quick than a child that's just barely.
Getting that chance is literally what increases the suffering, because a day-year-old has no idea what they're missing out on.
So it's all about stopping suffering.
Well, in the terms that we
is about stopping suffering.
Not everything. In the terms that we use in order to describe this conversation about which one was more of a morally horrific act, I think, yes, the amount of suffering that you impose on a being capable of suffering and the being's level, a capacity to experience suffering, factor greatly into the answer to that question.
100%.
I mean, I see that as a difference in perspective. Like, and I think that's fine. I don't see any problem with that difference in perspective. My personal perspective on that is that I do not think that it is. I do not think that the extra life, the 40 years that person has on them, I don't think that their death means more than the death of a small child. I don't see that as being an argument myself personally, but that's a personal thing. I'm not saying that I'm right or that I'm or that what you're saying is wrong. I think that in my perspective, I think that child is just as worthy of life and a chance to experience life as the 40-year-old who has experienced 40 years of life at that point.
Really?
I mean, like, and that's how I feel about it.
I didn't say worth.
Okay,
like a 40-year-old, a 40-year-old will have a wife and children of his own or her own. They'll have met people who care about them.
Possibly,
like potentially a woman killing her fetus affects no one except that woman.
Because
the father of the fetus, might not even know, might not even have any experience.
But it
so the experience is limited to what the fetus can experience, and the mother's loss.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so
That's
mathematically speaking, mathematically speaking, there is an extreme chance to the counter for anyone who's been on the planet for a significant amount of time. The amount of people that are going to be affected by that death is going to expand exponentially outward, depending on their experience on this planet. And if you think about it in terms of in an amount of experience, even more so than chronological age, I think it makes the point even further.
So sacrifice the young for the old. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't. What are you talking about?
That's exactly what you're saying. What do you mean that's not what you're
saying? I never said to sacrifice anybody.
Well, okay, but basically, but according to your argument just then, a 5-year-old's life is more than a 25-year-old's life.
Say that again.
According to what you just said, according to the criteria you just set up, the life of a 5-year-old is worth less than the life of a 25-year-old.
Yeah, if you had to quantify it.
If you had to quantify it, I don't believe quantifying life like that. Okay, I see no.
Neither,
I see
neither
no
do I. What's the point of doing it?
Right. But you just did.
Because you asked me to.
I didn't ask you to do that. You did.
Oh, yes, you did. No, you literally asked me how it is possible that it could be more suffering for a person who has experience for a fetus that does not. All in the context of the question of whether or not it was okay for God to kill his own son.
Maybe I miscommunicated. I'm not trying to be argumentative here. I'm literally just trying to have a conversation.
I do not prescribe to sacrifice children, which is what the implication became, simply because I added it up for you and explained why killing a fetus is potentially nowhere near as bad as killing a father of 4 or a grandfather whose children has more children.
Sure. Okay. At the same time, but by that same logic, would it not mean that the death of a 5-year-old is ultimately less bad than the death of a 25-year-old?
Yes, if you're going to convert it into numbers, sure.
Okay.
Less people will be affected by the death of a 5-year-old than of a 55-year-old.
I disagree with that. People will actually be a lot more upset about the death of the 5-year-old. But
people would be more upset about it, right? Because of the way we're wired to sacrifice ourselves for our children.
Right.
Not because in any actuality a child is more important than an adult. It's just socially acceptable to say that children are more important than adults. And I don't believe that they are.
Okay. I mean, I personally, I think that both lives carry meaning. I think that in the case of Christ, what we're talking about, and I do see a lot of parallels and a lot of I'm very open to interpretations that look at Satan from the character of Satan. So I don't think Satan is an actual being of any sort. I think Satan is a literary construct. Is a literary construct that literally the name Satan literally means opposer. He represents whatever is the opposition of. He is literally devil's advocate. He's the advocate for the opposite of whatever of the God it being or whatever that or Christ in that sense might be. Like when Christ was tempted in the desert and stuff like that, and says he was tempted by Satan, he was tempted by the opposer. He was tempted by something that opposed his viewpoint. So I don't see Satan as a creature as much as I see him as a literary construct that was created to provide an opposite perspective from Christ. I don't see now. Lucifer is a character. Lucifer, has a much different background and meaning than Satan, and the conflation between Lucifer and Satan is based in a mistranslation in the King James Bible that has been repeated throughout time for a long time. But Satan and Lucifer were never meant to be the same thing. Lucifer is the morning star. He was the right hand of God that fell from heaven, that sort of thing. Satan is never considered in that same is never really mentioned in that same context, except in one verse where the author mistranslated and translated Satan as Lucifer. And I've done extensive research on this. This is that. My personal belief is that that Christ's coming was only necessitated by the birth of what we call the Antichrist, who was Solomon, in the Old Testament. And Solomon created an embodiment of the Demiurge, who is the quote unquote creator god that was created to that was set in as a go between the real God and humanity, in order to allow us to develop properly. Once the Antichrist was created, it, because of the basic laws of as above so below, once one was done, the necessitation of Christ was necessary. He was necessitated, and it does show that there is, according to many Gnostic texts, and shows that like the Antichrist, Solomon, in that sense, was also died at 33 as well. So it was like that he had to come and rebalance. He came to make things right again. He came to reopen the door between God and humanity, and he stands as an eternal being that was both fully God and fully flesh. And he wasn't just murdered. He did suffer and he did die, but he was also eternal, and that's the reason why his sacrifice stands eternal. This is all now this is not something, this isn't straight from this is partially from the Bible, but this is my own research. I'm just trying to give you my perspective on it. It's not, I'm not trying to convince you of it or anything either. I'm just giving you my perspective on it. My perspective is just that he was that Christ's sacrifice meant something. It wasn't simply because, like, I struggled for the most of my adult and young life trying to understand the concept of why would God send himself in the form of a flesh of a man to die in order to save himself from the sins of mankind, which were only defined by God himself, right? It makes no sense. Like, God could simply just like make sin not exist, right? He didn't. But if the demiurge and everything was in place in the first place, if the first emanation, as it talks about in the Gnostic scriptures, was the combination of the Logos and Sophia, which is knowledge and understanding, the Logos was separated from Sophia in the creation of the universe, and Sophia created the demiurge out of ignorance, because she had no understanding. And the demiurge is what ultimately created man, and then he was tricked into placing the spark of creation into man. And he spent a very long time period by isolating the Jews as like the closest one that had the purest blood, in order to try to get the spark out of mankind, in order for him to have, and that was the creation of the Antichrist. So when Christ came, that's the reason. I mean, like, Christ is often associated with water, and you see that in the Gnostic creation myth, it was that the Logos saw himself in the ether or the water of existence, and he joined with it, and that's where the physical world came from. Like I said, I'm a Gnostic. I'm very, very I'm very esoteric with all this stuff. I don't take it all that literally. I take it as partially it's partially metaphor and partially allegory and things like that. I think it's to be understood on a more spiritual level. It's not meant to be understood. And the proof of the Solomon being the demiurge is right there in Revelation, when it talks about the number of the beast is the number of a man. That number is 666. There's only one other instance in the entire Bible of 666 being used, and that is in first or second Kings, where it talks about that the number of talents of gold that Solomon received within a month or within a year was 666 talents of gold. And so it's pretty clear that it's referring to Solomon. I believe that Revelations is not a prophetic text, but a Gnostically coded history of the world and what it all means. And then I'm not explaining this to you because I'm trying to convert you or trying to convince you or anything. By the way, I'm simply explaining it, explaining my perspective, so that you have an idea of where I'm coming from, just so you don't think I'm just like saying this out of like some basic Christian, Protestant viewpoint of Christianity. I very much I very much have I don't go to church because I am considered a heretic. I am 100% a heretic according to most of the to most churches. I am not, I'm not welcome there. They've tried to exorcise me, and among other things. So I'm just trying to give you my in the briefest form I could. I mean, in order to fully explain it, it would take hours, but I don't want to do that to you right now. So I was just trying to give you my brief overview of like the way I see the character of Christ and what he means, and why I don't see it as like God sacrificing or murdering his son for no reason. It was a necessary thing because of the laws of the universe, because of as above so below, which has always existed, and that whenever the Antichrist was created, the Christ had to come, he had to live, he had to
God's
die.
not all powerful.
Of course he's all powerful in the sense that he allows himself to be, but he limits himself in order for us to actually grow under without his direct influence and direct power. Because if he did that, we'd be no better than robots.
Well, he definitely
no better
doesn't
than
do that.
Angels.
He's interfering constantly. When he chooses to interfere, it's usually with acts of brutality, murder.
When do you think God did those things? What? When has God done those things specifically? I'm genuinely. This isn't a gotcha. This isn't a gotcha. I'm genuinely asking.
I'm going to answer that two ways. So first,
okay.
As an all-knowing, all-powerful being, he is culpable for every single murder that has ever occurred. And second, he literally just wipes out everybody on the planet from time to time when things don't go his way, which is ironic considering he's supposed to be omnipotent.
Once again, in my viewpoint, that is the demiurge. That has nothing to do with the creator God.
Okay, well that's convenient.
It's not convenient. It's the Bible. I mean, the Bible shows two different versions of God. There's a very different God in the Old Testament versus the New Testament.
I don't see that much of a difference between the two. So
because like
which one's all knowing and all powerful?
When does the God in the New Testament wipe out all of humanity, or wipe out his own people?
I'm not sure which deaths are from the New Testament and from the Old Testament without looking, to be honest with you.
I mean, I can tell you many from the Old Testament. There's tons of cases of like mass murder, like going from Exodus to to people being wiped out in famine and flood and wars. I mean, like he had them enslaved by the Egyptians. He does tons of the Yahweh, the demiurge, does, or Yaldabaoth in certain texts. He does tons of things to human beings to wipe them out. The New Testament God has no such instances of that happening, though.
There's no war in the New Testament?
What's that?
I
really didn't hear you.
Jeff has a question, and I said there's no war in the New Testament.
I was just wondering why y'all have the Satanic Temple website pulled up.
We were looking for its views on abortion, and we couldn't find it. And I
are you serious? That's like their flagship issue.
I know, but I can't find it. I can't find a single article.
Answer Denizen's question, and I'll look for it.
Okay. In the New Testament, there really aren't any wars. I mean, like there is persecution of Christians for certain. There's persecution.
They have an
of Christians.
entire big red button on their website. Donate to name our abortion clinic, and it takes.
Yeah, but they don't have a page that just explains their views and justification on abortion. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for just a page that just said like, this is what we believe about abortion, and I couldn't find that. Yes, they support abortion. We know that.
Their ongoing campaigns, they talk about religious reproductive rights. They have an entire sub-faction, I think, dedicated to reproductive rights. The grave.
I mean, I'm not saying that. We were just looking for like a fact type, a simple like a 2 or 3 paragraphic explanation of like their view on abortion. That's what we were looking for, and I couldn't find it. That's all.
Consistent with our tenets, they call for bodily autonomy and acting in accordance with the best scientific evidence, the Satanic Temple religiously objects to many of the restrictions that states have enacted that interfere with abortion access. And
Okay, well, you found it really
many
easily.
steps on behalf of their members who share their beliefs to establish exemptions from laws that do not provoke health. Here, I'll just put the link.
Okay.
It's
The reason we were talking about it was
they do it from a bodily autonomy, which I'm kind of sympathetic to the argument too, and through a Satanism is all about self-determination and independence. My thing is that's another human being, so you get to self-determine, but why do you get to determine for another life?
Right. Well, the whole reason we were talking about it was because Denizen was talking about how God basically murdered his son, and whenever Christ's sacrifice occurred, and we were talking about, so what's the difference between abortion and that sacrifice? And
how does that tie into the Satanic Temple?
Just because Neurojack brought the Satanic Temple up first, and like he asked me to bring the website up, and so it just turned into that. It wasn't really that specific.
I'm just here for a few minutes anyway. I'm trying to eat lunch at the same time, so I'll be right back.
All right, no problem, man. Yeah, in any case, in the New Testament, like there are no wars that are prescripted by God. There are definitely enemies of the Christians that definitely set out to kill Christians. There are in Acts there are many, like there's a lot of persecution for their beliefs, but there are no directed, like there are no instances of where God was like, yeah, I'm just going to wipe these people out or anything like that. Even amongst their enemies. And I challenge you, if you can find an instance of that in the New Testament, like I challenge you to bring it to me. I've read the New Testament many times. I've never seen it. I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that I'm informed.
Well, just ask the AI. It should have it memorized by now.
Sure. My computer's going too slow to even bother with AI. Every time I pull anything up, it goes as slow as Christmas right now. It's just like it's dragging.
Didn't Herod, wasn't he pissed off about Jesus? Isn't that what made him kill all those children?
But that wasn't directed by God. You're talking about like God.
Everything's directed by God. He controls everything. He knows everything that's going to happen. He has.
Okay, I forgot. You don't believe in free will. I did forget about that. You don't believe in free will.
I
believe in free. I believe in free will, and I believe that God gives people free will. So I don't see those things. Whereas opposed in the Old Testament, God
he's a callous asshole. Then if he gives people the free will to murder children,
that does sound kind of sadistic.
But at the same time, he does.
Of all the ways he could have done it.
But at the same time, we have free will, though. If he gave us free will, but he put caveats on it, then it wouldn't be free will.
Sounds like an excuse to me.
Well,
that's a cop out.
How is that an excuse? How if you have free will, but you also have it's free will only.
Because if I were all powerful, I would stop Herod from murdering children.
Why? You just said yourself that you don't have a particular, you don't necessarily believe in abortion, but you don't have a particular problem with it.
I didn't say I didn't have a problem with abortion.
Oh, maybe I
didn't even say I didn't even believe in it.
Okay, my bad.
Hank's right. You're not a good listener, Chris.
I take full responsibility. I misunderstood you.
I think what it comes down to is, there's there isn't any encouragement to discuss these issues in the system, and in our two-party system, they just divide people into these 50-50 camps so that they never agree or cooperate with one another. And so, like, the natural inclination is once somebody is not all the thing that you are, they're that other 50% thing that you know every detail about. And that's actually probably pretty true most of the time. It's probably a pretty safe bet, but I'm a fucking weirdo, and I don't fit into any of those boxes.
Find it to be a safe bet, but I think that that happens the more you get to the extremes. Like if you're not one of us, you're the opposite. But I don't find that so much in the middle. Like I know plenty of people from different parties that get along and have conversations and agree on specific policies, etc. So I don't think it's all people. I think it's the closer you get to the extremes, the more polarized it gets.
I agree. Like it's more nuanced in the center, but even if you at a certain point, you deliberately put things into a container in order to frame something, So I think when you start to do that, I think naturally people would fit into like millions of different containers, but people who engage with the public education system, for example, they kind of come out, pre-stamped.
Okay. Let me say it like this.
Pew did a really good breakdown of the political division of the United States, and there's like 9 different categories of political belief in America that they found that people can be put into. So it's not left and right, because even left and right breaks down into subcategories within the 2 parties.
Yeah, and they're not mutually exclusive either.
Right? No,
they are
like left and right just doesn't work. It's shit.
Yeah, left and right's a bad it's a bad dichotomy. It really is. I do agree. I do agree entirely. What I was going to say though, but my argument about free will in that sense is that about the children thing. Okay, so if I create a robot, and I give it limited free will to the point where it can do all these things, but the one thing it can't do is kill children, right? So if it chooses to not kill children, it's not a choice at all. It just can't kill children, and therefore its choice to not kill children means nothing because it's not a choice, right?
It already doesn't mean anything, though.
Well, I guess I'm talking about, but you in order for this to work, you have to kind of accept my premise. Like, I mean,
I understand Christian. I understand Christian philosophy.
You don't have to agree with my premise. I'm just saying, just for the sake of this
conversation.
Yeah, no,
I understand Christian philosophy, bro. Like, if I accept all the illogical premises that don't work, I totally fucking get it. I understand the crucifixion.
What's illogical about
Christianity is not like
I've watched like thousands of hours of Jordan Peterson. I fucking get it, bro.
Chris, people are not brought to Christianity through logic. Come on, you cannot seriously sit there and argue the logical consistency of.
I'm not trying to. I was talking about free will. I'm not talking about Christianity right now. I was just saying that free will doesn't mean anything if there's caveats on it. If free will exists at all, but we have caveats on it. There's things that God puts in place.
By caveat? Because we obviously can't will anything.
It means you can't kill children. I would just create a being that had a moral aversion to killing children. And then it could do whatever the fuck it.
Do have that.
And then it could do whatever the fuck it wanted to do, but it wouldn't kill children anyway because it doesn't like killing children.
But if it doesn't have the choice to kill a child and then have the choice to not do that, then that choice means nothing.
Listen here, I'm gonna outsmart your God, even though I'm an idiot. I'll just create somebody that doesn't want to choose to kill children. That way, they can still have the choice, and then they'd never pick it. I'll just create somebody who's not like, I just won't make any people that are like Herod. Done.
Then it's not a choice.
Why? Why is it not a choice?
Because they have they already have like an inclination. They have an inborn inclination where it says that I would never kill a child.
Don't you?
I do personally, but other people
would you ever kill a child?
I can't imagine.
Do you have free will?
That's a choice. That's a choice.
Is your free will utterly meaningless now? Have you just lost all your choices now?
Well, okay. Let's put me in a situation where I'm a soldier in war, right? Okay, I'm a soldier in a war, and there is a child that is standing there with an AK-47 that is aiming it at me, and it will shoot me and kill me. And now, in that situation, will I kill that child to save my own life? I might.
Bro.
I might not.
And what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
I'm saying, but I have the choice to kill that child or not.
Yeah, of course you do. And you might not.
I might not, but I might.
Right. So God could have just made you. He just could have made 8 billion Chris's, and then, ta-da, Herod never happens.
Okay, but that also comes from but my belief in that comes from.
This is the problem of evil. Ultimately, you're having the problem of evil.
Yes, Epicurus did this. He figured it out. There's no way around it. No Christians love to say that they found the way around it. They have not.
They say they found the way around it. Okay.
I don't know enough about Christianity and Christian philosophy, but my understanding is that the problem of evil is still on the table. It has not been.
Yeah. Well, the Christians say they debunked it.
I haven't heard Christian because
yes,
I don't get along with regular Christians. So I'm literally
Chris, you have your own writer's
I'm a heretic
version of Christianity. You can't expect any ordinary Christian, just like me with Satanism. Like most Satanists are not going to align with my version of Satanism because it's so idiosyncratic and individualized to me.
That is exactly right. You're exactly right. I don't expect I don't get along with most Christians, and most Christians consider me a heretic. So I don't
with Christians, surprisingly.
I mean, I don't get along with people with church going. I get along with people that have like Christian beliefs. Like the guy that with the dreadlocks the other day, he said whenever I said I was Christian adjacent, that I have a lot of like he was like, oh, you're just like me. You're more of a spiritual type person. You're not really a card carrying Christian.
Your beliefs are drawn, like your worldview is drawn from the Christian, like from within the Christian mythology or paradigm. So for that reason,
it is heavily for them. Yeah,
like it makes sense to say Christian, just like it makes sense for me to say Satanism. But
exactly,
it doesn't convey meaning to anybody other than that it's in that genre.
That's true. That's true. I also don't believe I also don't believe in the concept of sin. So
I don't either.
Well, then what's the sacrifice?
Even if I do, I embrace it. I think we need more of it.
How did God save mankind by killing Jesus?
He didn't save mankind by killing Jesus. He undid it balanced out what the Antichrist did. The Antichrist was the law, the covenants of the demiurge, which is where the concept of sin came from. And
I'm glad that you explained that to me now. So how is it? What is made uneven by the sacrifice of the Antichrist? What does that actually do that needed to be put back?
I would love to go into that, but that really is a very, very long conversation. I mean, I don't mean I'm not trying to be curt about it. I'd love to have that conversation. But
what would happen if it weren't put back?
Could we do I mean, could we like say we could do a stream on that in the future? Because I'd love to talk to you about that, but that's like a 3-hour conversation. I don't want to.
What is
I don't want to do that. About what the demiurge actually what the demiurge did and what it created and stuff like that. I mean, it's just a very complicated, long thing that I spent years and years researching. So I mean, I don't want to burden every. I mean, we've already gone through 3.5 hours. I don't think that everyone's ready for that right now. So I feel like that would be a disservice to the people listening at this point. But at the same time, I do want to have that conversation with you, Dennis, and I think it's a really interesting conversation to have. I just don't think that I can explain it in a succinct way. I would like to say I could, but I'm unfortunately a very long-winded person.
You could join my Discord.
Yeah, I mean, are you not on our Discord? Are you not on our Discord? I can put a link in the back chat.
Oh, we can get you invite to ours too. There's a good there's a free book online on Gnostic. It's the best scholarly study of Gnosticism out there, and it's free on archive. I put the link. It answers a lot of those questions about the demiurge. Like there's many different competing schools of thought about what the demiurge was up to.
Shit, I was gonna ask him what would happen if it didn't get put back. Maybe that'd be a shorter answer.
Like with Christ, by Christ?
Yeah, if God didn't kill Christ, what would have happened?
We would have continued in our barbarity. So it took a barbaric sacrifice to progress us out of it. I don't know. We need Chris for that, because I don't know Christian logic either. Dahlia, I used to be like that with the Christians, but I'm not anymore. I see it differently.
I'm able to forgive Christians is essentially what it comes down to. I'm really feeling what Dahlia is saying.
For their ignorance.
But it's not just ignorance, because like I was saying, I think it was yesterday on the panel, I kind of came full circle and understood, Christians and their perspective. It is kind of a death cult, though. There are some things that I would consider immoral, and abhorrent in their thinking. But I'm not perfect. They certainly feel the same way about me. So I'm able to not be bigoted against them, essentially, right? And to kind of accept them the way I accept myself with my imperfections.
Are you a new atheist specifically? The movement, like from a few years ago, with
what would make me?
They were very rigid and anti-religion and very idealistic. They were like a it was as rigid an ideology as religion is.
I am anti-theist.
Like the way you're talking.
I am anti-theist, but I have come to recognize that most people need God, and that God also is very human any way you look at it. Not only the creation of God, which would be what I believe is that God is man-made and real, but man-made.
He's a
but also like people need their God too, and the other way around. They need to worship him or her or whatever it is. That there's a relationship there. And I'm the weirdo. That's the other thing I had to realize was like, if there's a mutation here, it's me. Most people have a strong, independent relationship with their God. I'm one of those who is made that he cannot believe.
Yeah, I get that part. I'm the same way.
I mean, for what it's worth, I thought I was one of those people too for a long time until I did all this research and found something that actually made sense to me. But I mean, I don't expect other people to accept it. I don't think that everybody else like needs to like view. I don't have any ill will towards you for any of your views, Denizen. I don't.
What does it explain that was unexplained before you found it, though?
It explains the whole like the impossible conundrum that I could not deal with was the concept that God needed to sacrifice his own quote unquote son, which was him in the flesh, in order to save man from sin, which is something that he created and he defines and that he literally had the ability to do, for not to mention the fact that he did it at all, but that he did it when he did it. He waited like a few thousand years before he decided to do that. It makes no sense to me. It made no sense to me at all. Like that God, an all-knowing, all-powerful God, who clearly would know that this would be necessary at some point down the line, would take like a few thousand years of like trying to have wandering Jews around the desert and all this stuff like that before he finally figured out, oh yeah, I could just do this and that would fix everything. That makes no sense to me at all. Basic Christian theology makes no sense to me.
That's what I thought you would say, though. It explains itself. It doesn't offer any other explanation. You finally found a way to explain that inexplicable story that you were told. It doesn't. There's no external validation for the concept.
Okay, so in history in general, like let's forget about religion for a second. We have a historical mystery that we know that something happened, but we don't know why, and it makes no sense. And then we research it and we find documents and things that prove that it happened for this reason. You're saying that means nothing because we did the research to find it?
No, you lost me.
I'm saying what was I researched tons and tons. I've read numerous, not just numerous. I've read pretty much every ancient Gnostic document, every Hermetic document, every.
Let's ditch the word. Let's ditch the word meaningless. It doesn't explain anything except that mystery itself, right? So like,
but just like somebody who studies history, and is trying to explain evolution, trying to explain anything, and they're researching, they're looking for all the evidence that leads up to that. When they find that evidence, I mean, so basically from that perspective, it's like, well, so what? All you did was find the evidence that you needed to prove your thing.
Yeah, I don't think I'm following.
I'm saying I did with my research, and when I researched isn't any different than someone researching something from a historical perspective, trying to explain something from history that didn't necessarily make sense, but they went and read, they found the evidence in historical documents that other people hadn't put together yet, and like therefore they found the chain of evidence they needed to show that this is true for a reason, and the reason that it happened. How is that different from what I'm saying?
All right, I got to run. I will see you
All right.
later.
See you later.
Peace. Bye. Well, I think if you only have the one source of whatever that thing is itself, it wouldn't.
I have a lot of sources.
Well, all Christian.
No, like I mean, most of them are from what are considered Gnostic, which are not considered Christian.
Well, okay, sure. Whatever occultist text you're reading.
Okay. Well, but once again, we have.
So if I found one historical account of one event from one source, and even if that source were like, say these people lived in a place called Gladhandia, and I was trying to figure out who murdered the king of Gladhandia, if I only found one record of who murdered the king of Gladhandia, and all the sources of information were all the same group of people from this one particular village in Gladhandia, I would not give it much weight at all. Now,
right.
it's far less of a claim. So on my day-to-day life, am I going to presume that Philip killed the king of Gladhandia because that's what all the Gladhandians said? Sure, because there's no. I'm not presuming the nature of all existence within that claim.
I can tell you, the exception of the 666 connection to Solomon, with the exception of that, every single claim and every single thing that I've researched, I've always made it a definitive, what's the criteria for me to make sure that I had at least 3 independent sources for that thing.
Well, I think you may have figured out a coherent allegory for Christian philosophy. I'm not debating that.
Okay.
I'm just saying that to me would not prove that philosophy correct.
Yeah, it doesn't prove it's correct. You're right. It doesn't prove it's correct.
Right. That is not the same thing as when what's his face cried Eureka, right? Those are 2 different, Eureka type moments.
But when we're talking about history in general, right? Any historical sources, if we don't have it, there are lots of things that we believe about history that come from only one source that we consider to be definitive history.
Yeah, and I'd say that's a problem, and that's definitely a factor.
I completely agree with you.
It's Judeo-Christian, in fact. That it's very cultural.
Not necessarily. It's from some quite serious historians that don't come from Judeo.
No, I mean our propensity to believe things because we were told it once is kind of cultural for humans, and it's very Abrahamic.
Okay, and what Dahlia says, like 3 sources go on the same inaccurate historical account. I tried to find independent sources. I tried to find independent sources that point to the same thing. I mean, I'm not saying that I am not making the claim that what I am saying is definitively right and cannot be disproven and cannot be wrong. I am saying that the narrative that I found throughout researching all of these texts, going back to the earliest days of the earliest writings we have, all the way through New Testament writings, the narrative I found, and partially in the Bible, partially in the Dead Sea Scrolls, partially in the Nag Hammadi, partially in other places, the narrative I found is very consistent, and it points to the same thing. and it points to
But
something.
it is a what's the word, like not literal, but it's a literary. It is a literary critique,
it very well
not
may be
a
literary.
historical or a scientific one. I think that's
just
where
but just because something is literary doesn't mean it doesn't have.
doesn't have what?
Just because something literary does not mean it does not have truth in it.
For sure.
Right.
When given the behaviors and beliefs and actions of a vast majority of human beings on planet Earth, they're way more Christian than they are whatever I am.
Right. Sure. And me too. Like,
yeah,
the vast majority of the people on Earth are vast more Judeo-Christian like philosophy, like general philosophy than what I am. What I believe, even though it doesn't necessarily really even contradict a lot of their beliefs, is still considered heretical and people fight me over it. People fight me over it like tooth and nail. Even though nothing I'm saying is actually contradicting or making what they believe any less, it actually strengthens their claims, and yet they will fight me tooth and nail on it. Like,
it strengthens their claims logically, but it does not strengthen their claims spiritually, and that's what they're all about. Because you're essentially taking away their God and replacing it with another one, and then with a set of circumstances that might make more sense, but it certainly doesn't support their presumptions.
If you're Jewish, that would be true. If you're a Christian, it shouldn't make any difference at all, because the Jewish God and the New Testament God are not. There's really nothing connecting them. Christ does not refer to Yahweh. He does not call to Yahweh. He calls to my Father, my Father. He doesn't call to any of that. He refers to him as the Son of the Father, not to the Son of Yahweh. Yahweh is the. I wouldn't say Yahweh isn't even the demiurge. Yahweh is the emissary of the demiurge. The demiurge was considered Yaldabaoth, and there's a lot of like esoteric type things that you have to go into for all that. But the concepts of it makes sense if you're willing to accept any kind. Now, if you're not willing to accept any kind of like spiritual kind of world at all, if there is in your cosmology, if there is no spiritual world, there is nothing spiritual. There's just the physical. There is just what we are, and then we die and stuff like that. And I respect that, by the way, because I was like that too. Okay, I held that belief for a long time because of the contradictions I saw in Christianity. I grew up. My dad was a minister. Okay, I grew up in church. Hardcore. That my favorite, but my favorite book of the Bible since I was a child was Revelations, because it was the mystery of it. I was drawn to the mystery of what it was talking about, what it meant, right? Because Revelation, honestly, just read it today. It sounds like a bunch of like nonsense, right? It seems to mean anything at all. It's a bunch of gobbledygook. But if you look through it from a historical perspective of it being an explanation of what has happened since the birth of humanity, since the birth of the world until Christ, and what Christ means, it actually makes sense in that context. The whole narrative of the Antichrist and the Antichrist being the first thing, and then Christ coming to balance that, it makes sense in that way. These are all things that make sense, that at least even if you don't accept Christianity, or if you don't accept Christ or anything like that, you can at least see how the narrative makes sense from that perspective. And that's what I find I guess confusing, and I find very confounding to me, because like I'm trying to inject not logic per se, but I'm trying to inject a narrative sensibility into what we have as what we call Christianity, which makes no basic narrative sense. The narrative concept that is taught in churches is nonsensical and stupid. I mean, I'll say it right straight out. It's dumb. It makes less than 0 sense.
And now you know why they're mad at you.
Right.
Because they buy it.
Yeah, but it doesn't take much to just read what they believe and be like, well, why would that be? Why would God need to
it takes not being really dumb.
Why would God send his quote unquote son, which is actually him is actually him incarnated into the body of a man. Why would he need to incarnate himself into the body of a man to grow for 33 years specifically, and then be betrayed by one of his own, and then sent to be crucified in order to die for the sins of mankind, which are something that only God Himself, being all powerful, defines. Like whenever I mean, that is one of those questions that like as a child, I'm talking as an 8-year-old, I had problems with it. I couldn't make sense of it then, and I grew up with it still, like, believing it, kind of trying to make sense of it. Like I figured when I got older it makes sense, and the older I got, the less sense it made. And so I spent like 10 years as like an agnostic atheist, at least atheist adjacent. I consider myself more agnostic because I never could escape, no matter how hard I tried. There was this pull towards something about the idea of Christ that compelled me, that I couldn't escape from, and maybe that was my upbringing.
Christ compels you.
Yeah, the power of Christ compelled me. I couldn't get away from it, and so I became obsessed with trying to research and trying to I started reading all these things. The first time I actually let myself consider the idea that the God of the Jewish Old Testament was not the same as the God of Old Testament, I remember having this fear in me. Like, I literally, before I would even let the thought fully form in my head, I felt like I was going to be struck down by God for it. I felt like it was going to, that was a death sentence. Like that was something you weren't allowed. I was so indoctrinated. Okay.
Yeah.
I felt like that was something I wasn't even allowed to think. And as soon as I let the thought fully form in my mind, this weight lifted off my shoulders. I felt this freedom that I'd never felt before in my entire life. I was like, it makes so much sense now. It makes so much sense now. Like these two things they don't compute. That led me on an entire like I said, a 10 to 15 year crusade of like reading all of these documents, and reading, and even teaching myself like some not very good, some basic Greek and Hebrew, and in terms of like with Google Translate and stuff like that, trying to translate some things so that weren't fully translated yet, to try to understand these documents, and trying to find trying to and not looking. I didn't know what I was looking for. I didn't, the Antichrist thing wasn't something that I was trying to. I didn't set out to prove that, right? I didn't set out with like a, what do they call that, confirmation bias, right? I didn't have a confirmation bias. I was looking for a reason. I was looking for some kind of thing that made sense, that could let me be at peace, because I was very much not at peace. I was in a state of turmoil, because no matter what I did, I couldn't escape this idea. I couldn't escape this concept of Christ, like of being something that mattered. But at the same time, everything that I looked at just made me feel stupid, and made me feel like an idiot that was just believing in dumb things, right? And so I spent years and years and years researching it, until I finally I have a notebook somewhere that's in storage that just has all my notes in it, and it's actually several notebooks, but and God, I think they all got, when my storage unit flooded, they all got ruined too. It really sucks, because I kept pretty good notes too. I had notes about all this stuff, and the references, everything, and it's just the flood in the storage unit. All the pages are stuck together, and I can't get them apart and stuff, and it sucks. But I had all these notes and all this stuff that I had collected over these years, and finally, and I did have a eureka moment. I had a moment, and it was really whenever it was the final piece of the puzzle was the 666 connection to Solomon. Whenever I put that into the equation, suddenly that filled in the piece that I was missing the whole time. That was that finally I had a reason, this is why it would be necessary for Christ to exist. Outside of that, there is no reason for Christ to exist. Like there is no reason for him to come to Earth. There's no reason for him to be born in the to be born from a virgin. I mean, I actually don't believe in the virgin birth. I think that's bullshit. There's no reason to be born from a woman. There is no reason for him to exist and to live for 33 years and die, and all these things like that. All of those things suddenly fall into place whenever I had that last piece, and I was like, and I felt this wave of euphoria. It's the only thing I can describe it. I felt like this peace within me that I feel right now. Just talking about it, that's just like this wave of of like, I finally understood something that I needed to understand for me. Now, it may not be, it may not be important for anyone else to understand it. It may not be good for anyone else to understand it. I don't know if I should even talk about it. I question this all the time, whether or not I should even be talking about these things, because like maybe it's not something that matters to anybody else. Maybe it's something that only matters for me. I don't know.
Well, that's my point about why you need it, right? Like, it only explains itself. It doesn't offer you anything outside of that.
It does offer me outside of that. I can go once again. That's a much longer conversation. There's much more to it than just that. It actually doesn't just explain that. It actually explains many things about what Christ said and about the entire mythology of Christ, the entire mythology of Christ, and the entire thing about the symbol of the fish, the fact that he.
Let me try rephrasing it. You were brought up, indoctrinated in a certain belief, and as an intelligent person, it didn't make sense to you, so you rejected it. But because of that programming, you were at odds with yourself, because you're rejecting a thing that's a very part of who you are. And so learning this Gnostic stuff made that contradiction go away. You were able to put all the pieces together, and that's the reward you're getting. For someone like myself who's raised atheist, I don't need to solve that puzzle, because I just don't presume any of that stuff actually happened in history.
That's true. And I actually think that the world itself, I think that God himself, I think that however you want to categorize it, I don't believe in God in a concrete way like that. I don't believe in any of these things as being absolutely concrete things. I believe that they are ephemeral in a sense that we can't fully grasp or understand. I think that it requires, I think that in my circle, in a group, if I had to go and choose like people, right? If I had to go choose the people that would be like, my inner circle of people, if I was like the owner of a company or something like that, I would want someone like you on my board, right? I would want someone like you right there that has that atheist perspective, because I believe in that. I believe the value in that perspective. I don't believe that everyone needs to believe what I believe. I believe that everyone needs to believe something. Everyone needs to believe something that's actually slightly different. I think that those different perspectives is what gives us perspective and gives us knowledge. Without those different perspectives, we lose something. And I'm not saying that I don't even necessarily believe that without that belief that means that you don't. I don't believe that Christian thing of well, you don't have salvation, then you're going to hell. I don't believe in that shit. I don't believe in the concept of sin, like I said.
What does Christian philosophy bring to the table?
I think that there is. It's something that I am diving into currently. I think that there is a I think there's an access to an inner power or an inner ability that we have through the concept of Christ that we don't have without it. I do think I've been thinking about this a lot, about the concept of faith in the Bible, about when Christ says that you can tell a mountain to take up legs and walk. I feel that there's something to that I don't fully understand yet, and I'm trying to understand that right now. My journey, my belief, my whole thing. I'm not 100% set on everything. Okay, I'll make that clear. I don't believe that my spiritual journey or my spiritual investigation is done. I don't feel like I figured it out and I'm done with it, and now I already know everything, so I can just go around being confident that I know everything. I believe that I am on a I believe that I am on a path. You know, I'm
It's
on a
because
path
something is hidden in the text.
not hidden within all of us. I think there's something that's within us, and
Well, I mean, the ability to unlock it is hidden in the text.
No, I'm kind of done with the text, to be honest. I've read all the
So
text.
there is, you have a relationship with the being then that tells you things.
I have a relationship with something that I believe is me, that like whenever I do meditation, I do and it's not necessarily like, you know, Christ driven meditation or something like that. It's very hard to explain because I hesitate to use a lot of the terms a lot of people use because I think they're very overused and very cliche. Like when people say that someone becomes Christed and stuff like that, I think that's cringe as fuck, you know.
I think that gap between thought and intention, that
Mhm.
you know, where Christians insert free will, but free will is just an illusion. I think that's
Right.
what you're experiencing. It's just another part of you that you're tapping
Perhaps so.
into.
Perhaps so. You might be. And the fact that you see it that way and I see it a different way, I don't think that those are incompatible. I think they're just different. I think that it's necessary for us all to have those different viewpoints. I think that like your view and that free will isn't real is as valid as my view that free will is real. I just think that they are it's necessary. These perspectives are necessary in order for us to have a full, complete view of the world. We can only with our own eyes we can only see so much, and so we need other people to have varying viewpoints and listen to those viewpoints in order to expand our own. I don't see myself as like, you know, I don't see myself as some sort of like particularly intelligent prophet or someone who's like, you know, who's figured it out when other people have failed or something like that. I see myself as someone just that is on their own personal journey, and I try my best to live up to the principles that I believe in. And as Dahlia is saying, you know, like why not release the inner power for yourself rather than Christ? I do believe that Christ is something that is within me. Do I need Christ to release that inner power? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, Dahlia. I don't know that it is, but I know that I have a connection to whatever the idea of Christ is something that I do feel is real to me. It may not be real to you. It may not be real to Denizen, but it's real to me, and it matters to me, and therefore it would be foolish for me to reject that and walk away from it if it does ultimately convey meaning or a depth to me. You know, like like just in the same way that if you you feel an affiliation for your family, you know, you know, like you feel an affiliation, an affection for your family. Why would you just walk away from that just because, like, because technically they're just offspring. All you did was, like, you know, you ejaculated into a woman and they had a child, and it's all biological and it means nothing, right? It has no it has no ultimate meaning beyond just like the biological reality of it.
I would agree with that.
Like, you look at like Asian, right? Like they have like they'll like spawn like, you know, hundreds of eggs, and like, you know, only a few of them will survive. Right, exactly. I'm saying
those genetic ties don't mean much to me, but I gotta tell you,
yeah,
I've been trying.
I feel the same way. I feel the same.
I've for decades I've been trying to get Christians to tell me what it is, you know, get them to describe it to me, and I'll tell you, buddy, it's not an easy task. What if you could remove yourself from it for one level and say, the normal Christian philosophers that you disagree with, like the normie Christians, what do they, if all perspectives are valid, what do they bring to the table?
I learned from I've learned a lot from C.S. Lewis. I don't necessarily agree with everything C.S. Lewis has said, but I've learned a lot from him. I can learn something from someone who has no Christian theological background at all. I can learn something from the guy at the mechanic shop today that I did.
Sure.
I mean, you know, I can learn something.
But I meant, what does Christian philosophy itself, what value does it have?
I mean, it was, if it not for the Christian philosophy that existed before that, I never would have went on the journey that I did, and therefore it had value in the sense that it sent me on the path that I was on.
What about for me? What
For you
about for
personally?
somebody else?
For you personally, it may mean nothing. It might not mean anything for you. It might not be valuable for you, and it might not even be it might not be advantageous for you to study it or to learn from it. It might be. I'm not saying you couldn't get anything out of it, but it might not be. I mean, like there isn't. I can't answer that definitively. I can't tell you that. Oh yeah, you definitely. If you read this book by this author, this is going to change your life. The way I can't say that if you listen to me and all my bullshit, that it's going to change your life. Like, because I don't believe that.
So I'm gonna be a bit hyperbolic here, but I still think accurate. I would say that in this context, right, in the how we're discussing this issue right now,
yeah,
you're more of an atheist than a Christian. Then you and I are more like
I would.
the so-called
Just like I've said, I've told Jeff many times. I'm probably almost more of a Satanist than he is in some ways.
right. So we need we need the freak to come up here. We need a real Bible thumping Jesus's love type of eternal life.
And I love talking. I love talking to those
streets.
people too, because I find a lot of value a lot of times in those conversations. I see it like books. Honestly, even though I've gotten a lot of things I have from old documents and stuff like that, I find books to be much less valuable than conversations, because conversations are connections. I'm connecting with you right now. We're having a discourse, and whenever what you say and what I say back, and that interchange of ideas is far more valuable than like if I wrote all this down on a piece of paper and you read it, and like you were like, well, I disagree with this or I agree with it. That means much less than I think we were always. I mean, I believe that's the meaning of, that's what church was supposed to be. I think that church itself was supposed to be discourse, was supposed to be like intellectual discourse between people that were all trying to figure it out for themselves. They're all trying to figure out what this stuff means, and they were talking to each other and learning from each other. And it wasn't until fucking Paul came along and tried to like ritualize the whole thing and turn it into a fucking like. I'm a big anti-Paul person, and if that wasn't already clear. I only believe I believe in the Rosicrucian view. There's only 9 lords of the New Testament. As they say, 9 lords mean nine books in the New Testament that have any real truth in them. Everything else is written by Paul, and everything written by Paul is mostly bullshit.
What do you think the historical significance of the Bible is? Like, do you think these things actually played out in history? Because you said most of it's a metaphor.
Well, I think the New Testament comes to the Gospel of John and Acts and a few others. I mean, most of the New Testament is letters between people. I mean, it's not even like, they're not even historical accounts per se. They're simply people talking to each other. It is literally conversations that are happening through letters. So like I think that's the core of what Christianity was built around anyway. The Book of Acts is a historical document. And as far as we know, it's fairly accurate as far as we know, because there are other sources that do back it up to some degree. There are less sources that back up other things. I think there's value in even the Old Testament in terms of like, it is one of the more reliable historical texts we have from the time period, even though it wasn't until in much more recent times that we've actually seen archaeological evidence that backs up a lot of the things in the Old Testament. But we have finally found some archaeological evidence, even though some of it contradicts some of it. We do that some parts of the Old Testament were things that really happened, that there really was some sort of nation of Judah or Israel or something like that. I don't know how. I don't have solid opinions on that, because I'm not an archaeology expert, and I try to learn about it as much as I can, but I'm not an expert on it. And Stifter Freak said, I've read it, and I've witnessed things as well. I have seen things with my eyes that I can't fully explain with my logical brain, and those things definitely give me pause and make me think. I have seen things that I do not understand. I've had moments in my life where if it wasn't an intervention from some sort of spiritual entity, an angel, or something that didn't do that. I have no idea how it makes sense otherwise, because it's just like this. And I'm not going to go into that right now, but I've had things that happened that were so that basically it's more logical to believe in like intervention from a higher power than it is to believe in coincidence, because the level of coincidence that would be required is so astronomically dense that we're talking about, like, like the creation of the universe kind of like level of math.
What's an example of something like that?
The long stories to go into. I tell you about the birth of my daughter, my first daughter, like was a series of things that make no sense at all. Like the fact that the fact that I did certain things at the time that I did them, and the fact that like my wife didn't die and that my child survived, required so many things to happen at the exact moment they happened that it literally hurts my brain to think about, because I'll like, but just let me say it from the street. I would love to tell you about it, but like I will tell you, like we thought my daughter was we thought my wife had miscarried. Okay, they felt no heartbeat. They told my wife she had miscarried. We believed that for like 3 months, and then she started having some stomach issues, some stomach pains and stuff like that, and we didn't know what was going on. I didn't know exactly what to do, but for some reason I could have asked for any day off, but I went to the job I was working at the time. I said, I need this day off because I need to go to the hospital with my wife. I don't know why I didn't do it like that day. I should have. It seems like I should have, but I happened to go that day. We drove to a hospital that had like people backed up out the door in a line. And I was like, well, we can't go there. And I ended up driving to a hospital I didn't even know existed, and that had no line. And because of the situation, the state she was in at that moment, which she would not have been an hour before, she wouldn't have been an hour later, she'd been dead an hour later. She was in such a state that they took her in directly, took care of her without anything. Like they basically everything was paid for and taken care of because of the emergency situation. Like Nevada had some really interesting social programs at the time that really helped people because the economy is doing really well. She got all this really special medical attention that she would not have gotten if she hadn't gotten there at that exact same moment. And found out that she was still pregnant. She still had a baby, that even though we were told that she didn't have a baby by 2 doctors before that we were told the baby was dead. And we ended up having a daughter within 48 hours. And they called in a special like surgeon that came in from out of town. All these things happened that they only could have happened at that time because that guy was about to go on vacation. Everything happened at the exact. I've gone over it over and over in my head, and like believe me, like I can be a coincidenceologist as much as a conspiracy theorist, a coincidence theorist, but like the weight of the coincidence of that whole experience on me is so intense that it makes me like kind of break down into like a state of like just like I feel like a small child, like just like a fetus, like just like I curl up into a ball, like I can't make sense of this. Like how did I take that day off? How did I choose that moment, that hospital, that timing? Everything that happened was so perfect that if it had happened any other way, my wife and child would have both been dead.
There's a lot of assumptions.
It's a lot of assumptions. Maybe you can take it
Are you familiar with Douglas Adams' Pond, or Puddle, rather?
I Douglas Adams. I'm a huge Douglas Adams fan. Yes. I have read all of his books. At least I've read all of the Hitchhiker's Guide stuff. I didn't read what was it? The Titanic, Earth Titanic, or Ship Titanic, or something. I didn't read that one. There's a couple others I didn't read, but I've read everything that he wrote in the Hitchhiker's Guide. I'm a huge fan of, and I've also read that's not Douglas Adams. Never mind. Sorry, I started to say that the one that Neil Gaiman wrote with Terry Pratchett was Neil Gaiman. That's not the same guy. The one that made the TV series.
I'm not sure where it's from, but the quote is, This is rather like a puddle waking up one morning and thinking, this is an interesting world I find myself in. An interesting hole I find myself in. Fits me rather neatly, doesn't it? It's like it was perfectly made for me.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about fine-tuning arguments. It's like the
I
thing that a
hear
random
you.
convergence of events occurred, and
I
then
hear
the
you.
rare outcome of that could only come from those events occurring happened, which follows
Sure.
logically.
Yeah.
But then, as a human monkey looking backwards, it's like, holy shit, because you're on the other end of it, and it looks like it happened just for you, where you could have just as easily not even survived that day and been hit by a bus.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. There's I don't disagree with your argument there. I don't I guess when it comes down to it, like I find that there's a certain degree I take utility into account, I guess. I could
Say that
believe that.
again.
I could believe in that. I could be a coincidence theorist in that sense and believe that it was all just a grand coincidence that happened at that specific time. And I don't doubt that that is a valid argument. I don't take that as being like I don't say that I don't look at you and be like you're stupid. You don't understand how deep what I went through is. I don't see it like that at all. I see it as like what your perspective is valid on that. But at the same time, like it whenever I try to take the other perspective, I look at it from the coincidence perspective. That makes less sense to me, and it mathematically it makes less sense.
But there's going to be billions and billions and billions of chances for the exact same circumstance that you had happen to you.
Billions and billions and billions of chances. It's also the same thing as like saying like well, okay, so somebody wins the lottery.
Yeah,
and like the chance,
but that's the thing.
Like,
that's a good analogy because you're the guy who won the lottery, and you're saying God did it. That doesn't make sense. You're just the guy who won the lottery.
Right.
That's the point. So it always feels when you're the one guy who won the lottery, it always is in a very disassociating feeling when you're the guy on the other side of the weird circumstance. But for everybody else, it's just another Tuesday.
The difference is that the guy that won the lottery played the lottery.
Yeah, but so did 898 million people who didn't win fuck all.
Yeah, I think, but still, there was an action put into place. Like mine was more of a state of inaction. I don't know why I did the things I did when I did them. I'm not saying that I'm right. Okay, like once again, Innocent, please don't take me as being like some like I'm not being some like I'm not being some hard-headed like Christian asshole that just like believes in like and believes in fate and destiny and all this kind of shit like that. I trust me. I my inclination. Despite everything I've been saying, I'm actually a very logical person, and I always fall first on the side of logic. But my wife is the opposite. Like she will fall to the side of like the supernatural argument first, and she hates me for it because she doesn't hate me. She doesn't hate me. She loves me. I mean, but like she hates it when I do that because she will see something that will happen, and she'll be
everything's
like,
everything happens for a reason.
She'll say that she'll say, well, this was clearly like how can you not see that this is God? And I'm like, well, because of this, and this. Whenever something happens to the degree where it breaks my brain, and I'm like in that place, well, like I mean, then maybe it's supposed to break my brain. Maybe I'm just supposed to,
That's what gets you into the magical thinking, though, is because it's the astronomical math involved breaks your brain.
It's not even magical thinking. It's like I believe in order. I believe in like do you believe in chaos theory?
What is chaos theory?
Have you ever seen Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
You know how Jeff Goldblum explains it in the most rudimentary way possible, right? But he explains chaos theory in the movie. I'm just using this because it's a common touchstone for it's a cultural touchstone. It's chaos theory is
Right.
much deeper than that, right?
Right.
It's a much bigger thing. But his explanation is still like it's still a basic, like, boiling down of like what chaos theory comes to, which is large patterns, like massive patterns, like patterns so large that not even the most powerful computers in the world can fully comprehend them or understand them.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm talking about, I guess. And I guess
and the more you look into any individual event, you'll find that you can just keep finding more and more coincidences. And so if you do it for something for like whether or not you took what time you took a shit the other day, you can find just as much significance as for the birth of your own daughter.
But are they coincidences? Are they patterns?
I don't see the. Well, who cares? What does that have to do with what we're talking about? That could be.
We're just having a philosophical argument. It's not. This isn't.
That's my point, though. In this like where we are right now in our discussion, they could be either or.
It could be either or.
It wouldn't be God.
I'm simply. My view of God is more like the view of large scale patterns than it is like
if God
is a guy in a bearded
man. So if God becomes a placeholder for everything that we can't compute and predict, then
God,
I'm with you.
Not a placeholder. A real thing that is like that holds the fabric of the universe together in a sense of the patterns of everything.
I would never argue that however far out you zoom, you find another system that that works like cells in our body. So you zoom all the way in and you zoom all the way out, you find the same thing. So so by that definition, I'm a Christian. You know what I'm saying?
That's funny. I mean, your definition, like you said earlier, I'm basically an atheist. I mean, like we can see them both the same way. I don't think we're that far off from each other in the first place. That's really the only thing I'm even arguing. I guess I'm not really arguing or discussing at this point. I'm just pointing out. I don't think that our viewpoints are that far off from each other. We have different perspectives, and those perspectives are essential. I don't want you but by the way, it would be.
That's what I'm curious about, though.
I would almost be disappointed with this conversation, and you were like, you know what? I think you're right, and I think that I think I switched to your perspective now. That would almost be disappointing to me because I appreciate your perspective. I like the fact that your perspective is different than mine. I want people around me with those different perspectives because they challenge mine, and the more they make me think about my perspective, the more I don't see. Unlike other people, like I know there are people out there that they hear a different perspective than their own, and their reaction is to like, "Fuck that, I'm right," and everything else. My reaction to it is like, I think about that, and I'm thinking about like that's a good point. I something I need to consider further in my own estimation of my life.
I'm starting to doubt that intelligent people really believe in God. And I would include you in the category of intelligent people. And so when I have intellectual conversations with Christians, either it goes nowhere because they're fucking retarded, or it's very interesting and I enjoy it like I am with you. But then, it seems like when I try to pinpoint what God is, there's nothing there. That the strongest anti-theist I know wouldn't absolutely agree with.
Right.
Being me, I'm the great example of the strongest anti-theist I know, and I agree with you.
My view of God is much bigger in my estimation. My view of God is much bigger than most Christians' view of God.
Then why call it God? Help me out. That's what I'm trying to figure out. There's two ways that I ask that question. One is to get you is kind of like, Chris, stop calling it God. You're pissing me off. But the other way is genuine curiosity as to what that thing could be that I'm not seeing.
I use the term God the same reason that we use many terms for things that are inaccurate just because it's the cultural norm for it. Because whenever I say the word God, that triggers certain ideas in your head, even if it's even negative ideas, but you still understand essentially what I'm talking about, right? Whereas I came up with some completely new term that didn't have that connotation, it would require like an hour of explanation of why I call it that, right? So it's not it's a shortcut, okay? And I understand that. I really, literally I went to a not a what they call a postmodern church a long time ago. And it really blew my mind. It completely changed my entire conception of God at the time, because they literally I remember like the pastor of this church, it was a conference they were having, and he came out and he brought the Bible out and he said, "This is just a book," and he threw it on the ground. And I was like, what the fuck? Like what's going on here, right? And he was like, it's just a book. All this is words that people wrote. This is not God. You do not worship this. This is not your God. This is just words from people that wrote about God. And if you believe in this as God, then you're wrong. You're putting God inside of a box. God is a bigger idea than anything that you can possibly comprehend. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us combined. He said like there's two words that if you can fully comprehend, you will know more than every other person on the planet. And that is when God says, I am. The very concept of a God is such a mind-boggling concept, is that something that we cannot in our tiny human brains fully comprehend, because it's beyond our actual ability to comprehend it. And so so I think of God in that term of like that God is something that is inherently inexplicably beyond our comprehension.
Sure.
And therefore, our best ability to try to understand him is only going to be rudimentary at best. Even like the most intelligent, the most creative, the most highly researched people among us will only get so close to actually understanding anything about God, because I think of God as possibly like, the larger pattern. God could be dark matter. God could be any number of things that we see as inexplicable.
Now you're aware that there are a lot of people that don't accept that view, right? That's why they're angry, when so to speak.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. Okay.
I don't hang out because of that.
There's fundamentally no difference between atheism and Gnosticism at that level. It would only be the spiritual experience, which I would say is a false dichotomy, right? Like atheists can be spiritual,
I have a real problem with organized worship.
For sure.
Like the organized worship sessions, I have a real problem with that. I think it's tantamount to brainwashing, and a lot of times, like a lot of the terms they use are a lot of Old Testament terms, like hallelujah. If you break it down, it is like literally like it's like saying hail to it's hail to you, Jah. It can be broken down in English like that. I mean, it doesn't really break down like that in Jewish, but just the fact that it translates that way in our thing. And Jah was another term for an Old Testament godlike entity. I mean, like you could. I'm saying that's kind of a silly one. Okay, that's a silly, honestly. And I don't put a lot of stock in what I just said there. I'm just saying that it was just a silly it's a silly thing. But like I've gone to churches before and thought that, I'm like, what are we saying when we're saying hallelujah? Like what does that even mean? Like, what are we even doing when we're doing this? Like all these, we're standing around, we're singing these praises to God, and like I don't think that God wants us to sing songs together. I think praise to God, if that's such a thing that needs to be happen, is if we were created in the image of a creator, the only thing we could really do in true worship is to create ourselves. That is my true opinion of what the only true form of worship is. And I think creation is a very broad term that includes everything from being a lawyer to having a conversation to making music to anything that you do that requires your creative comprehension, your creative thing. You are acting in a state of worship in the sense that you are honoring the creator that created you by exercising your ability to create. And I think that is, and that's my view. That's my view, and it's a limited view. It's not a comprehensive view. I respect your view, where you see it from the atheistic perspective, and I admire it. And honestly, to be perfectly honest, I wish I could have that perspective. I wish I could have that perspective because honestly, it's easier than the one I have. The one I have is very, very hard to explain and very hard to understand and very hard even for me to understand. And it really gets confusing for myself when I'm talking about it or when I'm trying to even thinking about it myself. I turned to atheism and agnosticism specifically because I couldn't understand these things, and I thought, well, this makes more sense to me. This is where I identify now, and I in something compelled me back to this other direction. Maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe there's not. Maybe it was my programming. Maybe I was indoctrinated. Maybe it was this or that. But my indoctrination should have told me just to believe in what it told me to believe in and shut up.
Was Solomon actually born? Did Solomon exist?
As far as we know, as far as we don't. But it could be he very well might not have been. I mean, there is nothing in history 100% sure about. Did Alexander the Great definitely exist? There's a lot of documentation of him, but how do we know that he's not just like the old Greek version of Thor, or the old Greek version? I'm not talking about Thor, of Captain. How do we know he's the old Greek version of Captain America? How do we know he's not just like how do we know he's not just a mythological superhero that went around and did superhero things? We don't know that for certain. We don't know that for certain, but we have to at some point we accept certain things as history. That's what I come.
I don't accept that shit. Fuck that.
I mean, I don't have to, but it doesn't.
I accept that pizza tastes good.
You know what? I had some good pizza yesterday and today, and I agree with you completely. There's this place that I was out at in Greenville, and they have the Greenville Pizza Company out there. They made this pizza called a pesto prosciutto. It was pesto and prosciutto and had all this great shit on it, and had goat cheese and all this stuff, and it was amazing. And pizza tastes good, and I know that for a fact. So
see, we've got some objective knowledge. That's Gnosticism right there, brother.
DeFreak has been here for several minutes, and I have not let him speak. DeFreak, please talk, and I'm going to shut my fucking mouth for like 5 minutes. So
that's okay. That's okay. I just wanted to see if I could answer any questions because sometimes like a church or whatever, they don't they don't have the right things to say, or they just quote scripture, or they can't relate it to people or whatever. I wasn't a believer until I was about 36. And up until then, I was, a science guy, Star Trek guy, IT guy, whatever. And so I can bring kind of that, whole perspective into my faith now.
What religion were you raised with? Sorry, it's time. I skipped my nap to have this conversation because it's more fun.
I did too.
So. Secular, but we believed in Islam. And but we were pretty much secular. We didn't, we weren't hardcore religious or anything. We just, we believe in all three of the prophets, and so we're better than the rest because
that's fascinating. I had no idea you grew up in an Islam believing family. That's fascinating. Tell us more about that.
Well, I mean, I'm like what, second generation American or whatever. So we were Americanized and everything.
I am too, actually. I'm actually only second generation American myself.
Yeah.
Same.
So it wasn't a real, especially in America, Islam isn't really the predominant religion or anything. So we were just kind of to ourselves, and I mean, we probably celebrated Christmas more than anything else, which is kind of weird. They just basically, said to me, the three isn't one, and we believe in all three of the prophets, so we're a better religion. Basically, is what they would tell me.
That's really interesting because I've asked like machine lies and stuff before. I have this is a genuine question I've had about Islam that because Islam and Christianity have so many similarities, right? And like the thing about Islam that always like I always had questions. I was like, what's the advantage? Like where like Islam even believes in Christ as like a savior type thing. Like where
Prophet.
where does Muhammad being there like make it superior to Christianity? As something I've always had issue with, like, and not like like angry issue, just questions. Like I've read the Quran. I've read those things. Like I said, I used to study like every major religion, everything that I could find, because I was really seeking. I was really a seeker for a long time. I was trying to find what was the truth, and like I read the Quran and stuff like that. And when I found in the Quran, I was like, how is this like? What's the difference? Like, I mean, where am I? Why am I reading? Why would I believe this over Christianity? Like, if
your parents told you to.
Right. That's the best thing. And I've asked this question to a few different Muslims, and I've never really gotten any good solid answers from it. And it's a weird question. It's a weird thing to.
The utilitarian reason for it, and the original reason would be to unite certain bands of people against the establishment of a global Christian church. I think probably is where it came from to begin with.
Possibly. I mean, in today's like modern society, like guys like Machine Lies, who I respect a lot. He's a good friend of mine, and like I've asked him this question, and he had trouble kind of responding to it too, and I really don't. It's one of those things where I'm like, I just have questions that no one has really been able to answer. But it sounds like you moved on past that, so like I don't really expect you to answer those. But I just think it's interesting that you were raised in a Muslim.
Happy to answer, but I mean, I think it's mostly just past misinterpretation. And one thing I like to say is, Christians are short-sighted regarding the Quran, and Muslims don't put Christ in his proper position. That's the real problem. So they don't believe that a man could be God or is God or was God or any fashion of any sort of mankind being any sort of deity at all. They believe in
Muhammad was like
the father would call Allah, like he would be the father in that quote unquote station of position.
Okay.
Christ, they believe in a Messiah figure and whatnot, but they just can't somehow make the connection to what God has done, and they just deny it in terms of him being a deity or sitting on the throne, or even that Muhammad was a born again Christian, which I assert all the time, but no one believes me. But that's something else. And I could actually prove that from the scripture, not just not from just whatever. I could spiritually prove.
I've seen that before. I've seen that myself. in writings and stuff like that. Like that and depending on who is writing them, and depending on of course there's many hadiths that were written by many different people that I don't think reflect most Muslims' viewpoints, and that are usually used against Islamists to try to invalidate their entire theology. And I think that's really fucked up. They'll use a single hadith to try to say all Islam is all they all believe in destroying everyone that doesn't believe in Islam and things like that. And I think that's that's very similar. That's very similar. Have you ever looked into Buddhism a lot? So much of Buddhism is written by so many different people that have so many different viewpoints on Buddhism. It's kind of impossible to have a single a singular like viewpoint on Buddhism. If you read the whole what's the word? There's just the whole a canon of Buddhism. They're so very different from one another, what they believe about the Buddha and about things like that, that it makes it kind of like it's very contradictory and very confusing,
I'd say
and
that's true about Christians and Muslims too.
There is no defined
I agree.
Buddhism.
I agree.
What would you say your definition of God is, to Freak?
God is what He says He is in the Scripture. Love, light, mercy, truth, all those good things.
Does God look like us?
The Father, no. The Father looks like my avatar. Kind of.
But he has gender.
Well, Christ is manifested as a male, so yes, we refer to Him as male. But
Christ
God
is male, or what about God? Is God male too?
Well, He's not human. I mean, He's the source of light. He's the source of everything.
Why say he instead of it?
Because Christ manifested as male.
Because
so
Christ,
God,
yeah. But see,
Sophia, is there a difference
who is
between?
Equally as important.
It's God and Christ are the same thing.
Well, Jesus has the full authority of God. Yes.
And Jesus came to. What do you think? What do you think about my?
And that didn't really answer my question. I didn't ask anything about authority.
But what do you think about my viewpoint that that God it would be, I guess, considered asexual. He would not be considered to have like a sex per se that Christ did, and Christ literally, according to the Pistis Sophia of Jesus Christ, and according to other documents and many others actually, he came to not to usurp Sophia, which was also synonymous with wisdom, but he actually came to redeem Sophia, and it was Sophia is also known as what we consider the Holy Spirit. The Sophia was the feminine side of God, was the feminine aspect of God. It was the mother spirit. What do you think about that?
I think there's some truth in that. The Father God, the entirety of God is masculine and feminine, but like I said, Christ manifested as male, and when God speaks to you, you hear the running waters of the voice upon many waters, as the Bible says, and that's true. But the final overriding, authoritative, loving voice at the very end is a loving Father voice.
So a male,
right? I mean,
okay, so
we would say masculine, whatever, but
is he all knowing?
Yes.
Is he all powerful?
Yes.
Does he have a plan?
God the Father.
Yeah.
God the Father is those things. God the Father, the source of all would be those things. Christ himself, the Logos, according to the Bible and to Gnosticism, is the spirit of understanding, whereas Sophia, the mother spirit, is the spirit of knowledge, and is the wellspring from which all things are birthed.
So then Christ is a part of Jesus, but Christ is not Jesus.
Christ is Jesus. Christ was the term of Christ is a bigger term than just Jesus. Jesus was Christ, but Sophia ultimately was married to or rejoined with Jesus, and that's what creates Christ in the Gnostic, in my interpretation of Gnostic theology, and that's the Holy Spirit plus Christ. Like those two things are the basis of marriage. They are the basis of the divine feminine and the divine masculine combined. So
Freak says God is a male, all-knowing, all-powerful being. Would you agree with that? Because it sounds like you would not agree with that a few minutes ago.
Like God is the masculine and feminine in the entirety of God. Just like when he says we made in our image, he made them male and female. That's
let's
masculine and feminine, right? But
let me
how far is a woman going to carry a cross? Not very far.
let me back away from the genders and see if we can circle back to that, because that seems to be a point of contention for some reason, which I can't really fathom. Let's just say God is all knowing and all powerful. I don't think Chris would agree with that God could just be a natural pattern, according to Chris.
The natural pattern is all knowing and all powerful, in the sense that it is the pattern from which all things are created and born. Okay, let's look at
But does the natural pattern know everything that's ever going to exist? And can it willingly stop things from existing and create new things?
I believe that. Okay, let's look at it like this. If you are all knowing and you have the ability to know all things, you also have the ability to choose not to know all things. You can choose to not see or not acknowledge or not. You can see how everything will turn out, but you can separate yourself from those things so that those things have a chance to create, to self-realize, to be self-actualize. If something doesn't self-actualize, how could it ever be truly like God?
Or true to begin with.
But is God all knowing and all powerful?
Yes.
Yes, but he also has the ability to choose not to exercise his ability to know all and to affect all.
So possibly God is impotent and unknowing right now because he crippled himself.
Not crippled himself. He inserted,
normalized. He took away his godness.
He allowed the demiurge a barrier between him and humanity, so that humanity could actually actualize itself without his direct influence, so that man could be truly like him and not be just another automaton that simply does what God says.
But also, the Most High never left his station in his position or station as Most High.
Yes, the Most High is so far beyond us. It's a like I consider the Most High as like this. I could I always say, like the center of the universe, right? Like wherever the center of the universe is like what where the Most High would have, like, emanate with this thing that was all encapsulated. My version of it, this is not based on anything. This is my own vision of it. I see it as like God was this all encompassing, all perfect kind of thing. And I believe at one point something happened, and this is very okay. Don't take me for absolute serious or whatever. You can take me as silly. It's like as silly as you want. My conception of creation is that God laughed. Something happened that made God laugh. Because what is a laugh? What is laughter? What is humor? Humor is something that surprises you, right? You laugh because something surprises you. Something surprised that entity, and that laugh is what was the first emanation, that the first thing that existed outside of itself, and that is what created the entire like chain reaction that that created us and everything else in it. And he saw potential in what that laugh like created. It was like a birth like type thing. It was like a child. And whenever he saw that, he knew that if he were simply to control it and to direct its path, then it would simply be nothing more than like the angels that surrounded him. And so he decided to step away and to not control, to be hands off, and to allow it to evolve naturally.
Eventually.
Yes.
Not in the Old Testament.
not the God of the Old Testament, the original creator, and then the God of the Old Testament would have been created whenever Sophia accidentally created the demiurge. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right. Keep going. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna step away for 1 second. 1 second.
What's up, Wildheart? It's been a while.
Yeah, good to see you. I think this is actually the time we've spoken. I see you in the side chat often, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm usually troll chatting.
Yeah, good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too. You look good.
Cheers. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. So no, God isn't impotent or not all powerful, because he could do anything he wanted to, but the thing is, for the predicament that we find ourselves in as humans right now on Earth, is that they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and so we are bearing witness of the good and evil. Then it's established, and then it's judged.
But he would have known that was going to happen.
Well, but you still, according to the Bible, you need 2 or more witnesses to establish anything. So you still need to witness. Everything had to be witnessed.
Why?
Plus, sorry, but I don't understand what Chris said.
Forever.
Sorry,
I couldn't hear you.
Sorry.
Because then it'll last forever. Like it'll be set in stone, you could say.
What would be set in stone?
The witness of good and evil, creation, us, everything that we're witnessing and, have known in recorded history and the future, that kind of stuff.
I don't think I can follow you.
Well, let's put it this way. God knows he knows the final end result and the outcome of everything, but it's still had to be witnessed, because without a witness, there's no establishment. Without establishment, there's no judgment.
Oh, so the whole purpose of this is to judge people.
Well, it's to judge the good and evil, because that's the tree they ate from. There might be other aspects of other things that are different universes, which is quite possible, but we got stuck at this one.
What's the utility of that?
What's the utility is, going forward, if you're in the light, in heaven in the light, then the things that you do and create will be good things and not bad things or evil things.
Yeah, but God could just make you that way.
And what defines evil and good?
Well, God, I would presume in this scenario.
Well, but beyond that, but like, what's the definition of evil and good, even by God's standards in that sense? I'm just asking you to freak. I'm genuinely curious.
If it's something that offends, or it's like a trespass or offends someone else, that's probably a good baseline to start at. Is something that's bad.
Right. So slavery was good.
Well, no, slavery is bad, but
anti-slavery is bad.
What is bad?
Anti-slavery.
I don't know whether slavery is good, but it's definitely permissible in the Bible because God created laws about it. So
and one would say, what the North did to the South definitely was a trespass.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but at the same time, I don't think that there's anything that in the Bible that suggests that culture and ideas cannot progress and move on. We were more primitive at the time, and we did grow and change. And who's to say that that slavery was an idea that did eventually outgrow its usefulness and therefore its morality? I mean,
the ultimate answer to that would be God.
Well, but
okay,
I mean,
but who's to say? Who's to say
central banking would have been a cure for slavery, because it was a debt. Usually a debt-induced type of arrangement, But I mean, if you wanted someone to blame, you could always go back to Pharaoh, and they're African, so I mean, we could go tit for tat on that, but it's in the Bible or whatever. But I mean, until you had a central bank, how else were you supposed to pay debt?
My point is merely that God endorses slavery.
But I don't know if that's true. God was quite against. It seemed like he was quite against the slavery, even though he allowed them to be enslaved. He allowed them to be enslaved as a punishment by the
Well, he
by the Egyptians.
instructed people to enslave other people in the Old Testament.
And the Demiurge was not a good guy, by the way. The Demiurge was not a good guy. He was the Demiurge that only saw people as a method to try to undo the mistake he made when he put the spark in them. He tried to build up the numbers of the Jews, and then he would reduce them down and do it over and over again. He was trying to create a perfect vessel for his eventual plan was the Antichrist, which would be his ultimate incarnation into the form of a man, so that the Demiurge could procreate the same way people do.
Now, Freak, do you agree with that that the God of the Old Testament is not God, and there's at least two entities there?
No, it's all him. It's one God, three manifestations, as I say.
Okay.
So God is not even really the source then.
Then how do you explain the difference between the way God views mankind in the Old Testament versus the way he views it in the New Testament?
Well, shoot, I just had a thought, I forgot it, but I was going to say when it comes to slavery, I mean, it's pick your poison. You either get slavery or you get complete genocide.
Why?
So which one are you going to pick? That's the problem.
I think that's a false dichotomy.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah, if you're able to come on, please come on and have this conversation. I would love to talk with you about this. You always have really interesting viewpoints on this stuff. I'd love to hear your viewpoint. But go on, especially Wildheart. I haven't heard much from you yet.
Yeah, sorry, that makes no sense about the only choices genocide or slavery. Why didn't God in the Ten Commandments make a law thou shalt not own another person's property? That would be another option. So
I agree. That's because I believe that was not the true God. I believe that was the demiurgical God.
Yeah. So what I want to do is figure out how that works from someone who thinks it was the same dude.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, it's him. I mean, since Jesus was incarnated, God may have gained a little bit more, maybe kind
experience.
And see that's the problem. If the true God, the Father God, the Father of the Logos and the Sophia, if that Father God being all knowing, all powerful, being the perfect entity. You're saying that eventually that it took him a couple thousand years to kind of figure things out, and he went to kind of anger management therapy, and then after a certain time,
he literally wiped out the world multiple times until he got it out of his system.
And that would make no sense if God is unchanging as well. I don't know whether anyone believes that God is unchanging, but if God is unchanging, then he can't learn anything. He can't get better. Do you know what I mean? So
God is immutable too. That's a good point.
Yeah, but I once again, if you accept my premise, then that doesn't count.
Yeah, but what I proved though a little while ago though is that if I pull on the envelope of what you call God, you're an atheist in 15 minutes.
Who, me?
No, Chris.
Okay.
It's ultimately just a really powerful pattern of nature that is the source of everything, which I would not disagree exists. I couldn't possibly.
To me, I mean, I see what you're saying about you could call me an atheist in that sense, but I don't consider myself an atheist because I still believe that I believe there's intelligence behind it, and therefore
I'm not so interested in the categories though. But you see, here's the thing: you do believe there's intelligence behind it. I would agree with you based upon the conversation we just had with these members of the panel. But when it was just you and me, I kind of took that intelligence away from you, and you started to agree.
I mean, I think, but no, I even though maybe I misspoke, but I never discounted the intelligence of the pattern. I believe the pattern itself is intelligent. I believe that patterns are intelligent in general.
Intelligent like God intelligent, or intelligent like dogs, cats, people, chimpanzees.
All those things like quantum mechanics. I think quantum mechanics show that there's intelligence even on a quantum level.
How?
I mean, have you looked at have you studied the double slit experiment and the especially the delayed choice double slit experiment? Have you studied that?
Not extensively, but I'm aware of it.
I mean, study it, dude. It will absolutely like blow your fucking mind because
it blew my mind, but I didn't see any sign of intelligence to that. And if anything, it's even
it literally went back in time and changed something. It literally communicated with itself in time to change the outcome of the way the particles were flowing. How is that not intelligent?
Sorry, I was just trying to get clarification on what you mean by intelligence. To me, intelligence requires a mind. Are you saying that processes and natural things have intelligence? Because I don't know you can have intelligence without having a mind.
Thank you. You articulated that a lot better. Thank you, sir.
Maybe intelligence. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Is intelligence perhaps based somewhat in choice?
Yeah, I would think so.
The ability to choose something is the ability to choose.
No,
not solely. I will go back to you have to have a mind to have intelligence.
Well, okay, I'm saying, but if you were, when I say choice, I don't just mean choice like a dog chooses whether or not to eat from this bowl or that bowl. I mean to have a conscious
free will,
like to be a conscious like thing to consider the fact that like the food in this bowl might be better than that bowl, and to think about that beforehand and then choose one or the other. I'm saying like that is like, I mean, that's a mind, right?
Yeah.
And I'm saying like that, and I'm not saying that the actual quantum particles necessarily have a mind, but they are a part of a mind.
But why would you say that?
That because for whatever reason that we do not understand, and no quantum physicists understand it either, it does not want to. It does not want to be measured.
I think you're kind of answering the question right there, how it's related to a mind. It's the quantum physicist. That's the mind that is involved in this. How you and I experience quantum mechanics is through the eyes, ears, writings, expressions of minds of humans.
And there's a difference. Sorry, there's a difference between us not being able to measure it and it not wanting to be measured. You kind of give it a will that it doesn't necessarily have. Just because we can't measure it doesn't mean that it doesn't want to be measured.
Right.
Well, scientifically, I don't know if you can prove intelligence, but what I can say is biological symmetry proves design. I won't say intelligence, but I'll say design.
And design does imply intelligence.
Right. The only reason design means anything is because it implies intelligence. So when you make that kind of caveat, sure, I agree with you. Now I'm a Christian.
Well, no,
and by the way, Denizen, I want to make. I just want to say this one more time, just to be clear. My goal in this is a conversation to me. I love this conversation. I'm enjoying this. My goal in any of this is not to convince anyone to be a Christian or to agree with me. I like the contradicting opinions. I like the contradictions that we have here. I think the conflicts are good and healthy, and I think we're learning from each other, and we're expanding our minds from it. I do not want anything I say to come across be like, I'm just making sure. I don't want anyone to think
and like I said, my goal is to truly understand what is so fucking important about Christ. I want to know. And then also at the same time, there's a little bit of like, I feel like a lot of intelligent people are going to realize there isn't, and they'll just stop using terms like God to describe things. They'll get more specific. They'll put more care and attention and responsibility into the language that they use. And then with those people, I'll have an entirely different conversation and equally as satisfying.
That may be so. I can't refute that because like I'm not entirely certain that you're wrong about that, but I use the term God, like I said, because it's a common term that we all understand when we're talking about something that's greater, that is an intelligence that is like higher than ourselves. That's what we talk about when we talk about God. We have a lot of different, and you're right, it's a very imprecise term that refers to everything from like this idea of a man in a cloud with a beard to all the way down to all the way up to like something that is like an ephemeral pattern that is impossible to understand. It encapsulates too much, and I really wish I had a better terminology set to use for it. It's just what we have right now, and that's why I'm using it. And I agree with you, Denizen. I agree with you that we should find better terms for it.
I think you and I should have a separate conversation. I want to let Wildheart get in again, and where you and I can maybe come up with some terms, or maybe that's where he's going.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to say, do you not think that adding the term God to it, given that God has so many different definitions, do you not think that confuses things more than it clarifies? Why use the term God? It comes with so much baggage, and people have so many different definitions of God. Why use that term? It just kind of confuses things more than anything.
You might have to repeat yourself in a second here. I think he's talking to his wife. But yeah, that's what I was wondering as well. In the meantime, Free, can I ask you, did you believe in an intelligent God when you were a child, when you were a Muslim?
I believed, I was kind of agnostic. There's something out there, kind of a thing, but I didn't know what it was or anything. I certainly didn't know anything about Jesus.
When did you start believing in an intelligent God?
Welcome, Sarah.
Hello. How's
Hello.
everyone?
Probably, right around when I
doing really good right now. I'm having a great time myself. These are the conversations that I live for. I live for this kind of shit right here. So like I'm having the time of my life right now. So it's a welcome. I'm really glad you came on because like I really appreciate your perspective. So
awesome. I'm glad to be here. I can't stay long though. I got to get back to taxes.
I understand. You're still doing taxes, huh?
Yeah. Friday is business tax deadline, and next month is individuals. It's my job.
I remember like the last time I talked to you, you're doing taxes or something like that too. I was just like surprised.
No, I'm a CPA. I do multiple people's taxes.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That explains my entire question. That explains everything I was worried about. I'm not worried about. That's one thing I was confused about. I was like, why is this girl always doing taxes? What is she always doing?
That's my job. I'm a tax accountant, CPA.
Man, I do not envy that at all. That sounds like I hate doing taxes. I'm always afraid I'm doing them wrong. Every time, no matter how well I like research it and stuff, I'm always afraid I'm doing it wrong. So anyway, let's move on.
Yeah.
What do you have to add to this interesting little like diatribe we're having?
Well, I barely heard any of this conversation because I was just stopping for a break to have lunch, and so I'm not really exactly sure where you're at in the conversation.
I was asking the Freak if he grew up believing in an intelligent God and what changed it for him, if there was like some kind of catalyst, and then evidence, what pointed him towards what he believes, and then what convinced him.
Okay.
Pretty much just life, and the trying to succeed and everything, and I just
struggling.
I got out of a divorce, which was very difficult, and whatnot. So I had I was a suicidal person there for a little while. Excuse me. And so I said to myself, I was either gonna find God or die trying. And fortunately for me, he actually showed up.
Dude, we had different experiences like when we got to that point, but I was there too. I was at that same point. It was like 50 Cent. Like I was gonna find God or die trying. You know,
then I could blame him. Because then I could blame him if I had to stand before him. I could blame him and say, "Hey, it's your fault." That was the whole plan.
that wasn't my thought process, but still, I respect your opinion there.
A lot of people usually have to get all the way down to their lowest point because we tend to be very prideful people. And if you have pride, you're going to have a really difficult time having a relationship with God. So when you are stripped of that and at your lowest point, that's actually when you can get the closest to God, because you're the egoic state, not your I self, but like your narcissistic traits that think you're superior and don't need God, get in the way of you having an experience with God.
And when you say God, are you talking about an intelligent being?
Yes.
With a mind.
If you want to just call it a mind, sure. Is it a physical thing like us?
It could be much more than a mind, but you're saying it has a mind.
I mean, in my opinion, it kind of is a mind.
Right.
It kind of
and is it all powerful? Is it all powerful and all knowing?
Yeah, I can do all of those things, but he abides by laws. So he's very
by
orderly.
Choice, obviously.
Yeah, laws that he created in specifically set up in order to try to like the same way that if you're a gardener, right? If you're a farmer, you plant seeds, right? And there are certain fertilizers you use, and there are certain rules you abide by in order to grow those plants to their best possible growth and state. If you don't abide by those rules and laws, if you just plant the seeds in the ground and you leave them there, they die.
But I would say if like a human, I'll do this quick and let Wildheart talk, and I'll shut up.
Yes.
If my thinking along those lines, though, to use that analogy, would be I could grow some decent herbs that would be quite fruitful and to a certain size. But if I competed with God, he'd create an entire garden with the same resources, and it would be obvious who was superior.
Maybe.
And I was going to say, like, if God created the laws, then he wouldn't have to abide by them. He's all powerful. Even if he created the laws, that doesn't mean that God has to follow them. He will be above the laws.
Correct.
Sure.
He doesn't have to, but he made
He
those
chooses
laws
to.
for a reason.
He chooses to. Yeah.
And more along the line of some anti-theist thinking is his laws are kind of shitty, right? Like he's kind of screwed up a lot in the
which law?
The idea that Freak thinks he's evolving, I found interesting, because not a lot of people are willing to admit their God is mutable. That was fascinating.
Okay, well, what laws do you think are shitty?
Like I said, he endorsed slavery. There's a ton of just infanticide and homicide in the Bible. I mean, he prescribed on how to do it properly.
Oh, you're talking
once again, the Old Testament God, the Demiurge did have those things. The New Testament God does not have those same laws and prescriptions.
Well, he still allowed them to happen.
Christ did talk a lot about like, if you're a slave, you should but he was talking about trying to free people from within the system. He wasn't trying to work against the system. He wasn't saying all you slaves need to rebel and kill your masters. He wasn't saying that. He was saying do what you're supposed to do, but know that your freedom is on its way. Go ahead, Wildheart.
Yeah, but nowhere in the New Testament does Jesus or anyone else condemn slavery. And Jesus says not a jot or tittle of the law will be changed. So Jesus is condoning all of the Old Testament laws. He says he doesn't come to change the law, he comes to fulfill it.
And isn't he the one that came up with the details?
Okay, yeah, but whenever he says he did not come to change the law, he came to fulfill it. He was not talking about those laws. He was talking about the laws of the covenants. He came to fulfill the covenants, and that is explicit in different, depending on the translation you read. He is not talking about fulfilling the laws of slavery or fulfilling the laws of man. He says, "Give to Caesar what is Caesar's." And what does he do? He takes the coin from the mouth of a fish. He does not say that slavery is cool. You guys could all keep doing it. He tells slaves he's working within the system. he says when he says he comes to fulfill the law, he's talking about the covenant of the blood sacrifice covenant.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah.
Do you remember which
you think that there wouldn't be slavery if God didn't exist?
Whatever framework exists, though, that man's law exists within, that's God's responsibility.
I think that if that man left without any influence from God, yes, I think that slavery would exist, because I think man's nature is to try to control other people and to try to own anything they can. I think that is within their purview.
And created in the image of a being that seems to be that way too.
Sure. I mean, maybe that's the case, but then again, but he also created us to be somewhat neutral and to have both choices open to us. And sometimes people do choose the easiest option, which sometimes is slavery, sometimes is evil, sometimes is murder.
But if God can tell you not to eat shrimp and not to murder and not to steal, why can't he tell you not to have slaves? I know what you're saying about it was different times back then and slavery was kind of accepted. But if God can tell you not to eat shrimp, surely he can tell you not to have slaves if that's immoral. Do you know what I mean? Why didn't he do that?
That would fall under thou shalt not covet, if you technically.
I do believe, I have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong with this. I'm pretty sure, like, now this might be a Gnostic document I am quoting from, and I am not. I have to look up. My computer's not going to work. Never mind. My computer's not going to do it. But there is a quote from Christ where he does say that all slaves will be free in the end, like that he does condemn slavery. He just doesn't see it as, it's not practical. It's not practical to just say like all slaves should be free. He didn't have political power. He didn't have the power just to like free all the slaves. So what makes more sense, if you have no political power to free all the slaves, to say all you slaves need to rebel and kill your masters and cause a big rebellion and a revolution, or is it say just believe in me, follow me, and know that you will be free eventually? He was against slavery. He was against freedom for all man. He wanted freedom for all mankind, but he just didn't. But at the time, there wasn't a way to just to change the laws of slavery.
Yeah, that might be true, like outside the Bible. But I think in the Bible, in the New Testament, Jesus doesn't even discuss slavery. The only one that does.
Your logic makes sense too for a man. It just doesn't make sense for an all-knowing, all-powerful, omnipotent being that created everything.
I'm going to look it up. I'm going to see if I can find. My computer goes super slow, but I'm going to see if I can't find this. But I know that there is a line where Jesus does talk against slavery. I know I know for a fact that there is. It may be in a Gnostic document, but he does explicitly talk against slavery as a thing. He just refers to it as,
Chris.
The thing is that how are you supposed to repay
talk
debt?
is cheap, especially when you're God.
Can I get a different perspective on the gods?
Yes, please do, Sarah.
I personally do not believe any of the gods in the Bible are the true Holy Father God. I think the Bible is actually Dark's book. It's their playbook.
Who?
And I call him Dark. You can call him evil. You can call him fallen angels. You can call him whatever you want. I'm just going to call him Dark because it encompasses a wide variety of beings.
All right.
I think the Bible is actually going off of Egyptian gods. And, Moses grew up in Egypt. He was raised by the Pharaoh's daughter. And the Bible, the Old Testament and the New Testament, this is a last will and testament. It's a legal document of who inherits your assets when you die. So the initial god in Egyptian is Ptah, and he created the world through Logos. And he was the initial creator of everything. And then during the age of Aquarius, you have his son Atum, or Atum Ra, who is Adam. And that's the age of man, which we call it was the age of Leo at the time. where they were worshiping the sun, but it was really the age of Aquarius. And then his son comes in, who is Shu. This is during the age of Capricorn, but we call it Cancer. This is during the age of Atlantis, which is only mentioned once in Genesis 6:6 with the Nephilim and the gods of renown. And then you have the Great Flood. And that's the end of his reign. And then you have a new god, Jeb, which he reigns during the age of Sagittarius, which is where all of the people that managed to survive the flood went out on the sea and went to the lands of the barbarians. If you've read anything about Thoth and like the Emerald Tablets and stuff like that, or Conan the Barbarian, you hear about these stories where they were people of the Atlanteans that survived and went off to other lands. And then you have his son Osiris, which is during the age of Scorpio, which is actually the false light age of Taurus. This is when they're worshiping the bull in Egypt. And then his son Horus, who is actually Yahweh in the Bible. This is the main Old Testament god, Horus. He's the one that led people out of Egypt. And he chose his people, the Israelites, to come out of Egypt and follow him. And that's during the age of Libra, which is the false light age of Aries. And he asked them to slaughter the lamb, Aries, place the blood over it so his spirit would go during the night and slaughter the firstborn of everyone else instead of his own followers. And Libra is the scales, which is all about law and order. And this is where he sets up those 613 laws. And the main ones are the 10 Commandments. Okay, and then the end of this age, we have Serapis. And Serapis was the Greek, he's the Egyptian Greek union to create that one world religion that were originally called Christians. And he is technically, he's like the Minotaur. He has like a bull face and a human body who's trapped in the fucking maze that you have to go through and bypass when you go through your spiritual birth to get out of this fucking matrix. Okay. Now, his followers were called Christians, and the bishops of Christ that went to the Council of Nicaea under Constantine's rule were the ones that decided a lot of the canonical decisions for the Bible and the Old and the New Testament, which books made it in, which ones didn't get out, when we celebrate our holidays, okay? The only Bible I think that is actually talking about the true Jesus Christ is the book of Mark. In the Gospel of John, they're really talking about Dionysus, who is the wine god who gives you this enlightenment through the Eucharist, where the water turns into wine, and then you have this, and you have a spiritual awakening, you become one with God type thing. That's a Greek thing, but it also originated with Osiris. And that's for the age of Pisces, which the Pisces, the fish, if you know anything about mathematics, you have the two circles that intersect. What is it called? I don't have my thing over here, but it creates
Venn diagram.
No, it creates that fish symbol in the middle, and mathematically it's like it's the square root of 3 that creates 153, which represents the 153 fishes. It's I don't have my notes right here, and unfortunately my memory doesn't recall it totally. Oh yes, Vestica Pisces. Thank you, Vladimir Putin. Thank you, Putin. The Vestica Pisces. Yeah, so it's the flower of life. And that's a symbol of the fish. And a lot of the mystery schools understood this, and all the mathematicians understood this. And you had Pythagorean's theorem and all of this stuff. And then you have I forget the mathematician that came after Pythagorean, who understood this 153 represented it. So you'll find that number in the Bible a lot, and it's representing this fish, the flower of life, which is basically talking about Christos. But everything that's holy is also completely distorted through dark. So there's a lot of truth in the Bible, but it's wrapped in lies, and they distort it and manipulate it. And they're wanting you to worship these false gods who are really just fallen angels. So like in Revelation, when they talk about Jesus returning, they're not actually talking about Jesus Christ, the man, who had Christos because he went through a rebirth. He's not God, okay? Anyone can have Christos. Anyone can be like Jesus. The true Jesus in the Bible tells you that you can be just like him. You can get just as many powers as him. And Mark actually explains the whole process of going through the ego death, of rebuilding the ego, of being enlightened, of finding the kingdom of God, and what occurs afterwards, where you literally have to learn spiritual warfare. You figure out how to get rid of demonic beings out of things. They actually see you as powerful because now you have Christos working within you. I can keep going. Do you all have questions?
What is what is that truth?
I'm honestly
what is which
I'm listening. I'm fascinated by everything you're saying. That's a really unique perspective. I actually want to ask you real fast before we go on with this. Would you be interested in doing an entire podcast with me, like maybe at night whenever you're available? Like I love to do. I just love to have a conversation with you about this because
I
this
love these conversations.
So yeah, I'll contact you in Discord. We'll set something up. We'll do one of these because I want to have a deep conversation on what you're talking about right there, because that is a truly interesting that's a truly interesting topic for me. But go on, guys.
Well, something doesn't
You were
add up to
saying
me.
everything that's holy. Good.
When you said that by the time the Council of Nicaea came around, there was bishops or something.
The bishops of Christ were followers of Serapis. Serapis was around 200 to 300 years before Jesus was even born. We had Christians long before Jesus existed. So the true Christianity is not actually following Jesus. The true people that followed Jesus were the Nazarenes. They have
Which is what Jesus came out of, was that he was a Nazarene himself, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Essenes, the follower of Nazarenes.
It still doesn't add up. That doesn't add up. But then also you say, well, these bishops of Christ were at the Council of Nicaea. They assembled the book. So then, how does Dark get involved in that if they're bishops of Christ?
Because the Christ is Serapis, not Holy Jesus Christ, and it's not the true Christos. Serapis is the false Christ.
Yeah, and so the anything holy is twisted by dark, and there's some truth in the Bible, but they wrapped it in lies. That's that truth I'm interested in. What is this holy truth?
Well,
the thing is, it's a bunk theory, because if the devil really wanted to give you lies, he wouldn't mention Jesus at all. He wouldn't mention anything like that.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Well,
I think he would use the truth to lie to you. That's the most effective way to lie to any person.
Exactly.
The devil is incapable of glorifying God in any way.
I don't think that's true. I think the devil is actually destined to glorify God eventually. He is. Yeah. It says every knee shall bow.
It was his sole purpose for existing at one point, wasn't it? Wasn't he the bearer of light?
Yeah, that depends on who you're actually calling the devil, because anyone can be the devil. But if you're referring to Lucifer, he was the closest to God at one point.
I don't want to derail the conversation just for my own curiosities, but is it okay if I hear Sarah's answer about what is this holy truth that's there?
Absolutely.
I'm not sure if I know how to answer that question.
Do you maybe not know? Is the whole point is you're trying to figure it out? You're trying to peel off the lies? Or
I don't think anyone knows the whole truth. I think that's what we're doing. We're seeking the truth.
I think that's kind of the point.
So is this a mere curiosity then?
It's not a mere curiosity. It's kind of part of our mission, our kind of what we were.
What's the ultimate goal then? Just to know?
To know and to internalize and to self-actualize into the people we're supposed to be.
Yeah, the individuation process.
Yeah.
You have the great attainment.
So what'd you say, Freak?
the Great Attainment, as it's called. I'm looking up right now.
And guys, I just put
So
I put my personal Discord in the private chat. It's an invite link. I invite everybody that's on this panel right now. Please join it. We'll for setting up that you're already in it. So I'm pretty sure you're in there, Sarah. But just please, if you're interested in being part of like that podcast that I'm talking about doing, like please sign up. But sign up to the Discord and let me know so that I can invite you whenever I get the time set up. Because I'm gonna have to wrap up here in about 10 minutes or so. So I have to go to the pharmacy to get prescriptions, and but I want to continue this on a future thing. So please just join the Discord and let me know if you're interested, and I will invite you all to it. It'll probably an evening stream so that everyone will be more likely to be able to be involved. But we can, if you guys have specific times you're available, let me know and we'll try to set up a time that everyone's available.
So you would say there's many mysteries, right? Maybe even some that have nothing to do with God.
I think everything is related to God. Nothing comes without God. I think I should say the origination of everything comes from God.
Right, but not everything. If everything is holy in that it's created divinely, but not everything is holy or divine, right? Like it's of consequence.
Right. There's
it's a mystery. Go ahead.
I would say that what becomes unholy is like a counterfeit version where it's slightly off. It's not quite right. And when we modify DNA, thinking we're creating something of perfection, we're actually distorting it. So all of our, bioengineering shit that we think is helping usually ends up creating something worse in the end. Every time we try to play God and create this perfect food, we have stripped it completely of its nutrients, and now we're just eating dog shit, basically.
What I mean is let's say I know what I want to eat for dinner tonight, and I offer $100 to anybody who can guess what I'm going to eat for dinner. Now all of a sudden, something inconsequential that means nothing has some importance and value to maybe the people in the chat who need $100, right?
Okay.
That mystery, it's not really worth knowing unless you need the $100. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So what makes this mystery that you're starting to uncover? Why is that one significant? What does it offer? Why is it finding out the truth that was lied about by the Council of Nicaea? Why is that all encompassing, and how does that have to do with the nature of everything and the creation of the universe itself?
I would say that is actually a very small portion of finding the truth, but it certainly helps to break strongholds when you believe that the Bible is 100% accurate in the Word of God, that you can start breaking these things.
Yes,
realizing
absolutely.
that man has interfered.
By learning that truth, by breaking through those barriers, I think that's what gives us the ability or the possibility of the ability to actually to make changes in the world, to actually make changes that were positive, for positive change in the world. I think if it by learning and internalizing that truth and self-actualizing, we could actually affect the world in a positive way that we have not yet been able to do.
See, from my perspective, I grew up that way because the simple truth is that in all of man's works, the expression of man's struggle exists in many different archetypes, and no story is to the exception, whether it be the Bible or anything else. And the way that it's been, not only has it been twisted, as she says, but the way it was used it speaks even more to what I would call the truth about man's plight on this planet, which is that knowledge and resources are automatically hoarded and kept from the masses and then immediately used as a tool to control people to get them to do what you want them to do in order to serve your own agenda.
But here's the thing: do you think if all these secrets were publicly available, that you could trust the average person to know what to do with it, with that knowledge?
I don't trust the psychopaths and the narcissists who control it now, so I don't see
think
the utility
about
of
this.
it.
Think about this: is any knowledge worth anything if you don't have to work for it to some degree?
Yes.
Is anything? No, seriously. If you were born rich, you're born with your parents that are wealthy. You have all these things. You have access to all this money. You don't appreciate it. You do not have a real.
Yeah, but I'm all knowing and all powerful. I'm just gonna bestow you with the same experience and understanding as a poor person. But I'm gonna put the hammer in your left hand and the sickle in your right hand and enable you to go out there and create something beautiful.
Are you a communist?
The human condition should drive you to Jesus Christ.
Are you a communist or a Christian, or what are you?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I don't really fit into any categories. I mean, to answer your question, not to dodge your question, you could think of me as a strong anti-theist.
Oh, okay. So you say there's a bunch of hidden knowledge, but what people don't take into account that there's a whole bunch of knowledge that's just out there in the open public that they just don't take the time to go mine for, don't even do even a couple queries for.
Facts.
Again, take that knowledge account. Like for example, all of the open source software code, that's already publicly available, but most people don't know how to interact with it because it's not easy to even read the software code, but it's publicly available.
Well, and even if they could read it, what are they going to? They don't have a goal in mind of what they want to do with it. And I would ask the anti-theist, would you say that you're kind of a Satanist? Because like Satanists are kind of anti-theist as well. Like they don't, they're kind of starkly secular, right?
It's difficult to fit me into the anti-theist container. When you get more specific, you're going to get less of a representation. I would definitely say I'm more Satanist than Christian, especially at this point in my life. And I would say in my younger years, I was much more Christian than I am now.
But if the human condition, and you know that the mankind is going to exploit and steal and all that other, why doesn't that drive you towards Christ instead of away from him?
I don't see Christ as an answer to those problems.
I agree with Dennison. I do not see Christ as an answer to those problems either.
When you say Christ, are you meaning Jesus?
Yeah, I mean Jesus. As far as Christos goes, I don't know that I would give you the objective reality of the accurate and specific, discovery that you've come to. But I would say that when we zoom out and the more vague your language is, I agree with you.
Okay.
And that's the story too, is of a young man being in, what's the word, like filled with the
Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I don't think you actually need Jesus. It's just one example that shows you the way. There are many, but you actually need Christ.
And you get the idea of that too if you read the old text, right, in their original languages. You get that you really get the idea that this is like another Tuesday,
No, there's lots of people
that's one way of putting it.
Long before Jesus.
Right.
Okay, can just ask them, so are you an atheist as well as an anti-theist? Because I don't know how any atheist could be a Satanist. Obviously, if you don't believe in God, then you don't believe in Satan, because God created
What I mean
Satan.
is, in the way that I'm Satanist is the prescription. So not that Satan is an actual being, but like the human selfishness of Satanism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cheers.
So murder, theft, assault, and rape are not evil to you, right?
I don't really find myself as an authoritative power on what is good and evil. I don't tend to frame conversations with those terms, but
So
I
you
don't.
have no opinion, so you have no opinion on those four major categories of morality.
I wouldn't call those categories of morality. I was about to give you my opinion on murder and rape. I don't do them. I've never killed or raped anyone.
Do you have any reason why you ought not to?
Yeah, I could probably come up with 100 reasons.
I don't think God would follow our definition of theft and whatnot. Like, if a family's being starved and they need to go steal a loaf of bread because they don't have enough money, do you think God's going to punish that mother to feed her child?
It depends
sure,
on
but having a general.
It depends on who you are and what mood God's in. You could read the Bible if you need a reference.
Yeah. Keep in mind, though, that's true, Hank. But keep in mind, from in Sarah's perspective, the Bible is a bit of trickery, and that's not God. When she says God, she's not talking about that guy.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, if it's not that guy, then I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think any of the gods mentioned in the Bible are the true God. I think they're all fallen angels.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But so, in reference to true God, I don't know. If it does happen, probably. If it doesn't happen, probably not. That's as far as I can go.
Well, let me put it this way: do you think that whatever the real God is like, rape, murder, theft, and assault is okay?
Well, it's allowed by the laws of physics, so yes.
Whatever all-knowing, all-powerful being that's created everything, yes, is okay with murder and rape to some extent.
Yeah. Otherwise, it would be by physics.
So
is not willing to intervene.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, God in the Bible isn't against rape. You get a small fine. You get a small fine, and you have to.
Sorry, so we shouldn't have prison, we shouldn't have laws, we shouldn't have any of that because there's nothing wrong with it, right?
That's not what we're saying. We're saying God allows it.
Do as thou wilt, essentially.
So, prisons aren't forbidden either. So we can have prison still.
I do as I will, and it doesn't involve any murder or rape, or emptying of the prisons.
But what if you suddenly decided you wanted to murder or rape? Would that be okay in your opinion? If you suddenly
define okay, if I desired to murder,
yeah, if you suddenly decided to murder somebody, would that be morally okay in your opinion?
What's morally okay? It's things that I desire.
I guess
according to how you just defined it.
Then
I didn't define morality.
Yeah, me neither. So morality is defined as things are like and more things.
See, I think morality is subjective, and you're all doing as you will.
Yeah.
You just don't know it. You think God gave it to you, but you're wrong. That's my opinion. So you're all exactly like me. You're just not aware that you're exactly like me.
I don't know. I think morality is more socially defined. I think it's more about like what harms we do to other people and how we infringe upon other people's rights to exist.
Absolutely. It's cultural, it's social, it's subjective. And each individual navigates their way through that. And most of what you believe is moral is handed to you from your programming. Your parents, your schools, your environment, the people you play games with as children.
I think the morality arguments are all irrelevant and a wash.
I agree.
For both sides.
I think we're supposed to give everyone their free will. But oftentimes everyone's free will is fringed upon and thus creates environments where people feel the right to murder or to steal or to be extremely wealthy to the point that they are destroying everyone else's life by taking up so much excess that people are without.
Right. And that's the ultimate expression of free will too, right? Ironically.
But they're infringing upon other people's free will for their own. So that's...
No, that's not exactly how it works. I mean, I know what you're going with, but I mean, that's not exactly that's kind of denying that other people have free will to exercise what they want as well. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I think that that's why I used the 4 major categories first. Like murder in and of itself is kind of like defined within murder. Essentially, is it's a moral claim. So if you don't believe in morality as a category, you can't even use the word murder, in my opinion. I mean, you can, but it'd be in contradiction because murder implies
literally a legal definition.
Yeah, but it implies a moral. It implies a moral culpability in the word.
Well, all legal definitions apply moral culpability in the word. I think copyright is BS, but it implies more culpability to not use ideas that someone has a state mandated claim to. So,
yeah, and the thing is, like, if you want to get into like, is somebody who's wealthy evil? Well, we can talk about that, but you got to first cover the 4 major categories of morality first, and then go from there. Because if you're going to call a guy who has wealth evil, well, let's talk about the people that are, doing the other things that we all kind of agree shouldn't happen. And if you want to say, well, morality is a social construct, well, okay, you can make that argument, but then you don't really believe in morality as any like actionable. It's kind of like goes back to like whatever you will to do, you can just do it. So it's not really like a moral thing. It's just kind of like
people do whatever they will.
It's yay boo. It's yay boo. It's a preference.
The more social something is, the more actionable it is, arguably.
Yeah, that too.
And you know the consequences.
I would argue that when you try to go after more than you need, more than to live a decent, comfortable life, you are approaching one of the evil sins of greed.
Well, then everybody on this panel is definitely, morally culpable, and we have to become a communist and give up everything that we own to give it to somebody else who has less than us. Yeah, absolutely.
What defines a comfortable life? What defines a moral, comfortable life?
Exactly.
Or who defines it? I mean,
yeah.
I agree
Well,
with you.
here's the thing: is I think that when it comes to the billionaires, the billionaires don't feel like they're not comfortable enough. Right? That's not why they go to acquire more wealth. So even if we went to the greatest extent of comfort of every single person in this panel, everyone in the chat, and like the next 100 people that are going to see this over the next however many weeks it stays up online and people see it.
Would you be a better person
if we took the extent of the comfort of all those people, it still would not even come close to what it is that a billionaire to what a billionaire experiences when they're adding zeros onto their net worth. It's not the same thing. They're not uncomfortable with not being a 2 trillion.
Do you think that it's all rainbows and puppy dogs when you're a billionaire? You think there's no problems in your life when you're a billionaire?
Hey,
Who
Jack,
even brought that up?
A little bit. It is so abrasively loud. Thank you.
I had one tweet, and the SEC tried to steal Tesla from Elon Musk. So no, nobody's comfortable these days.
Yeah, but anyways, would you be a good person if would you be a better person? Would you be a better person if all the billionaires gave up their money right now?
Negative.
A better person?
I'm not talking about Jack's utopian socialism lifestyle. I'm in the middle here, where we can have nice things. Okay, we're not gonna have someone else dictate and all that. Like I'm in the middle here. Okay, I'm talking about.
I think there's a Marxist rhetoric statement, like beyond your means or within your means, whatever. There is a slogan for that.
I don't know Marxist shit.
The communism slogan, each according to his.
Marx also enjoyed Philly cheesesteaks. So careful. If you enjoy Philly cheesesteaks, you're probably a horrible communist.
Yeah, if anybody is 1 pound overweight,
I heard he also breathed air. So we also all also to be.
I didn't even think of that. Damn it! I'm a Marxist.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a dick, but like some of the things you guys are saying,
You kind of are trying to be a dick, though. Like all of these responses you come with are these extreme non sequiturs that have nothing to do with what we're talking about, and it feels like you're having a conversation with a shadow in your own mind.
No, actually, it's the logical consequence of what you guys are saying. Like you're basically saying, well, there's no morality.
Fox News has told you
reality,
that, but I really don't think so.
We're saying
now it's Fox News. Okay.
I'm going to see how far this goes.
I'm almost glad I missed it.
Yeah, I'm going to see how far this goes, Neil Jack. So I think morality is based on emotivism. It's yay, boo, personal preference. So assuming that, where can you take it? Where's the end?
Sure. Okay. So you go ahead and make that argument, and then when you're faced against the wall, you can just feel good that this is what's subjectively wanted, and then there's nothing wrong with it. It's okay. Right.
Hank's right, by the way, and we live in his reality.
No, if it's just an opinion, well, I can take it slow still, even though everyone else disagrees with me.
I agree with you. I think it's pretty it's noticeably true that you're correct, and that just goes to disprove what he's saying even further, because we have his worst nightmare, and none of the things he says will happen are happening.
Exactly.
Yeah. Have you guys ever been to a communist country before?
Nope.
I live in America.
Negative.
I'll take Hank over Joe Biden.
Yeah. Well, don't worry. We're already communists. You'll see. It'll just become more and more obvious.
I see it already.
Until then, why don't you go go see what a communist country is like, and then you'll see what the future is going to be.
And how does that prove your point at all?
Definitely implemented.
Because it's the logical outcome of what you guys are saying.
We're all living in the logical outcome of what we're saying.
So if we go to a communist country,
we're moving in that direction, is what I'm trying to say.
Recognize America in it. If America is communist,
America has implemented socialistic ideas, and they did.
We're a mixed market economy, so there's going to be some socialist. There's going to be some free market elements, and there's going to be some social safety net elements.
It's the problem with using these categories in these terms to describe complex systems. All systems are an amalgamation of every human terminology. That includes America.
But they can lean more in one direction or another, can they not?
And to me, the United States obviously leans more capitalist.
Okay, so let me put it this way: do you think that you own your own body?
What do you mean by own? I have bodily autonomy, but Jack, you're taking us down one of those disingenuous rabbit trails.
Oh,
yeah, so it gets farther and farther away from the conversation.
Okay, so asking if you own your own. Okay, let me ask you this. Let me start more simple. Do you own anything in your possession?
Just say your point. Say the point you're
Do
trying
you own anything in your possession? Do you own anything in your possession?
How do you define ownership?
What is your point? I'm not doing the question game today. I had a long day. I don't have 20 questions.
I'll play the question game. I didn't have a long day, so
yeah, go for it.
I have control over my body, and no one else seems to at the moment. And so is this pen. So is that computer in front of me. So you in some sense, I do own it.
Right. So under the system that you guys are arguing for, if Comrade Jeff comes over to you and says, "I own your body now," and you say no, and he pulls out a gun, do you still own your body?
Because I wouldn't.
I own my body and Jeff's body because I told to shoot first. So
okay, but let's just assume that let's just assume he catches you off guard. Let's just assume that. So now, do you own your own body?
I guess not.
Okay, exactly. Thank you. That's the point of it.
What exactly? What does that prove? Force is the ultimate arbiter of all things. Correct.
That's what I proved.
Yeah.
That just goes to show that the spiritual side of it is meaningless. At the end of the day, whoever has the largest gun and can pull the trigger first wins.
Exactly.
That's your morality. Good job. You're a lion. You're a lion and a hyena in the wilderness.
That's your
and you agreed with
not
it.
Mine.
And you agreed with it.
No, that's your morality, not my morality.
You agreed with it.
It's both of our moralities. It's the same morality.
Okay, Sarah, do you accept that as your moral system?
I got distracted with an email. I don't know exactly what you're saying is our morality. It's probably a no.
Can I just chip in? Under what Jack's just said, he said you own your own body until someone forces it, holds you at gunpoint to give it up. But then that would mean that you don't own anything, because anyone could come up with you with a gun and force you to give up anything you own. So that would
right.
mean
Unless there's a system of ethics that people agree on that won't allow it to get to that point, right?
Well, no, because the system could change and they could just take my stuff anyways later.
And it happens.
But my point is, right now, people don't go around doing that because they generally believe. Yeah, but not a lot of people. Most people in general believe that they don't own your body and they don't own your property. Right?
What?
Yep.
No.
Most people believe they don't own
other
you.
people's rights
No, now you're going too far. They don't respect anybody else's rights.
I would say that would be true in the communist country as well. I think people in communist countries still would say that they own their own body. I don't get the point.
And they also wouldn't say that they can go around killing people and taking their shit either.
Yeah.
Sure they do. Sure they
I
do.
personally think anyone that has any kind of true morality within themselves doesn't need a fucking law to tell them. Those that need a
I
law
agree
to
with
tell
you.
them,
I agree with you, but that's my point. That's my point. What they're talking about is just saying, well, morality doesn't matter, and so they want everybody to have the same belief system that they do.
No, yeah, no one has said that. We have said morality is subjective.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I have to admit, I have to agree. I haven't heard anybody say that.
Okay, so morality is subjective, but you're thinking that but he just said that force determines morality, right?
No.
Did he not say that? You didn't say that. Okay,
No.
what did you say about force then?
Force is the ultimate arbiter.
Okay, so what's the difference between that and what I just said?
This doesn't necessarily have to have fuck all to do with morality on any level whatsoever. I could proclaim a complete and utter lack of morality, shoot you, and take your shit.
Yeah. Okay. So again, it does cover, but it does cover the category of morality, not just everything else. Correct?
I don't understand the question.
Oh my god, dude, you're fucking dishonest as hell. Okay, you just said that you said force is the ultimate arbiter of everything, right?
If it's going to be used, yes.
All right, and that would include
always force
morality,
you.
yes or no? And that would include morality as a category, yes or no?
Let's say yes then. Let's say yes. What now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So you're admitting that in your opinion, force matters more than anything else, right? As far as the arbiter, the deciding factor.
I'm gonna say yes then.
I mean, it's stronger. Yeah,
okay, it's stronger. Okay.
A lot of people go against themselves when they are up against a wall, when they're forced to do something that they don't want to do. They're literally being stripped of their free will by some imposing force.
Yes, I agree with you. That's my point. That's what I'm worried about. That's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you.
Yes, that happens all day, every day on planet Earth.
Yeah. So if your free will can be stripped,
right? And so exactly? So you don't have a problem with it. You just have a problem that you're not the one in charge, right?
Who said I didn't have a problem with it?
Well,
I don't even. Who said I wanted to be in charge either?
That's literally taking away.
You're having conversations with shadows in your own mind.
My experience.
Typical no, Jack.
Well, that's not just me.
No.
I understand what
think
you're saying.
God's
You're talking
number
about,
one
like,
rule
the
is
social
allowing
system in
people their
China or
free
something.
will.
Surveillance state.
What about a surveillance state?
Well, I think that's ultimately what Neuro Jack is, kind of was getting to in terms of, the whole communism thing.
Yeah, but surveillance is usually good for me because I'm honest and consistent person. So it doesn't usually bother me unless
I thought you were a Machiavel and a narcissist.
Yeah, I am, and I'm honest about it.
Okay. All right.
I mean, we are already in a surveillance state.
I don't know how much you could trust a Machiavel.
Everything.
Claims honesty.
Yeah. This is surveillance state 2.0. We're already well into it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
What are they
But the
surveilling?
thing is, if the state helps
everything.
scammers, then I can't support it.
Well, they're not doing anything with it. Like it's not affecting my life. If they're surveilling me, it's not.
If you're completely unaware of it, then yeah, it probably doesn't affect you.
There's this FBI agent out there that's assigned to surveilling
Like
me.
on the issues to worry
I
about.
hope every day he wakes up. I hope every day he wakes up and questions the meaning of his life, and it's just like, he's like, should I go on? Should I continue my life? I don't want to surveil this guy anymore. This is the most boring fucking person I've ever met. Like, I don't think I exist because, like, the person who would be surveilling me would be the most bored person on the face of the planet. My life is just not that interesting. Like this.
Well,
is
it's
the only
all
part of
being
my life that's
scooped up.
interesting.
A particular person is not looking at your stuff because you're not much of a red flag.
I know.
But this stream is being collected and stored somewhere and can be pulled up by.
I want it to be.
I hope they do. I hope they use it to usher in the new age of whatever.
I mean, they probably won't use it for anything because I don't, not to offend anyone, but there aren't really any significant revolutionaries on this panel. But if they were to use it, it would be to do things like subvert our speech or hurt us economically or to discredit us.
Oh no, that's what I've been up to.
I don't know.
Say what?
Oh, you don't know what I've been up to.
Oh yeah. Hank's already doing that. Hank already works for the feds. That's why he wears the fedora.
Oh, the feds don't give a shit about me. I'm a pacifist and a conformist.
But you're an atheist. You're automatically against the status quo. So.
Yeah, but I don't. They like the feds know what I say. I say it on the internet repeatedly.
Well,
I'm not interested. I'm interested in getting as far away from their system as possible. They can have it.
This has genuinely been one of my favorite streams I've had in a long time. But we're at 6 hours now, and I have to go pick up prescriptions from the grocery store. If Jeff wants to keep going, he's still restreaming. He can keep it going if he wants to. But I've got to go, unfortunately. So.
Court ordered Chris. I said court ordered Chris.
Court ordered Chris. I just have prescriptions. I have to pick up from the pharmacy before they close. That's all.
I was just kidding.
I need to get back to work anyways. That was a good stop for me too. It's good to see everyone. I haven't really been around for a while. So.
Yeah, I'll message you, Sarah. We'll get together and figure out when to do that stream.
Sounds good. See y'all later.
See you later.
See ya.
Peace.
Good stuff.
And tonight's Survivor, it's third episode, so it's still early. If y'all want to join us, we'll be watching on Discord at 10 p.m. Central because I'm on West Coast.
All right, I will be there. And thank you so much, Denizen and DeFreak, for coming on. DeFreak, I don't think I've ever seen you come on panel before.
Yeah, hey.
Maybe you have. I don't know if you have before or not, but I thank you so much for coming on. It's really great. Always good to see Wildheart and Hank and everybody else. I really enjoy the conversation with everybody, every one of you. No matter how contentious it gets, I love these conversations.
Jack, you too. You too.
Like conversations like this are just conversations like this are like drugs for me. This is addictive as hell for me. Like I would just keep doing this for hours and hours, but I have to actually go and do something. So I'm just gonna go ahead and step off. But I love you all. Good night.
Cheers, Chris. Good to see you.
And we'll be here tomorrow at our usual time.
Usual time, usual channel. Good night, guys. Good night.
You signing off too, Jeff?
How do if you end it, it ends it on, because I have it streaming in my channel, like double streaming. Is there a way for me to keep
you can keep going. Actually, I'll just drop off. I'll just drop myself from the stage, and it'll just keep going until and I mean I can just even if it ends up being,
like you're the only one that can end it.
I'm the only one who can end it, but I'll end it when I get back. I can just trim off the end fat off of it at the end. I can go on YouTube and just trim off the last part where there's nobody talking if I don't want to. If you guys want to keep talking.
It also should, I think, the few versions of StreamYard ago, maybe like a year ago, they put to where if there's no one on the panel, it'll auto timeout. So if you're on the panel but you're AFK, it'll stay forever.
I mean, there are
no one.
Like Cecil,
we do have 13 viewers right now. We have 13 viewers. So I mean, there is one person watching on my channel, 7 on Gen F Jax's channel, and 5 people watching on Twitter. So
I wanted to ask the freaks some stuff.
Wow, there's more of a Twitter audience now.
Yeah, we got 5 people watching
Twitter's
on
kind
Twitter.
of a different audience because I think they watch, but they don't necessarily comment. They don't have the chat going on. There is a Twitter chat; it just doesn't get used.
So yeah, I'm just gonna pull myself.
Is mostly coming from YouTube.
I'm just gonna pull myself down, and if it's still going later on, I'll just come back and I'll turn the fat off the stream. It's not a big deal.
Well, I mean,
see you guys later.
Don't run just yet. I mean, I don't know how long I'll be able to. I'm not going to be able to keep it going for much longer myself. So, if you just want to end it, we could do that too. Because there's other streams going on. Talcott was streaming, and let's see who else.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's at 5 hours too, so
it's already 6 hours. Pretty I've got it. I've got it at 6. 5 sounds right to me, but it says 6 on my screen. I don't know how I got an hour off.
Easy. You can go watch play a video game.
5:37 it says on mine, but I don't know if that's right.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I don't know why my clock says 6 hours and 4 minutes. So I was like, damn.
That's weird.
Oh, mine says 5:38, but that might be when I started the stream on my end.
That might be so. Maybe so. I don't.
Probably a 6 hour because you started before noon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I'm connected to Jeff's.
Yeah,
so
that's
why
probably
mine says.
Yeah, let's just end it, and it'll be a clean break, and you can.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good night to everybody.
Peace out, fellas. It was nice meeting you.
Once again, thank you so much, Denizen. Thank you so much, Wildheart. See you tomorrow, Jeff. We'll see you later on. Feel free to come by the Discord. I gave you guys a Discord link to my Discord, but if you want a Discord link to the Outliers Discord, where we'll be watching Survivor, just let us know, and you can come watch Survivor with us if you want. Okay?
Yeah, I'll throw in.
I tried to put my Discord link in, but I forgot I'm not. You have to. YouTube doesn't let you.
Well, just give it to me. Just give it to me.
I joined one of them. I think it was Denizen's. This is the Outliers Discord that I just put in. That's the one I joined.
Cheers. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I clicked on yours, Denizen, so I'll join it too. But anyway, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys around. I'll
see you around.
See you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Thank you for hosting today.
Oh, it's been a blast. As always.
See you later.
Every time I hit in stream, it my computer keeps like freezing up and